of unknown Polish soldiers in Italy, desperate over the betrayal of their country, received little attention. However, the honeymoon mood inspired by the first news of Yalta did not last long. The ink on the agreements was scarcely dry when there were two serious and flagrant violations, one in Romania, one in Poland. It, not above all condoring, had the Badenen formally agreed at Yalta that the three big powers should concert their policies in assisting the peoples liberated from the domination of Nazi Germany and the peoples of the former Axis satellite states to solve by bloody democratic means their pressing political and economic problems. The three governments were to jointly assists these peoples in these states in such matters establishing conditions of internal peace and forming interim governmental authorities. And there was to be a dual or immediate consultation on the measures necessary to discharge the joint responsibilities set forth in this declaration. The Kremlin decided to get rid of the government of General Radescu, set up after Romania had turned against Germany, and to replace it with a regime subservient to Moscow, rejecting and ignoring repeated American proposals for three-power consultation on the question. The Soviet government sent Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Vyshinsky to Bucharest on February 27. Vyshinsky stormed and bullied until the young Romanian King Michael dismissed Radescu and appointed the Soviet-designated Prime Minister Petru Grosa. The Soviet envoy's methods of persuasion varied from slamming a door in the royal palace so hard that the plaster cracked, to threatening the king that it would be impossible to guarantee the further existence of Romania as an independent state if Grosa were not appointed. The king yielded, and Romania was started on the road to complete communist dictatorship. When the American ambassador in Moscow, Averell Harriman, proposed that a three-power committee be set up in Bucharest to implement the Yalta Resolution on consultation, Molotov's rejection was prompt and blunt. This was typical of the Soviet attitude not only in Romania, but in all countries under Red Army occupation. Meanwhile, the Soviet government was delaying and sabotaging the creation of a new government in Poland. Stalin and Molotov interpreted the Yalta Agreement on this point. The phrasing was loose and elastic to mean that no Pole distasteful to the provisional government made up of handpicked Soviet candidates should be eligible for membership in the new government body, and the provisional government authorities, backed up by Soviet military and police power, were rapidly making the Yalta promise of free, unfettered elections an empty mockery. There were numerous arbitrary arrests. Freedom of the press was non-existent. The historic Polish parties were dissolved and replaced by pro-communist groups which stole their names. In order to conceal the reign of terror that was going on, foreigners were systematically excluded from Poland. There was long delay even in admitting representatives of UNRRA, interested in working out a program to meet the country's urgent need for food, clothing, and other relief supplies. 17. Toward the end of March, Churchill warned Roosevelt that the Yalta Agreement on Poland was clearly breaking down. The president on March 27 informed Churchill that he, too, had been watching with anxiety and concern the development of the Soviet attitude since Yalta. 18. Along with this message, he sent the draft of a proposed communication to Stalin. This communication, sent to Moscow on April 1st, was phrased in sharper terms than Roosevelt had been accustomed to use in exchanges with the Soviet dictator. Perhaps by this time the president had realized that personal charm and an avoidance of unpleasant subjects do not constitute an unfailing formula for diplomatic success. Roosevelt in this telegram expressed concern over the development of events. He regretted the lack of progress made in the carrying out, which the world expects, of the political decisions which we reached at Yalta, particularly those relating to the Polish question. The president emphasized that any solution which would result in a thinly disguised continuation of the present government would be entirely unacceptable and would cause our people to regard the Yalta Agreement as a failure. Roosevelt urged that American and British representatives be permitted to visit Poland. If there was no successful operation in solving the Polish question, he warned, all the difficulties and dangers to Allied unity will face us in an even more acute form. The president also referred to Romania, suggesting that developments there fell within the terms of the Yalta Declaration on liberated areas, and requesting Stalin to examine personally the diplomatic exchanges which had taken place on this subject. 19. Stalin's reply, dispatched on April 7, offered no satisfaction. It contested Roosevelt's interpretation of Yalta and flatly refused to permit the sending of American and British observers to Poland, on the ground that the Poles would consider this an insult to their national dignity. Apparently, Stalin felt no corresponding squeamish fear of insulting Polish national dignity by filling high posts in the Polish army and police with Russian agents, some of whom could not even speak Polish. Roosevelt and Churchill decided to send a new joint message to Stalin. While this was in preparation, Roosevelt died. News of the treacherous arrest of 15 Polish underground leaders could scarcely have strengthened his confidence in Stalin's good faith and goodwill. And even before the sharp exchanges on the Polish question, this confidence had been shaken by another incident. About the middle of March, there was a preliminary meeting in Bern of American, British, and German military representatives to arrange for the surrender of the German armies in Italy under the command of Marshal Kesselring. The Soviet government had been informed of this development, and Molotov had expressed a desire to send Red Army officers to take part in the discussions. The chiefs of staff informed Molotov that nothing would be done at Bern, except to make preparations for a further meeting at Allied headquarters in Caserta, in Italy. This elicited from Moscow a sharp reply, refusing to send military representatives and insisting that the negotiations be stopped. Roosevelt personally assured Stalin that no negotiations had taken place and that the Soviet government would be kept fully informed of further developments. Then Stalin sent a message which Roosevelt took to heart very deeply as an insult to his integrity and loyalty to the alliance. Stalin declared that Roosevelt had been misinformed by his military advisors. According to Red Army intelligence reports, Stalin continued, a deal had been struck with Kesselring. The front would be open to the American army, and Germany would be granted easier peace terms in exchange. These allegations are devoid of any shadow of probability. American policy toward Germany had been based on rigid adherence to the unconditional surrender formula and avoidance of any step that would have remotely suggested separate dealing with Germany. Roosevelt's hurt, too, feelings found reflection in a reply which expressed deep resentment over the vile misrepresentations of the Stalin's informers. Anecdote, the Dianjirwa president intimated that these informers wished to destroy the Dowday friendly relations between the two countries. The friction over the Polish and Romanian issues and over Stalin's insinuations of American bad faith were shrouded in secrecy at the time. This friction is now a matter of record and seems to dispose of a favorite thesis of Soviet sympathizers. This is that American-Soviet relations were invariably smooth and friendly during Roosevelt's lifetime and only began to deteriorate after his death. The evidence indicates that this is not the case. That Roosevelt was hurt and offended by what he regarded as a betrayal of the Yalta assurances and, had he lived, would quite probably have shifted America's policy more quickly than Truman felt able to do. Two well-known American journalists who saw Roosevelt separately in the last weeks of his life agree that he was both discouraged and indignant over what he regarded as breach of faith and lack of cooperative spirit on the Soviet side. He was considering, according to their reports, a fundamental re-examination of American policy toward the Soviet Union. What Roosevelt would have done had he lived longer is a matter of conjecture. He left an unhappy legacy in foreign relations to his successor, who was without personal knowledge and experience in this field. So secretive and personal had been Roosevelt's diplomacy that for some time it was impossible for the new chief executive to get a clear picture of what assurances had been given to foreign governments, of what diplomatic issues were outstanding. Mr. Truman was not predisposed in favor of appeasement and cherished no sentimental sympathy with communism. He gradually eliminated from his administration extreme New Dealers and fellow travelers. But in the first months of office, his hands were tied, partly by inexperience, partly because of reluctance to give the impression that Roosevelt's friendly policy was being reversed. If a frank public statement setting forth the points at issue had been made, American public opinion would have been better prepared to support the government in a firmer attitude toward Moscow. But the feeling that nothing should disturb the outward show of harmony prevailed. Only an initiated few knew how sharp was the tone of the communications which had been passing between Washington and London and Moscow. After Roosevelt's death, Churchill tried his hand at winning Stalin by a personal appeal. He sent a letter on April 29, in the last days of the war in Europe, addressing the Soviet Premier as my friend and begging him not to underrate the divergences which are opening about matters which you may think are small, but which are symbolic of the way the English-speaking democracies look at life. 20. In this letter, Churchill declared that we in Great Britain will not work for or tolerate a Polish government unfriendly to Russia, but added, neither could we recognize a Polish government that did not truly correspond to the description in our joint declaration at Yalta, with proper regard for the rights of the individual as we understand these matters in the Western world. There is not much comfort in looking into a future where you and the countries you dominate, plus the communist parties in many other states, are all drawn up on one side, and those who rallied to the English-speaking nations and their associates or dominions are on the other. It is quite obvious that their quarrel would tear the world to pieces, and all of us, leading men on either side, who had anything to do with that, would be shamed before history. But neither this letter nor Roosevelt's earlier note moved Stalin one iota from his grand design of conquering as much of Europe as he could by the device of setting up not friendly, but vassal governments ruled by obedient local communists. The desire to keep up the pretense of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union caused the American and British governments to neglect valuable political opportunities in the last weeks of the war. Churchill emphasized this point with regret in a speech of October 9, 1948. The gulf which was opening between Asiatic Communist Russia and the Western democracies, large and small, was already brutally obvious to the victorious war cabinet of the National Coalition, even before Hitler was destroyed and the Germans laid down their arms. It would have been wiser and more prudent to have allowed the British Army to enter Berlin, as it could have done, and for the United States armored divisions to have entered Prague, which was a matter almost of hours. Churchill was not speaking with the insight of hindsight. He had pressed for action of this kind when it was feasible. After the Western armies had crossed the Rhine and enveloped the Ruhr Basin in March 1945, Eisenhower worked out a plan for the final blow at the collapsing German resistance and communicated this plan to Stalin. The Soviet Generalissimo was doubtless pleased, for Eisenhower left Berlin to the Russians and proposed to advance across central Germany, with flanking moves to the north to cut off Denmark and to the south, aimed at Austria. Churchill, according to Eisenhower, 21 was disturbed and disappointed because the plan did not call for a rapid sweep to Berlin ahead of the Russians by the British Army on the left wing, under command of Field Marshal Montgomery. Churchill also felt that Eisenhower's message to Stalin exceeded his authority to communicate with the Soviet ruler only on military matters. Eisenhower was profoundly innocent in high politics. He probably did not know what a serious cleavage had developed since Yalta. So, when Marshall communicated Churchill's criticisms to him, he replied with complete disregard of political considerations. May I point out that Berlin itself is no longer a particularly important objective. Its usefulness to the German has been largely destroyed, and even his government is preparing to move to another area. Eisenhower argues in his memoirs that the capture of Berlin, or any other advance beyond the agreed line of demarcation with the Soviet forces, was immaterial, because the American and British forces would have to be pulled back anyway. A demarcation line very unfavorable to the Western powers and agreed on in the European Advisory Commission, where America was ineptly represented by Ambassador John G. Winant, had been ratified at Yalta. Almost half of Germany was assigned to Soviet occupation. Eisenhower is convinced in retrospect that the Western Allies could probably have obtained an agreement to occupy more of Germany 23, despite his refusal to press for Berlin. Despite his acceptance of an urgent Soviet request not to let American troops move on to Prague, Western troops were far to the east of the agreed demarcation line when the fighting stopped with the German surrender on May 8. A considerable area in Saxony and Thuringia was evacuated and handed over to the Russians. Eisenhower's view that the United States government should stand by its bargain, 24, even though it proved to be a bad one on the demarcation line, would have been quite reasonable if the Soviet government had carried out its obligation. But this important condition was not fulfilled. In the short interval of time between the Yalta Conference and the German surrender, there had been repeated Soviet violations of the Yalta agreements. There would therefore have been full moral and political justification for checking Stalin's design. Berlin and Prague would have been invaluable pawns for this purpose. Suppose American and British troops had occupied both these cities and the intervening German and Czechoslovak territory. Suppose that the American and British governments had then dispatched a joint note to the Kremlin, intimating that these troops would be withdrawn when, and only when, free and unfettered elections had been held in Poland and other violations of the Yalta Agreement had been made good. It is most improbable that Stalin would have risked a new war against the comparatively fresh American and British armies, backed as these were by the enormous productive power of American industry. He would have been forced to choose between loosening his grip on Poland and seeing almost all Germany and the capital of Czechoslovakia, most industrialized of the East European states, pass under Western influence and control. Whichever horn of the dilemma he might have chosen, the Western position in the impending Cold War would have been immensely strengthened. But this precious opportunity, enhanced because the Germans were eager to surrender to the Western powers rather than to the Russians, was allowed to slip by unused. Churchill might have possessed the vision and audacity to seize it. But Churchill's voice was not decisive. The men who were in the seats of authority in Washington were still prisoners of the disastrous illusions which had dominated Roosevelt's wartime policy toward Russia. So the Soviet Union was able to overrun Germany up to the Elbe and in places beyond the Elbe. Czechoslovakia was made ripe for the communist coup d'etat of February 1948, for the disillusioned death of Beneš and the pathetic suicide or murder of Jan Masaryk, after both had done their utmost to get along with the Kremlin. There was a feeble attempt to use the American occupation of territory beyond the agreed demarcation line as a bargaining counter for satisfactory conditions of joint occupation in Berlin, located deep in the Soviet zone. There was an exchange of communications between Truman and Stalin on this subject on June 14 and 16. Truman stated that the American troops would be withdrawn to the agreed line when the military commanders had reached a satisfactory agreement assuring road, rail, and air access to Berlin to the Western powers. An agreement was worked out on June 29, but the ability of the Soviet military authorities to impose a blockade upon the western sectors of Berlin in 1948 shows that it could scarcely be considered satisfactory. There were provisions for an air corridor for Western planes and for a single railway line and a highway from Magdeburg to Berlin to be placed at the disposal of the non-Russian occupation powers. It was characteristic of Winant's wool-gathering methods in negotiation that he never raised in the European Advisory Commission the question of providing a corridor under Western military control to ensure rail and road communications with Berlin. General Lucius D. Guy Clay, Eisenhower's deputy, tried to get a corridor stipulation written into the final military agreement, but Soviet Marshal Zhukov flatly refused. The subsequent necessity of resorting to the expensive airlift in order to thwart the Soviet blockade was part of the price of this excessive confidence in the goodness of Soviet intentions. Stalin got his way on every important European post-war issue, with one exception. This was the disposition of the port of Trieste. Some of Tito's partisans forced their way into that city together with the New Zealand unit which belonged to the Allied forces in Italy, under the command of Marshal Sir Harold Alexander. The partisans created a reign of terror. Thousands of Trieste citizens who were obnoxious to them disappeared, to be seen no more. But they were not allowed to take over the city. Marshal Alexander gave out this challenging statement. Our policy publicly proclaimed is that territorial changes should be made only after thorough study and after full consultation and deliberation between the various governments concerned. It is, however, Marshal Tito's apparent intention to establish his claims by force of arms and military occupation. Action of this kind would be all too reminiscent of Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan. It is to prevent such action that we have been fighting this war. The American and British governments backed up Alexander, and Tito finally withdrew his forces. Trieste, with its 70% Italian population, was preserved as one of the outposts of the West in a Europe that was becoming increasingly divided by the line of the Iron Curtain. Roosevelt in the last weeks of his life was certainly shaken, if not altogether disillusioned, in his great expectations of Stalin's cooperation. But Harry Hopkins seems to have remained naive and self-deluded to the bitter end. On this point, we have the testimony of a sketchy memorandum which he wrote in August 1945, shortly before his death. We know or believe that Russia's interests, so far as we can anticipate them, do not afford an opportunity for a major difference with us in foreign affairs. We believe we are mutually dependent upon each other for economic reasons. We find the Russians as individuals easy to deal with. 25. The Russians undoubtedly like the American people. They like the United States. The Soviet Union is made up of 180 million hardworking, proud people. They are not an uncivilized people. They are a tenacious, determined people who think just like Jigsaw, you and I do. 26. The secretary of some branch of the Council of American-Soviet Friendship could scarcely have pronounced a judgment more dismally lacking in intelligent anticipation of the shape of things to come. And this man, as ignorant of foreign languages as of history and political and economic theory, was, after Roosevelt, the main architect of America's disastrous foreign policy. There were trained and experienced Foreign Service officials who saw the situation far more realistically. Joseph C. Grew, Under-Secretary of State during the first months of 1945, wrote his views on the growing Russian danger in a remarkably prescient memorandum in May 1945. Arthur Bliss Lane fought gallantly and consistently for justice to Poland. Loy Henderson and George Kennan never succumbed to the trend in favor of blindly trusting Stalin and appeasing him at any cost. Unfortunately, the judgments and recommendations of these trained experts were often brushed aside. Roosevelt preferred the opinions of his court favorites, inexperienced amateurs, dilettantes, wishful thinkers. It is, after all, not difficult to be a wishful thinker on a subject of which one has no real knowledge. The war ended with the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. But the realization of this vainglorious Casablanca slogan did not usher in the reign of assured peace, international justice, and all the humane virtues which the more imaginative evangelists of intervention had so confidently prophesied. What followed the world's worst war was the world's most dismal inability to achieve any kind of peace settlement. Indeed, 5 years after the end of the fighting, there was no formal peace at all, only the shadow of another war. There is the measure of the failure of America's Second Crusade. 1C Chapter 12. 2C James F. Burns, Speaking Frankly, New York Harper, 1947, pp. 22-23. 3 Bolin, an excellent Russian linguist with experience as a member of the embassy staff in Moscow, had risen rapidly in influence during the later phase of the war. He was not only an interpreter, but a policy advisor at Yalta. 4 Roosevelt and Hopkins, p. 852. 5 Roosevelt and Hopkins, p. 865. 6 EP 272. 7 Fodich, OP PITTI, p. 311. 8. This was not an objective picture of the origins of the Russo-Japanese War. nor did it correspond with the general American sympathy with Japan in the course of this war. 9. See Mr. Bullitt's article in Life for October 13, 1947. 10. Roosevelt could scarcely have been altogether ignorant of the vast network of slave labor camps in the Soviet Union. 11. The three main sources of information about the Yalta Conference are James F. Burns's Speaking Frankly, Robert E. White, Sherwood's Roosevelt and Hopkins, and Edward R. B. Shea, Stettinius Roosevelt and the Russians. Sherwood's account is the liveliest, that of Stettinius the most detailed. All these authors have a defensive, apologetic attitude toward the conference. 12. The story of the Japanese peace overtures is told in a dispatch from Washington by Walter Trohan, correspondent of the Chicago Tribune and the Washington Times-Herald. It appeared in these two newspapers on August 19, 1945. Previous publication had been withheld because of wartime censorship regulations. Mr. Royne Trohan personally gave me the source of his information, a man of unimpeachable integrity, very high in the inner circle of Roosevelt's wartime advisers. 13. Captain Ellis M. Zacharias, U.S. Antigua, Secret Missions, New York, Putnam, p. 35.8. 14. Ibid, pp. 367-68. 15. OP, Sittidoa, p. 869. 16. Ibid, p. 870. 17. Further details of the disregard of the Yalta assurances on Poland are contained in Chapter 11. 18. James F. Burns, O.P. Sittai, p. 54. 19. Ibid, pp. 54-55. Winnie Churchill made the contents of this letter public in Parliament on December 10, 1948. CFI. The London Times, December 11, 1948, p. 21. See Crusade in Europe, Garden City, Doubleday, 1948, p. 399. 22. Ibid, p. 401. 23. Ibid, p. 474. 24. It was not merely a question of Eisenhower's personal view de what the President and the War and State Departments seem to have concurred. 25. This was emphatically not the impression of General Dean and of the great majority of other Americans who had to deal with Soviet officials. 26. Sherwood, O.P.T.J. pp. 922-2023. 10. Wartime Illusions and Delusions. One might have supposed that an alert public opinion would have warded off some of the moral inconsistencies and political blunders which have been described in preceding chapters. Of course, complete freedom of speech is never maintained in time of war. Father Coughlin's magazine, Social Justice, for example, was harassed into extinction. There were a few convictions for sedition, notably of some members of a Trotskyite group in Minneapolis, and of a few obscure and politically illiterate anti-Semitic fanatics. But there was fair latitude for discussion during the war. Critics and skeptics were not handled as ruthlessly as they were under the Espionage Act in World War I. What was lacking in most molders of public opinion was not the physical ability to speak out, but the perception and the moral courage to take advantage of the freedom which existed. America's wartime intellectual climate was a depressing compound of profound factual ignorance, naivete, wishful thinking, and emotional hysteria. All this played into the hands of a small number of individuals who consciously placed loyalty to the Kremlin above all other considerations. That the aims of the Soviet government were above suspicion and reproach. That Russia had been wronged by the democracies in the past. That Soviet communism was just another form of democracy. These and similar ideas were constantly proclaimed under the most respectable auspices. They became the stock in trade of influential lecturers and radio commentators. Governors, judges, clergymen, and other eminent citizens joined communist front organizations. Rapprochement with Russia, without raising any inconvenient questions, was the party line of the Roosevelt administration. Under these circumstances, infiltration of strategic government agencies by fanatical Soviet sympathizers encountered no difficulty. They were welcomed as fellow laborers in the vineyard. 1. Some of this American wartime psychology was a product of sympathy for the achievements of the Red Army in fighting off the Wehrmacht, but its full scope and intensity are only understandable if one remembers that sympathy with communism had long been an occupational disease of many American intellectuals. Not of the majority, of course, but of a very active and articulate minority. One heard much before and during the war of Hitler's fifth column in America. But when there were attempts to expose this supposedly formidable threat to American national unity, one got only the names of a few obscure crackpots, of whom the vast majority of Americans had never heard. It would have been impossible for an avowed Nazi sympathizer to have published an article in a magazine of national circulation or to have delivered regular radio broadcasts. The rejection of Nazism and fascism by educated Americans was prompt, vigorous, and very nearly unanimous. Unfortunately, this was not true with respect to communism. Ever since I left Moscow in 1934, with what seemed to me natural and human reactions to the slave labor system, the liquidation of the kulaks, the man-made famine, the routine regime of espionage and terror, I have been surprised and dismayed by the curious double standard of morals which some Americans who regard themselves as liberals or radicals practice in regard to Soviet communism. Denunciation of Nazi and fascist acts of cruelty and oppression was vigorous and justified in these circles. There was a laudable desire to cure imperfections and injustices in the American social order. But when it was a question of feeling the normal reactions of civilized human beings to Soviet atrocities, these American leftists simply flunked the most elementary moral tests. They either indisputable evidence of these atrocities or swallowed the crudest propaganda apologetics, the kind of apologetics which they would have been the first to ridicule if the source had been Nazi or fascist. One had the spectacle, at once pitiful and ridiculous, of intellectuals bowing before the shrine of a dictatorship that had stripped the intellectual in Russia of his last shred of independence and self-respect, that enforced conformity by the most inquisitorial means. Individuals who quivered with indignation over occasional violations of civil liberties in the United States sang the praises of a regime which recognized no civil liberties whatever. Some ministers of religions prostrated themselves in genuflections before a system which was not only dogmatically atheistic, but which was profoundly immoral in theory, and still more so in practice. Artists, playwrights, writers, musicians, whose knowledge of Russian language and history and communist theory and practice was usually limited, to say the least, such people developed a habit of tossing off cocksure blanket endorsements of the wholesale death sentences meted out in Soviet political trials. Hooray for murder is the appropriate phrase of Eugene Lyon. 2. These tireless signers of Stalinite manifestos experienced one letdown that might well have cured them of the habit. An initiating committee of 10 persons, Corliss Lamont, Dorothy Brewster, Dashiell Hammett, George Marshall, 3. Professor Walter Rautenstrauch, Vincent Schein, Donald Ogden Stewart, Maxwell Stewart, Rebecca Timbers, and Mary Van Cleet, persuaded some 400 individuals of more or less distinction in the intellectual world to sign an open letter. This document denied the fantastic falsehood that Russia could have anything in common with Germany. The Soviet Union, which the signers confidently affirmed, continues as always to be a consistent bulwark against war and aggression, suddenly marched into Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states. Stalin and Molotov began to exchange greetings and toasts with Hitler and Ribbentrop. This produced temporary demoralization in the fellow traveler camp and worked a few permanent cures. But the ground lost by Soviet propaganda during the period of Nazi-Soviet collaboration was more than made up when Hitler invaded Russia. People of all shades of thought, from 100% communist addicts to individuals who knew little or nothing about the subject, joined the chorus hailing the Soviet Union as a gallant ally whose good faith and good intentions were not to be questioned. A leading exponent of the Russia can do no wrong theory was Henry A. Wallace, Vice President of the United States during Roosevelt's third term. Wallace also headed two alphabetical wartime agencies, SPAB and BU, Supply, Priorities and Allocations Board, and Board of Economic Warfare. In the turgid writings and hysterical oratory of Henry Wallace, one can find all the characteristic allusions of America's Second Crusade. There is the naive assurance that the struggle is between absolute good and absolute evil. There is the confident assumption that Soviet imperialism and international communism would present no difficulties after the end of the war. There is the vague, comforting, inane belief that the common man, whoever he may be, is on the march, that a better life is somehow being born out of an orgy of ruin and destruction. Wallace's ideology and his peculiar English style have been amusingly and accurately analyzed as follows. Wallace Land is the mental habitat of Henry Wallace, plus a few 100,000 regular readers of the New Republic, The Nation, and PM on Date. It is a region of perpetual fogs caused by the warm winds of the liberal Gulf Stream coming into contact with the Soviet glacier. Its natives speak Wallese, a debased provincial dialect. Wallese is as rigidly formalized as Mandarin Chinese. The good people are described by ritualistic adjectives: forward-looking, freedom-loving, clear-thinking, and of course, democratic and progressive. The bad people are always reactionaries or red baiters. There are surprisingly few of them, considering the power they wield, and they are perversely wicked, since their real interest would best be served by the progressive and realistic policies favored by the good people. Wallace is a man of many interests. He discovered a resistant type of hybrid corn and won a more dubious notoriety as the reputed author of the Guru Letters. These letters, signed Hall, H.G.A. Wallace Galahad, and also with a Kabbalistic sign, were addressed to Nicholas Roerich. The latter was a Russian painter, explorer, and dabbler in occult beliefs, with whom Wallace was intimately acquainted. The letters refer to President Roosevelt as the Flaming One and to Cordell Hull as the Sour One. Churchill is the Roaring Lion and Russia the Tiger. This is a sample of the intellectual content of these strange epistles. I have been thinking of you holding the casket, the sacred, most precious casket. And I have thought of the new country going forth to meet the 7 stars under the sign of the 3 stars. And I have thought of the admonition, await the stone. Wallace has never specifically claimed or repudiated the authorship of the Guru Letters. But there is no question that he delivered his quart of milk speech at a meeting of the Free World Association in New York on May 8, 1942. In this speech, one can find every illusion and delusion of America's Second Crusade, flamboyantly packaged in evangelical mystical oratory. This is a fight between a free world and a slave world, Wallace began, conveniently forgetting about the millions of slaves in Soviet concentration camps. The peoples, he continued, are on the march toward even fuller freedom than the most fortunate peoples of the world have hitherto enjoyed. This could hardly be considered an accurate forecast of post-war conditions behind the Iron Curtain. Then the orator, intoxicated with his flights of fantasy, proceeded to utter perhaps the crowning absurdity of the speech. The object of this war is to make sure that everybody in the world has the privilege of drinking a quart of milk a day. So, out of a war of unprecedented destruction, certain to lower, not raise the living standards of the vanquished and of many of the victors as well, there was to gush, by some miracle, an endless stream of free milk. Wallace insisted that the peace must mean a better standard of living not only in the Allied countries, but in Germany, Japan, and Italy. This aspiration was generous and humane, if heavily tinged with wishful thinking. But Wallace never uttered a word of audible protest against the Morgenthau Plan and other destructionist schemes, which made a mockery and an hypocrisy of the Atlantic Charter promises of a higher all-round standard of living. And when American policy toward Germany became saner and more constructive, Wallace's was one of the loudest voices raised in opposition. The mental level of the quart of milk speech may be judged from the following excerpts. Satan is turned loose upon the world. Through the leaders of the Nazi Revolution, Satan now is trying to lead the common man of the whole world back into slavery and darkness. Satan has turned loose upon us, the insane. The Götterdämmerung has come for Odin and his crew. We shall cleanse the plague spot of Europe, which is Hitler's Germany, and with it, the hellhole of Asia, Japan. No compromise with Satan is possible. This hysterical outburst elevated Wallace to the status of a major prophet in America's Second Crusade. He stumped the world like a modern Peter the Hermit. He visited eastern Siberia, where the percentage of slave labor is highest in the world 7, and told the gaping citizens of Irkutsk that only free men could live in these free open spaces. He gave the benefit of his mystical lore to Chiang Kai-shek in Chongqing. He dashed down to Latin America and lectured perplexed statesmen on the necessity of developing close relations with the Soviet Union and ushering in the century of the common man. It is reasonable to assume that communists and communist sympathizers found a hearty welcome in any agency where Wallace was influential, for he pronounced the judgment on one occasion that the few communists he knew had been very good Americans. If Wallace was a major prophet, Wendell Willkie may be considered a minor prophet of the wartime era. After a swift flight around the globe and brief visits to Russia, China, and countries of the Near and Middle East, the former Republican candidate published a quickly written political travelogue entitled One World. Willkie found that the war was, in Mr. B. Stalin's phrase, a war of liberation. Russia, he assured his readers, would neither eat us nor seduce us. Without benefit of knowledge of the Russian language, he brought back the news that Russians exchange ideas in private conversation almost as freely as we do. And he offered the following blueprint for peace. To win the peace, 3 things seem to me necessary. First, we must plan for peace now on a world basis. Second, the world must be free, politically and economically, for nations and men, that peace may exist in it. Third, America must play an active, constructive part in freeing it and keeping its peace. 8. These were resounding generalities, but they meant little unless there was some spelling out in terms of frontier settlements and definitions of freedom. But all Willkie and most other wartime writers and speakers could offer in this connection was more, and vaguer, generalities. The following passage in One World is a good example. When I say that peace must be planned on a world basis, I mean quite literally that it must embrace the earth. Continents and oceans are plainly only parts of a whole, seen, as I have seen them, from the air. England and America are parts. Russia and China, Egypt, Syria and Turkey, Iraq and Iran are also parts, and it is inescapable that there can be no peace for any part of the world unless the foundations of peace are made secure through all parts of the world. 9. What Willkie and other one-worlders never perceived through the fog of platitudes in which they liked to envelop themselves was the tremendous, fundamental cleavage which Western civilization sustained as a result of the emergence of totalitarianism after World War I. Technologically, to be sure, conditions for closer world unity had been created, but political and cultural barriers had risen faster than the speed of airplanes had increased. There was far more opportunity for unhampered travel, although by slower means of communication, before the First World War than one found either before or after the Second. There were infinitely more possibilities of cultural communion between Russian, German, Polish, British, French, and American scholars and intellectuals before the chilly blasts of totalitarian thought control blew over the European continent. There was probably less preaching of primitive hatred during the Second Crusade than during the First. Americans were a little ashamed in retrospect of such emotional indulgences as "goddamn ing the Kaiser," banning Beethoven, and likening Huns to snakes. There were lapses, to be sure. Admiral William Bull Halsey let out enough bloodthirsty yops to have earned himself a prime rating as a war criminal if his country had been on the losing side. Collier's produced this racist masterpiece. Suppose the ape race should suddenly find itself armed with all the modern appliances of human war, tanks, planes, machine guns, etc., and should become imbued with a hatred for the human race. We could expect a fight like the fight now being waged on us under the tutelage of the Nazis. This is a war between humans and subhumans for the mastery of the earth. P.S. The above remarks are made with apologies to the apes. This is an exhibit of intellectual war, profiteering which is just as familiar and just as obnoxious as the financial type. Writers of mediocre detective stories and specialists in literary criticism transformed themselves overnight into authorities on German and Japanese history, politics, economics, and psychology. The ranks of the intellectual war profiteers were swelled by eccentric poets, would-be philosophical moralists, ex-sports writers who professed to know all the answers in European politics, and some college professors. Emerging, blinking from their ivory towers of specialized knowledge, these men of learning often prove the most naive, gullible, and confused of commentators on the world tragedy that was being played before their eyes. The Stork Club was a familiar rendezvous where hymns of hate were intoned to an accompaniment of popping corks, and some suburban non-combatant readers of the New York Herald Tribune developed extreme bloodthirstiness in their letters to that newspaper. However, the besetting weakness of most educated Americans who discussed war issues was not vindictiveness, but rather a kind of straw-chopping futility. Scores of individuals and many groups under the auspices of churches and universities worked out unimpeachable schemes for just and durable peace, based on the ideals of the Atlantic Charter. But when the Atlantic Charter pledges of self-determination and equality of economic opportunity were most obviously and crudely violated, voices of protest were few and timid. The Yalta Agreement and the Morgenthau Plan and the Potsdam Agreement were complete repudiations of the Atlantic Charter. Yet, despite all the well-meant efforts to lay the basis of just and durable peace, there was little public criticism. The typical American planner of the post-war international order lived in a curious dual world. He was prolific in schemes for human improvement, full of high-sounding if vague idealistic phraseology. But this seldom led him to take a clear stand against schemes of indiscriminate vengeance and unprincipled annexation. An appalling amount of ignorant misinformation about Russia was circulated in America during the war. Apart from deliberate communist propaganda, there was much hasty writing and speaking on the basis of imperfect or inaccurate knowledge. A widely syndicated journalist, for instance, gave the following picture of Stalin's childhood environment. He was born in a tribal society in the remote Caucasian mountains. His tribe was ruled by feudal princes. In his childhood, the masses of the people of Greater Russia were serfs who could be beaten by their masters and even sold from one landowner to another. This was a pure flight of fictional fancy. Stalin was born not in some remote mountain fastness where tribal customs prevailed, but in the town of Gori. He owed no allegiance to any feudal prince, and serfdom was abolished in the Russian Empire in 1861, 18 years before Stalin was born. The same columnist endorsed the declaration of Brendan Brackett, British Minister of Information, that Soviet Russia has never broken its word. Yet, the breach of non-aggression pacts with Poland, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia was surely a matter of public record. One finds a medley of grotesque errors in Emil Ludwig's wartime book Stalin, of which the following sentence is a sample. 1/2 of all arable land, some people estimated it at 70%, belonged to a few hundred great lords, the Tsar and the Church. The rest was divided among 16 million peasant families, owning an average of 6 to 8 acres. As a matter of factual record, the non-peasant land-owning class in pre-war Russia was composed of some 200,000 country gentry, not of a few hundred great lords dealt. The Russian nobility in 1914 owned less than a quarter of the amount of land in possession of the peasants. The average size of the peasant holding in 1905 was 28 acres. Similar examples of gross inaccuracy could be multiplied indefinitely. I made a collection of a few dozen, which appeared in print over a short period of time. A research bureau could have filled a book with specimens of factual blunders in writing about Russia. Some of this was the result of ignorance, carelessness, and the American national vice of writing too much too quickly. But there was a vast amount of deliberate slanting of American public opinion in a pro-Soviet direction. One publisher suggested that all books containing criticisms of any of the United Nations should be combed out of publishing lists and destroyed. Fortunately, this proposal, which would have eclipsed the Nazi book burnings, was not put into effect. But an unwritten censorship operated against the publication of books containing material which might be offensive to the Soviet government. Trotsky's biography of Stalin was held back after review copies had been sent out. There was a vast hue and cry, sponsored by trade unions and other organizations where communist influence was strong, against the publication of a novel, The Fifth Seal, by the Russian émigré writer Mark Eldanov. This essentially non-political novel, dealing with the lives of Russians outside the Soviet Union, had been selected by the Book of the Month Club. Christopher Morley found an ingenious device for discrediting the clamor. He wrote to one of the most vociferous critics, suggesting that perhaps his objection could be met by eliminating a passage in which a Georgian renegade ridicules Stalin. The reply was prompt and uncompromising. Other passages just as objectionable as the ones you mention? Here was convincing evidence that the objector had not even read the book before joining in the party line demand for its suppression. For there was no Georgian renegade among its characters. Pro-Soviet hysteria perhaps reached its highest point in connection with the publication of William L. White's report on the Russians in the spring of 1945. The author is a well-known journalist and writer who accompanied Eric Johnston, then president of the United States Chamber of Commerce, on a trip to the Soviet Union, which included a visit to Siberia and Turkestan. The book was not, and did not pretend to be, a profound study of the Soviet Union. It was an excellent reporting job, vivid, clear-cut, and well-balanced. Far from being a one-sided tirade of abuse, as might have been imagined from some of the reviews, the book recognized every important fact that could fairly be cited in favor of the Soviet regime. White found the Russians superb artists and good farmers. He had high praise for the absence of discrimination against non-Russian nationalities. Stalin, in his opinion, was a great man. White was enthusiastically in favor of the ideal of cooperation with the Soviet Union, in peace as in war. He leaned over backward to be fair, even favorable, in his estimate of Soviet foreign policy. He expressed the view, much more optimistic than the facts warranted, that the Roosevelt administration had done an excellent job of dealing with Russia on a basis of delicately balanced firmness and friendliness. It would have required a very powerful microscope to discover any element of firmness in the Roosevelt Hopkins technique of getting along with Stalin. But what aroused the fury of many reviewers of the book was the author's frank, unsparing description of such negative sides of Soviet life as police terror, widespread employment of slave labor, gross discrepancy in the living standards of the higher bureaucrats and the masses of the people, and general poverty and backwardness. All these allegations were supported by a mass of corroborating evidence. But the feeling that Russia could do no wrong, that any criticism of Stalin's dictatorship was akin to treason, had taken a strong grip on the American wartime mind. Leader of the chorus of vituperation was David Zaslavsky, professional literary executioner of the Soviet newspaper Pravda. Zaslavsky's standard reaction to any foreign critic of Russia, however mild, was to call him a fascist with a choice assortment of gutter adjectives. As soon as a summary of the book appeared in the Reader's Digest, Zaslavsky pronounced his elegant and scholarly verdict: the standard stew from the fascist kitchen, with all its aroma of calumnies, unpardonable ignorance, and undisguised malice. This was routine Soviet literary controversial style. But what seems surprising and disgraceful, in retrospect, is that many American reviewers echoed Zaslavsky's sentiments in slightly more sophisticated language. 16 American writers and journalists who were or had been in the Soviet Union signed on the dotted line an abusive denunciation of the book, which was forwarded to Moscow by the National Council of American-Soviet Friendship. This organization at the time was headed by Corliss Lamont, an untiring signer of pro-Soviet manifestos. Subsequently, it was placed on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. But in 1945, it boasted as members a number of governors, judges, professors, clergymen, and other well-meaning individuals who were ignorant of its true purposes: to spread adulatory propaganda about the Soviet Union and to engage in defamatory enterprises like the attack on William L. White's book. Reviewers in the United States, with a few honorable exceptions, followed the example of the 16 correspondents 10, and chimed in with the abuse of Zaslavsky and the Council of American-Soviet Friendship. Many proceeded on the assumption that there was a moral imperative to lie about Russia by publishing nothing unfavorable, and nothing that might ruffle Stalin's supposedly tender susceptibility. One of the curious features of the campaign against White's book was that almost every reviewer started out with professions of high devotion to the ideal of individual freedom. Then there was a process of working up to a state of indignation with White for supplying specific evidence that a free society is preferable to a totalitarian one. An executive of the firm, which published report on the Russians, offered the following illuminating comment on the American war mind: "I have never known a case where a publisher came in for so many brickbats and so much name-calling merely because we stand for the principle of free speech. Many of those who were loud in condemnation of the Nazis for burning books were equally loud in screaming to us, 'Burn this one!' I have dwelt at some length on this incident because it furnishes such clear proof of the mental subservience of many American intellectuals during the war to a foreign power, and to a totalitarian dictatorship at that. A muddled philosophy that might be called totalitarian liberalism came into fashion, with The Nation, the New Republic, and the newspaper PM as its main exponents. There was a tremendous revival of the pre-war double standard of morals in judging those twin phenomena, communism and fascism. The totalitarian liberal justified or apologized for many things in Russia, which he found execrable and unjustifiable in Germany, Japan, or Italy. Measures that were abominable crimes, if committed by fascists, became acts of stern but necessary self-preservation if carried out by the Soviet Union. The New Republic on one occasion artlessly remarked, "Soviet policy is no more imperialistic than is our good neighbor policy." But there was no indication of when and where the United States, even before the inauguration of the good neighbor policy, had deported from their homes and sent to forced labor vast numbers of Latin Americans, thereby matching the Soviet record in the occupation of eastern Poland and the Baltic states. The creed of totalitarian liberalism found expression in an article which the editor of the New Republic devoted to the hangback boys of the war. In this category, he placed all who refused to interpret the Sheraldiwantoi war on a more realistic plane than the one would find in new OE handouts, and refused to see the Soviet Union through the roseated lenses of Hollywood war movies and the fairy tales of the Dean of Canterbury.ca. These hangback boys, in the opinion of the editor, have deliberately cut themselves off from the two great centers of dynamic energy in the world today. With all its faults, one of these is the Roosevelt administration, and, with all its faults, the other is Russia. Nay, here was the totalitarian liberal's dream, a kind of amalgam of the New Deal with Soviet communism. And if one reviews the wartime writings, speeches, and actions of some extreme proponents of this viewpoint, one may well wonder in which war they were more concerned, Roosevelt's war or Stalin's war. The movies, in the Second Crusade as in the First, were a potent source of emotional propaganda. Germans and Japanese provided natural villains in many run-of-the-mill war films. Hollywood also made its contribution to pro-Soviet propaganda. Two films. North Star, with the participation of one of the most indefatigable joiners of fellow traveler organization, Lillian Heilman, and Song of Russia, showed a Russia that no more resembled Soviet realities than a fanciful sketch of Shangri-La. Peculiarly ludicrous were the collective farm scenes in Song of Russia. Neither of these films could have been safely shown in Russia. There would have been too much spontaneous laughter. Another film, which enjoyed tremendous promotion, was Mission to Moscow, a distorted version of a highly superficial book by the former American ambassador to the Soviet Union, Joseph E. Davies. The occasional notes of criticism which could be found in the book were carefully eliminated in the film. Besides being a thoroughly misleading picture of Soviet life, Mission to Moscow was full of absurd anachronisms and historical errors. Davies was shown talking with Paderewski, represented as a high-polish official, at least 15 years after the famous pianist had completely retired from Polish political life. Marshal M.F. N. L. Tukhachevsky, one of the numerous victims of the purges of the 30s, was shown confessing his guilt in open court, something which never occurred. Ribbentrop was depicted as a visitor to Russia, although the Nazi foreign minister first set foot in the Soviet Union in August 1939, long after the Davies mission was ended. Characteristic of the spirit of the time was the comment in an article in The Nation, "Hollywood goes to war." While this picture, Mission to Moscow, was criticized for the dramatic license it took with certain facts, it was an extremely useful film in that it gave a fundamentally sympathetic portrayal of our Soviet allies. In other words, any lie was good in such a good propaganda cause. The pro-Soviet cult during the war was not the result of any marked growth of popularity for avowed communist organs. The important factor was the willingness, amazing in retrospect, of some well-known established magazines to take an uncritical pro-Soviet line. There was the strange case of the Atlantic Monthly. The very name conveys an aroma of the great days of New England literary creation. Its long list of distinguished contributors includes Longfellow and Lowell, Whittier and Hawthorne, William Dean Howells, and William James Stockdale. It was one of the least likely places where one would normally have expected to find pro-Soviet bias. But from the middle of 1942 until the end of 1945, nothing appeared in the Atlantic Monthly that could not have passed a severe Soviet censorship. During that period, it published 5 articles on Russia and the closely related subject of Poland. 3 of these were by Anna Louise Strong, who made no secret of her passionate emotional sympathy with communism. 1 was by Raymond Gramswing, whose role will be discussed later. The other was by Max Lerner, leading editorial writer on PM, whose familiar practice was to cry down any criticism of Soviet actions as a sinister plot to start another world war. The same bias extended to all departments of the magazine. The author of its anonymous European report devised a few pat formulas, which added up to the proposition: heads, Russia wins; tails, the West loses. Acts which were denounced as outrageous aggression, if committed by other powers, were transformed into vigorous security measures if they bore a made in Moscow brand seal. Russia identifies fascism as the enemy and means it, wrote the author of the report, who had apparently never heard of the Stalin-Hitler pact. He was quick to hand out bad character certificates to any peoples who showed a misguided desire to preserve their independence against Soviet encroachment. Whether these peoples were Poles or Greeks, Turks or Finns, they were quickly tagged as slippery, feudal, reactionary, and what not in the pages of the Atlantic Monthly. Precisely the same kind of bias, in favor of Chinese and Japanese communists, against the groups in those countries which were more naturally friendly to America, was perceptible in the Far Eastern Report. Censorship of everything that might hurt Stalin's feelings was pushed to the point of rejecting a satirical review of the absurd movie Mission to Moscow by Edmund Wilson. The climax of the Atlantic Monthly's strange role as unswerving champion of Stalin's foreign policy was reached when it selected Anna Louise Strong as the contributor of 2 articles on Poland, a subject which it had hitherto avoided. Miss Strong's subsequent expulsion from Russia on the familiar charge of being an American spy cannot obscure the fact that for a quarter of a century she was an energetic and uncritical spokesman for the party line. Her 2 articles on Poland could have easily appeared in Pravda or any other Soviet newspaper. They were full of demonstrable factual errors and misstatements, all designed to support the thesis that the Soviet puppet regime in Poland was a high form of popular democracy. Poles who objected to the reduction of their country to the status of a Soviet vassal state were traduced as fascists, criminals, and German sympathizers. Publication of these articles elicited a good many letters of criticism. The magazine printed to these days with an editorial note to the effect that it is the Atlantic tradition to hear all from both sides avoid a bitterly contested issue. 9. There was no explanation as to why nothing on the Polish nationalist side had he ever appeared, and the commendable principle of hearing from both sides was to receive very peculiar application in practice. The editor of the Atlantic Monthly invited a well-known American expert on Poland, Raymond Leslie Buell, to write an article on the subject. When this article was submitted, it was rejected on the ground of insufficient objectivity. So, by implication, the ecstatic communist sympathizer, Anna Louise Strong, was objective. The scholarly expert Buell was not. Absurdity could go no further. But this incident and the whole record of the Atlantic Monthly illustrate vividly the dream world in which many Americans who were not communists, and probably did not even think of themselves as communist sympathizers, lived during the war. Two men who enjoyed great influence in forming public opinion during the Second Crusade were Walter Lippmann, through his widely syndicated column, and Raymond Graham Swing, through his nationwide radio broadcasts. Both failed to recognize the moral and political implications of the betrayal of Poland. Both failed to sound a badly needed warning against the danger to American interest of an indiscriminately vindictive peace. Both failed to show any anticipation of the kind of world which would exist after the war. Both failed to prepare American public opinion for the necessity of organizing some kind of defensive dike against Soviet expansion. Lippmann, in 1944, offered the following argument in favor of the permanence of the wartime coalition. It is easy to say, but it is not true, that the allies of today may be the enemies of tomorrow. Our present alliance against Germany is no temporary contraption. It is an alignment of nations which, despite many disputes, much suspicion, and even short and local wars, like the Crimean, have for more than a century been natural allies. It is not a coincidence that Britain and Russia have found themselves allied ever since the rise of German imperial aggression, that the United States and Russia, under the Tsars and under the Soviets, have always in vital matters been on the same side. This is an example of bad reasoning, supported by bad history. For it is quite inaccurate to assert that the United States, Great Britain, Russia, and China behaved toward each other like natural allies for more than a century. Great Britain was repeatedly involved in conflict with China and was long regarded by Chinese nationalists as the spearhead of Western imperialist aggression. Russia pushed into Chinese territory in Manchuria and Outer Mongolia. The Crimean War was only the extreme expression of the attitude of hostile distrust which dominated Russo-British relations from the end of the Napoleonic Wars to the eve of World War I. And at no time were British-Soviet relations enthusiastically cordial. The United States and Russia have not always been on the same side in vital matters. American diplomatic support and sympathy were for Japan, not for Russia, at the time of the Russo-Japanese War. America repeatedly clashed with Russia on the open-door issue in Manchuria. This distorted history was used to back up a weak case, and the fundamental weakness of this case was the overlooking of a principle of political relations as old as the Greek city-states. This is that coalitions are formed against strength, not against weakness. As soon as Germany no longer threatened any of the United Nations, the bond uniting these nations might reasonably be expected to disappear. Moreover, it was extremely short-sighted to assume that Soviet behavior after all checks and balances in Europe and Asia had been removed by the smashing of Germany and Japan, would be the same as Soviet behavior when confronted by a preponderance of anti-communist power. Lippmann occasionally recognized that communism was a disturbing element in international relations. In his United States War Aims, Boston Little, 1944, he suggests wistfully that it would be nice if the Soviet regime would begin to carry out the democratic promises of its constitution. As he had never spent any appreciable amount of time in Russia, he could perhaps not be expected to understand the extreme unlikelihood, or rather impossibility, of such a development. Raymond Graham Swing lived in a cloud-cuckoo land of illusion. Over and over again, he returned to the idea that all would be well with the world if Americans would only overcome their distrust of Soviet intentions. He was so obsessed with this theory that he gave every impression of seriously believing that what troubled the course of American-Soviet relations was not Soviet acts of aggression and bad faith in Poland and elsewhere, but American recognition of these acts for what they were. In a speech which was reprinted as an article in the Atlantic Monthly in 1945, he said, "We in this country can choose whether to work with the Soviet Union as partner or whether to surrender to memories and fears." The plain implication of these words was that all responsibility for friction was on the American side, that Soviet foreign policy was above reproach. In this article, as in his broadcasts, Swing consistently followed the methods of Dr. G. Coué, disposing of unpalatable facts by pretending they did not exist. He was always eager to take Soviet words at face value, while ignoring the more convincing evidence of Soviet deeds. So in this speech article, the concrete issues which were already clear, Poland, the validity of the Soviet pledges at Yalta, are not even mentioned. But there is a gushing reference to Stalin's great speech, dedicating Soviet foreign policy to cooperation and to the establishment of the world society for the maintenance of full peace and justice. We debate the mental attitude of supine appeasement of the Kremlin, which Swing tried to cultivate in his radio audience, recalls a pertinent passage in the Arthur Koestler's work, The Yogi and the Commissar, New York, Macmillan, 1946. The attitude of the left and liberal press in the Russian-Polish conflict was an uncanny replica of the conservative attitude in the German-Czech conflict of 1939. The same flimsy arguments about ethnic minorities, Sudeten, Germans in the first, Ukrainians and Belarusians in the second case 11, were invoked to soften an act of conquest by terror and military might. There was the same impatience with the annoying victim who refuses to be murdered in silence, and the same desire not to antagonize the aggressor. The same pro-Soviet influence that affected American public opinion was noticeable in the activity of some war agencies. A surprising number of individuals who worked in these agencies seemed to have cherished divided loyalties. Sometimes their devotion was obviously to the Kremlin. The manipulation of public opinion at home and abroad in time of war is a necessary but delicate task. It should be entrusted only to individuals of proved patriotism. But the OE, Office of War Information, was riddled with fellow travelers, many of them persons of foreign birth, with political pasts strongly suggestive of communist sympathies and affiliation. As the Polish ambassador to the United States during the war, John Sikhanowski writes, some of the new war agencies actively conducted what could only be termed pro-Soviet propaganda. So-called American propaganda broadcasts to occupied Poland were outstanding proofs of this tendency. Notorious pro-Soviet propagandists and obscure foreign communists and fellow travelers were entrusted with these broadcasts. 12. Sikhanowski's protests to the State Department elicited only an explanation that the department could not control the OWL 3 of the prominent employees of the Polish branch of that agency. Hertz, Arski, and a woman named Balinska, after the war, appeared in the service of communist-dominated Poland. Their place would seem to have been on Stalin's payroll, not on Uncle Sam's. The head of the Polish desk was a Pole who had lived in France and was well known for his communist affiliations. Other departments were little if any better than the Polish. The Yugoslav branch was quick to hang up a portrait of Marshal Tito. An OE alumna was Annabelle Buchar, a woman of Croat origin who renounced her American citizenship in Moscow after the war and wrote or signed her name to a scurrilous book attacking State Department and embassy personnel. The OEY was not supposed to exercise domestic censorship, but a suggestion from one of its offices caused the editor of a popular magazine to make changes, without the author's knowledge, in an accepted article. The changes were designed to justify Soviet annexation of the Baltic states. A personal experience throws some light on the prevalent spirit in the OEY. The New York office of that organization suggested that I broadcast to the Netherlands East Indies about the successes of Soviet industrialization and collective farming. It seemed to me inappropriate to use American broadcasting facilities to ballyhoo the achievements of a foreign dictatorship. Moreover, the subject seemed entirely irrelevant to the war effort in the Far East. After I made it clear that I would consider it necessary to emphasize the heavy cost of these experiments in suffering and human lives, the offer was dropped. Again and again in the years after the war, I have noticed articles critical of American and favorable to Soviet policy, signed by former employees of the OIY. Certainly the obvious concentration of Soviet sympathizers in that key agency suggests grave negligence, if not design, in the matter of personnel selection. OE was not unique. The State Department, DOSS, and other agencies had their quotas of bad security risks. Even before the war, Soviet agents were able to obtain a large number of confidential State Department documents. This was proved by microfilm copies of these documents which Whittaker Chambers, a repentant ex-communist agent, produced from his pumpkin hiding place. Alger Hiss, a high State Department official, who accompanied Roosevelt to Yalta and was Secretary of the United States delegation at the San Francisco Conference, was indicted for perjury after denying the repeated assertions of Chambers that he had been a communist underground worker and a main source of the stolen documents. Julian Henry Wadley, another former State Department employee named by Chambers in the same connection, confessed his guilt. The first trial of Alger Hiss ended with a deadlocked jury, 8 for conviction and 4 for acquittal. After a second trial, Hiss was found guilty of all charges made against him and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. More corroborative evidence about the friendly relations between Hiss and his accuser, Chambers, was produced at the second trial, and a Vienna-born self-confessed former communist underground worker, Mrs. Petey Massing, testified that she knew Hiss as the leader of an underground communist organization in 1935. Mrs. Massing stated that she had disputed with Hiss about whether Noel Field, another State Department communist sympathizer, should belong to her group or to his. Field, his wife, and his brother disappeared mysteriously behind the Iron Curtain in 1949. Other officials in the Roosevelt wartime administration were named as sources of information for communist spy rings by Chambers and by Elizabeth Bentley. Self-confessed communist spy career. In testimony before the House Committee on American Activities. Perhaps the most important of these officials was Harry Dexter White, High Treasury official and principal author of the Morgenthau Plan. Had this scheme, with its inevitable consequence, the death by starvation of millions of Germans, been put into operation, it would have been a political godsend to Stalin. In such a case, Germany would most probably have turned to communism in sheer despair. So it is possible that other motives besides the desire to inflict vengeance on the German people for Nazi crimes helped to inspire this blueprint for destruction. One is often impressed by the shocking carelessness which seems to have been shown in appointing individuals of dubious loyalty to responsible wartime posts. Consider the case of one Nathan Gregory Silvermaster, who, like many others mentioned by Whittaker Chambers and Elizabeth Bentley, refused to answer questions for fear of self-incrimination. Naval intelligence protested against his employment early in the war. The Civil Service Commission in 1942 reported, "There is considerable testimony in the file indicating that about 1920, Mr. Silvermaster was an underground agent of the Communist Party. From that time until the present, according to the testimony of witnesses, he has been everything from a fellow traveler to an agent of the OGPU, Soviet political police. Yet, Silvermaster, protected in some high quarters, went from one confidential appointment to another. An attitude of strong distrust of Mr. Dry, Henry A. Wallace, the Vice President of the United States during the war years, is reflected in an interview which General Leslie Groves, director of the Manhattan Project, gave to the Associated Press. This interview went as follows. Q. Did you withhold secret reports on atomic developments from Mr. Wallace? A. Yes. I didn't show them to him after showing him one in the fall of 1943. Q. Would they normally have been shown to Mr. Wallace in his position as a member of the President's Special Committee on Atomic Energy? A. Normally, they would have gone to him, but they didn't. Q. Was there any special reason for not showing them to him? A. I preferred not to. Q. Would you consider this a deliberate withholding of information to Mr. Wallace? A. Some people might think so. Q. Was there any special reason for not showing Mr. Wallace the secret reports? A. We took a number of deliberate risks on security matters in an effort to bring the war to a quicker end, but we took no unnecessary recognizable risks. 13 italics supplied. This is probably the first time since the days of Aaron Burr when a Vice President of the United States has been stigmatized as a poor security risk. Duel. Much graver was the exposure and conviction as a Soviet spy of Dr. Klaus Fuchs, German refugee scientist in the service of the British government. Fuchs had access to the most confidential information about atomic research in the United States as well as in Great Britain. His motives in betraying the country where he had found asylum, as stated in his testimony, were confused, childish, and naive. He was obviously a man whose brain had developed in his specialized field at the expense of his mind. A Philadelphia scientist, Dr. Harry Gold, was arrested on the charge of having served as contact man between Fuchs and Soviet espionage agents. Gold's arrest was a sequel to FBI questioning of Fuchs in his prison in Great Britain. There were strong fellow traveler influences at work in shaping American policy in the Far East. This important fact should not be obscured by the obvious exaggerations which may be found in the charges of Senator Joseph McCarthy about communist infiltration of the State Department. The Institute of Pacific Relations became a focal point of American thinking on the Far East and during the war acquired almost semi-official status. Many of its members were utilized on part-time and full-time government assignment. A study of the editorial policy of such institute publications as Pacific Affairs and Far Eastern Survey reveals, with negligible exceptions, a pro-Soviet, pro-Chinese communist, anti-Japanese, anti-Kuomintang bias. As I know from a personal experience, Pacific Affairs was committed to the policy of printing nothing which might offend the Soviet Institute of Pacific Relations, a sort of premature UN veto arrangement. It editorially supported the official Kremlin version that the Soviet purges during the 30s were aimed at fascist fifth columnists. Outstanding figure in the Institute, and for some time, editor of Pacific Affairs was Owen Lattimore, author of many books and articles on Far Eastern problems, and a principal figure in McCarthy's charges. Whatever may be thought of McCarthy's allegation that Lattimore is a top Soviet spy, a study of Lattimore's writings would scarcely support the idea that he is or ever has been an anti-communist. This is how the Soviet Union appears to neighboring Asiatic peoples, according to Mr. Lattimore. The Soviet Union stands for strategic security, economic prosperity, technological progress, miraculous medicine, free education, equality of opportunity, and democracy. A powerful combination. 14. The publisher's jacket on this book sums up its essential message as follows. He shows that all the Asiatic peoples are more interested in actual democratic practices, such as the ones they can see in action across the Russian border, than they are in the fine theories of Anglo-Saxon democracies which come coupled with ruthless imperialism. One may reasonably feel that, if Mr. Lattimore is really an anti-communist, he has been very successful in concealing this fact in his published writings. Indeed, there has been a remarkable, if accidental, parallelism between his recommendations on American policy in the Far East and the aims of the Kremlin. The principal points in a memorandum which Lattimore presented to the State Department in the autumn of 1949 may be summarized as follows. 1. The United States should withdraw from Korea. 2. It should disregard Japan as a potential major ally in the Orient. 3. It should speed up recognition and trade with Communist China. 4. It should avoid local entanglements, meaning presumably aid to forces resisting communism, which might annoy the Soviet Union. Stalin might welcome more anti-communists of this kind. Lattimore's views carried considerable weight with the Far Eastern Division of the State Department, especially with its former head, John Carter Vinson. The elimination, in the summer of 1945, of 2 able and experienced advisors on Japan, former Ambassador Joseph C. Drew and former Counselor of Embassy Eugene Duman, helped to leave a free field for those who regarded the nationalist regime of Chiang Kai-shek as an embarrassing nuisance in China and were inclined to practice economic vivisection experiments in Japan. The result of the post-war American policy in the Far East has been to leave this country at a very low ebb in prestige and influence. Suggestive of the influences at work in the field of Far Eastern policy was the strange case of the magazine Eurasia. Edited by a businessman, Philip Jaffe, and Kate Mitchell, a former associate of the Institute of Pacific Relations, Eurasia went further than Pacific affairs in echoing the Soviet viewpoint on Far Eastern matters. The FBI announced on June 7, 1945, that it had discovered large numbers of confidential documents from the State, War, and Navy departments and from other government agencies in the office of Eurasia. Jaffe and Kate Mitchell, Navy Lieutenant Andrew Roth, John S. Broad, Service, and E. S.E.L. Larson of the Far Eastern Division of the State Department, and Mark Gain, a Manchuria-born journalist, were arrested on charge of being implicated in the theft of confidential government papers. Jaffe pleaded guilty and got off with a fine of $2,500. Larson entered a plea of nolo contender and paid a fine of $500. The charges against the others were dropped. The FBI has maintained a good record of not making arrests without strong supporting evidence. The quashing of the charges in the Eurasia case led to suggestions by Representative Don Darrow and others that the case was deliberately not pressed, as it could have been, on the basis of available evidence. When Jaffe was brought to trial, the government prosecutor made no attempt to prove his long record of association with pro-communist organizations, although this might well have been a motive for his unauthorized collecting of government papers. According to Senator Burke Hickenlooper of Iowa, a member of the subcommittee which investigated the Eurasia case, some of the stolen documents were of the highest importance, including the location of American submarines in the Pacific at that time, and a highly confidential message from Roosevelt to Chiang Kai-shek. 15. We do not know, and perhaps never shall know, how much outright treason was mingled with stupidity, opportunism, emotional fellow-traveler admiration of the Soviet regime, and sheer ignorance in shaping American wartime attitudes and activities. The pattern of Soviet espionage in Canada was revealed clearly and sharply because a Soviet cipher clerk, Igor Guzenko, who knew all the essential names and facts, risked his life by turning over this information to the Canadian authorities. No Soviet agent who knew as much as Guzenko turned state's evidence in the United States. Consequently, revelations of Soviet espionage and American treason came out in haphazard, piecemeal fashion. It is sometimes impossible to know with certainty whether a man crossed the dangerously narrow no man's land between emotional enthusiasm for communism and willingness to be a spy in the service of a foreign power. Moreover, there has been continuity in the political character of the administration. There has been no great desire in high Washington quarters to press home investigations, which might be damaging to the character, or at least to the judgment, of men prominently identified with the New Deal and the Roosevelt wartime administration. On the basis of what is known beyond reasonable doubt, however, it may be said that in no previous war was the United States so plagued with infiltration of government agencies and warping of policies in the interest of a foreign power. A number of factors combined to produce this undesirable result. There was the old intellectual occupational disease of fellow traveler sympathy. There was the cult of totalitarian liberalism. There was the illusion, obstinately, although most illogically cherished, by the most fanatical anti-Hitler crusaders, that appeasement would work with Stalin. There was the significant and unfortunate fact that no one with intimate first-hand knowledge of Soviet communism in theory and practice enjoyed much confidence or influence in the White House. All this created an atmosphere in which public opinion placed no effective brake on mistaken administration policies, in which Soviet agents and propagandists, native and foreign, found it very easy to operate. One, the best and most vivid picture of this side of America's wartime life is to be found in a novel, The Grand Design by John Dos Passos. No future historian of the period can afford to overlook this revealing book. Two Lions' book, The Red Decade, Indianapolis, Bob's, 1941, in which this phrase occurs, contains massive documentation on the extent of communist influence in American intellectual circles during the decade before the war. 3. Not the famous general of the same name. 4. C. Dwight MacDonald, Henry Wallace, The Man and the Myth, New York, Vanguard Press, 1947, p. 48. 5. As one learns from his memoirs, Hull was frequently irritated by the interference of Wallace's Board of Economic Warfare with what the Secretary regarded as the proper functions of the State Department. 6. Wallace's cabinet colleague, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., reports in a magazine article that Wallace got the Great Pyramid printed on the currency of the United States in the belief that it possessed some mystical value. 7. One finds abundant and detailed proof of this statement in Soviet gold. New York. Farrar Straus, 1949, by Vladimir Petrov, a Russian who escaped from the Soviet Union after serving a sentence of several years in the slave labor camps of eastern Siberia. 8. One World, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1943, as reprinted in Prefaces to Peace, cooperatively published by Simon & Schuster, Doubleday, Doran, Raynal and Hitchcock, and Columbia University Press, p. 176. 9. Ibid, p. 176. 10. The hackneyed expression, poetic justice, seems applicable to the fact that at least one of the 16 was subsequently expelled from the Soviet Union, charged with being an American spy, and that several others were refused entrance visas. 11. I do not think this parallel is altogether accurate. The Sudeten Germans had always disliked Czech rule and felt some attraction to Germany. There is not the least evidence that any considerable number of Ukrainians and Belarusians wished to be absorbed into the Soviet Union. 12. Defeat in Victory, Garden City, Doubleday, 1947, pp. 100, 30-31. 14. Solution in Asia, Boston, Little, 1945, p. 139. 15. See the New York Herald Tribune for May 31, 1950. 11. Poland, the Great Betrayal. The questions are not, shall Poland's eastern border be shifted westward? Shall she lose her eastern territories, or, losing them, acquire in their place western territories at the expense of Germany? The question is, shall Poland exist? Beyond this, there is another question. Shall Europe exist? The Europe we have known, and hope to know again. The Europe for which the war is being fought. The Europe which alone gives the war any meaning. A Europe that is neither anarchy nor servitude. The Europe that is a balanced and integral whole. The Europe that is so much more than a geographical expression. Europe the stronghold of the Greco-Roman and Christian heritage? That is the question. 1. One wonders what would have happened if the British government, when offering its guarantee against aggression to the Polish government in the spring of 1939, had said, "You must understand that this guarantee applies only against Germany. If the Soviet Union proposes to take almost half of your territory and impose on what is left of Poland a communist-dominated government, you cannot count on our help. On the contrary, we will make no serious effort to prevent the Soviet government from accomplishing these designs, and will even support its case against yours." No, Benny. Suppose that, while the Yugoslav government was being pushed and prodded by the Roosevelt administration into entering an unequal struggle against Germany, some candid and far-sighted American diplomat had offered the following prophetic warning: "You will experience all the sufferings of foreign occupation. More than that, your country will be devastated by a savage social civil war. In this war, the Moscow-trained communist Josip Broz Tito will enjoy the support not only of the Soviet Union, but of Great Britain and the United States. You and other non-communist Yugoslav patriots will be lucky if you save your lives in exile or in obscurity at home." Nay. Suppose some authoritative voice had warned the American people before Pearl Harbor. "Our policy of giving unconditional support to Chiang Kai-shek's regime in China will lead to war with Japan. This war will be fought to the complete ruin of Japan. However, we will not worry about Soviet and communist aggression in China. In fact, we will bribe Stalin at China's expense so as to draw him into our grand crusade against Japan. The end of this will be that China will fall into the grip of Chinese communists, devoted disciples of Moscow, bitter enemies of the United States. These communists will inflict upon American diplomatic representatives insults unheard of since the Boxer Uprising." Now, would our crusade have made much sense if its consequences in Eastern Europe and East Asia had been accurately foreseen? The betrayals of those groups in Poland and Yugoslavia and China, which looked to America and Britain for sympathy and support, were also acts of profound stupidity from the cold-blooded standpoint of national interest. Can any American or Briton believe in retrospect that a great outlay of blood and treasure was vindicated by the emergence of a Moscow-trained clique as rulers of Poland, of Tito as dictator of Yugoslavia, of Mao Tse-tung as the communist overlord of China? The betrayal of Poland was the crudest and most flagrant of the three, if only because Poland was the pretense for the whole crusade. Therefore, this betrayal will be examined in detail as a symbol of what went wrong with a war that was being waged ostensibly for national self-determination and against aggression. During the period 1939-41, when Poland was partitioned between the Nazi and Soviet regimes, both these dictatorships did everything in their power to stamp out Polish national consciousness. The Nazis expelled Poles from cities like Gdynia and Poznan, and from some regions which were marked for German colonization. They closed universities and higher schools. They were ruthless in dealing with every sign of resistance, and sent large numbers of Poles to concentration camps, where many perished. Especially terrible was the planned extermination of the Jews. Most of the large Jewish population of Poland had been destroyed by the end of the war. The Soviet masters of Eastern Poland did not resort to this maniacal policy of exterminating a whole ethnic group, but on every other count they equaled and sometimes exceeded the brutalities of the Nazis. They systematically arrested and in some cases killed individuals who were associated with political activity. Leaders of Polish, Ukrainian, and Jewish organizations, members of the Diet, judges, intellectuals. They carried off about 1,200,000 persons in mass deportations to Russia. Most of the deportees were sent to slave labor camps. The deportations were carried out with revolting cruelty. Villages were surrounded by soldiers and police. People were rounded up and thrown like cattle into unheated freight cars. On the long trips there was an appalling lack of food, water, and sanitary facilities. When Polish representatives were able to carry out investigations in Russia, it was found that about one-fourth of the deportees had perished as a result of hardships on the trips and maltreatment in concentration camps. 2. A principal aim of the deportations was to diminish the number of people of ethnic Polish stock in the eastern provinces, which were annexed to the Ukrainian and Belarusian Soviet republics. These annexations occurred after typically farcical totalitarian elections, held without the most elementary safeguards of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and secrecy of voting. It was often suggested in later discussions of the Soviet-Polish issue that there was some valid Soviet claim to Polish territory east of the so-called Curzon line. It was suggested that this line was a final impartial award on Poland's eastern frontier, which the Poles willfully transgressed. 3. It was also argued that the population of eastern Poland was mainly Russian, and that the Soviet Union needed this region for reasons of strategic security. These contentions are without any basis in fact. The Curzon line, with the fixing of which Lord Curzon had little to do, was never thought of as a final frontier settlement. It was proposed as a temporary demarcation line by the Supreme Allied Council in Paris on December 8, 1919. Later, Lord Curzon, as British Foreign Secretary, proposed that this should be the provisional frontier at a time when the Red Army held the military advantage over the Poles in the Soviet-Polish War of 1920. But the Soviet leaders at that time were bent on Sovietizing all Poland. They refused to halt their armies at the Curzon line. The Soviet government even stated officially that the line was unjust to Poland. It was willing to grant a more favorable boundary to a communist Poland. The Soviet-Polish frontier, as finally established by the Treaty of Riga in March 1921, was almost identical with the boundary imposed on Poland at the time of that country's second partition at the hands of Russia, Austria, and Prussia in 1791. Only about 150,000 Russians were on the Polish side of this frontier, while about 1,500,000 Poles were left in the Soviet Union. To be sure, the population of eastern Poland is ethnically mixed. This is equally true of many parts of the Soviet Union and most countries of Eastern and Central Europe. According to the Polish census of 1931, the territory seized by the Soviet Union in 1939 was inhabited by 4,794,000 Poles, 4,139,000 Ukrainians, 1,045,000. All these figures had somewhat increased in 1939. The two principal cities of eastern Poland, Wilno and Lwów, were Polish by the tests of population, language, architecture, and long historical association. Lwów had never belonged to Russia. There was a nationalist movement among the Ukrainians of eastern Poland, but a large majority of these Ukrainians, as subsequent events foreshowed, were bitterly anti-communist. Their aim was an independent Ukrainian state, not absorption into the Soviet Union. As for the security argument, it is disposed of by simple and indisputable historical facts. Russia was twice invaded by Germany, when the former was in possession of eastern Poland. It was never thus invaded while this region was in the possession of an independent Poland. The Soviet government accepted the boundary, fixed by the Treaty of Riga, in free negotiation. It gave a new voluntary endorsement of this frontier by concluding a non-aggression and neutrality pact with Poland in 1932. In short, there is nothing to distinguish the Soviet seizure of eastern Poland from any of the acts of predatory aggression which were supposed to warrant a global crusade against Hitler and the Japanese militarists. Molotov had gleefully exclaimed in October 1939 that nothing remained of Poland, that ugly offspring of the Versailles Treaty. But the Polish government continued to function abroad, first in France, later in London. Polish aviators played a heroic and brilliant part in the Battle of Britain. Polish armed forces increased in numbers after it was possible to recruit soldiers among the war prisoners and deportees in Russia. By 1944, 140,000 Poles were fighting on land, on sea, and in the air, and there were substantial Polish units on the Italian and Western fronts. The Polish government in London was composed of representatives of the four principal Polish political parties: the National Democratic, the Peasant, the Socialist, and the Christian Labour Party. It was in close touch with one of the most daring and active underground movements in Europe. Communism had never been strong in Poland, even among the industrial workers. It was closely linked in the people's memory with the hated Russian rule. The Polish Communist Party was so weak and so torn by factional strife that it was dissolved by the Communist International in 1937. The Union of Polish Patriots 5, which evolved into the Lublin Committee and furnished the nucleus of the government which was forced on Poland by Soviet armed force, was a highly synthetic creation. It possessed a hard core of fanatical communists who were willing to play the role of Red Queslings, reinforced more and more by opportunists who realized that the Western powers would not protect Poland against Stalin's designs. Hitler's attack on Russia marked the beginning of a new phase in Soviet-Polish relations. Stalin's spoils from the Pact of August 1939, Eastern Poland and the Baltic states, were rapidly overrun by the Germans, uprisings against Soviet rule in Lithuania and Eastern Galicia, hastening the process. Always astute and flexible, Stalin saw the advantage of reaching a temporary agreement with the Polish government. This government, then headed by General Władysław Sikorski, was willing to forget the painful experience of Soviet occupation of Eastern Poland in the interest of the common struggle against Nazi Germany. So the British-Soviet Agreement of July 12, 1941, pledging the two powers to support each other and not to conclude a separate peace or armistice, was followed by the Soviet-Polish Agreement of July 30. The Soviet government recognized that the Soviet-German treaties of 1939, dealing with territorial changes in Poland, had lost their validity. There were assurances of mutual support, and it was agreed that a Polish army should be raised in the Soviet Union, and that there should be an amnesty for Poles detained in Russia. There were significant omissions in this instrument. There was no specific Soviet recognition of the 1939 Polish frontier. Sikorski tried hard to obtain this, but in vain. Several members of his cabinet felt so strongly on this subject that they resigned. There was strong British pressure to get the agreement signed, and Foreign Secretary Eden, in a note of July 30, assured Sikorski that His Majesty's government do not recognize any territorial changes which have been effected in Poland since August 1939. This was to prove a very brittle and short-lived assurance. Sikorski went to Russia at the beginning of December 1941. Stalin gave him a hospitable reception. After discussing the common war effort and the details of forming the Polish army in Russia, Stalin raised the question of the Polish eastern boundary. He suggested that he would be satisfied with very slight alterations. Sikorski flatly refused to discuss any change, and the subject was dropped. But the Soviet government was already seeking to undermine Polish claims to sovereignty in its eastern provinces. In a note of December 1, 1941, the Soviet government asserted the right to conscript for the Red Army Polish citizens of Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Jewish origin who formerly lived in eastern Poland, described in the note as Western Ukraine and Western Belarusia. The note contained the statement that the question of the frontier between the Soviet Union and Poland has not been settled and is subject to settlement in the future. 6. Stalin, who had tried to soothe Sikorski with assurances that he wanted only slight alterations in the Soviet-Polish frontier, showed his true intentions plainly when Anthony Eden, British Foreign Minister, visited the Soviet Union in December 1941. The Soviet dictator demanded the restoration of the Soviet borders as they were before Hitler's attack. He intimated that the conclusion of the Anglo-Soviet treaty, which was under discussion, would depend on British willingness to concede this point. 7. Both Churchill and Eden, quickly forgetting the British official assurance that no territorial changes in Poland were recognized, were inclined to yield to Stalin's demand. But this was one of the very few occasions when the United States government took a strong line in defense of the Atlantic Charter. A State Department memorandum, prepared by James C. Dunn and Ray Atherton and approved by Secretary Hull, flatly rejected the proposed Soviet annexation of Polish territory. To yield to the Soviet demand, so stated the memorandum, would affect the integrity of the Atlantic Charter. The British cabinet continued to waver. Eden, despite his reputation as an upholder of international morality, was willing to buy Stalin's precarious friendship by turning over millions of people in Eastern Europe to the rule of the Soviet political police. But Roosevelt backed up the State Department. He assured General Sikorsky in March that the American government had not forgotten the Atlantic Charter. 8. The affair came to a head in May, when Molotov went to London for a final discussion of the terms of the Anglo-Soviet Treaty. He pressed strongly for recognition of the Soviet claim to eastern Poland, the Baltic states, and part of Finland. The British might well have given way if the State Department had not interposed an attitude of uncompromising opposition. Hull suggested that if the treaty contained the proposed territorial provisions, the United States might issue a separate statement of repudiation. The British then altered their viewpoint. The treaty, a 20-year alliance, was signed on May 26 without territorial commitments. The subsequent political history of the war might have been different if Roosevelt and Hull had maintained this firm attitude. This they conspicuously failed to do. But the American position, as stated by the President and the Secretary of State at this time, is the most decisive condemnation of the subsequent surrenders at Tehran and Yalta. Obviously, Soviet demands which were considered inadmissible and inconsistent with the Atlantic Charter in 1942 did not become more justified with the passing of years. But the American attitude steadily weakened, curiously enough, as American military power increased. Both in Washington and in London, there was fear that Stalin might make a separate peace with Hitler. This fear was unwarranted because Stalin's interest in smashing German military power was far greater than America's. The United States was safe from any danger of overseas invasion as soon as it had built up its wartime air and naval power. Had Stalin made a separate peace with Hitler, and thereby broken his alliance with the West, he would have exposed himself to another devastating onslaught from the German war machine. However, fear of a Soviet separate peace weakened Western opposition to Soviet annexationist schemes, almost to the point of paralysis. This fear was cunningly stimulated by petulant Soviet gestures, such as complaints about the failure to invade France in 1942 or 1943, and the recall of the Soviet ambassadors in Washington and London, Litvinov and Maysky, in 1943. Another factor which predisposed the American government to a policy of appeasing the Soviet Union was the artificial building up of pro-Soviet sentiment by government agencies. 9. This sentiment became a Frankenstein's monster, hard to control. So there was little reaction to the secret killing by the Soviet police of two prominent Polish Jewish socialist leaders, Henryk Ehrlich and Viktor Alter. These men, arrested during the Soviet invasion of Poland in 1939, were released under the amnesty for Polish citizens in the summer of 1941. They were engaged in organizing an international Jewish anti-fascist committee when both disappeared in Kuybyshev, the temporary Soviet capital, in December 1941. Inquiries about their fate remained unanswered, until Litvinov in December 1942 informed William Green, president of the AFL, that they had been shot by order of a Soviet tribunal for collaboration with the Nazis and for their work among the Red Army and among the Soviet population on behalf of Hitler. This defamatory and wildly improbable charge, both as Jews and as socialists, Ehrlich and Alter were irreconcilable enemies of Nazism, was vigorously denied by the Polish government in a note of March 8, 1943. 10. The contrasted experience of Ehrlich-Alter under Soviet and under Polish rule is an instructive commentary on the familiar apologetic argument that Soviet rule, with all its faults, was an improvement on the feudal and reactionary conditions which were supposed to exist in pre-war Poland. The Polish government in the years before the war was authoritarian. Anti-Semitism existed in Poland. Yet Ehrlich-Alter sat in the Polish parliament, attended international socialist congresses, carried on fairly free political activity. The Soviet Union, professing to bring liberation to Eastern Poland, shot them without public trial and on a fantastically improbable accusation. Strengthened by the victory at Stalingrad, conscious that little serious opposition was to be feared in Washington and London, the Soviet leaders pushed ahead with their plans for the territorial mutilation and political subjugation of Poland. The plight of the million or more Poles who had been deported to Russia was desperate. Almost all were destitute of food and clothing. Many were in the last stages of exhaustion and disease. In December 1941, the Polish government, by agreement with the Soviet government, tried to furnish relief through agencies which were set up in various Soviet cities. But in the summer of 1942, these agencies were closed, and many of their personnel were arrested. A further step in the same direction was taken on January 16, 1943, when the Soviet government extended its earlier ruling that Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews born in the eastern provinces of Poland were Soviet citizens, to include people of Polish ethnic origin. All these provocations were hushed up by the Polish embassies abroad under strong pressure from the American and British governments. The final blow fell on April 25, 1943, when the Soviet government cynically used the discovery of a crime, almost certainly committed by its own agents, as an excuse for breaking off relations with the Polish government. This action followed a German statement that thousands of bodies of Polish officers, killed by shots in the back of the head, had been discovered in the Katyn forest, near the town of Smolensk in western Russia. The Polish government, in a declaration of April 17, asked for an international Red Cross investigation of the affair. This declaration emphasized that the Germans themselves had committed many atrocities and denied the right of the Germans to pose as the defenders of Christianity and Western civilization. The appeal for a Red Cross investigation was used by the Soviet government as an excuse for breaking off diplomatic relations. This cleared the way for building up a puppet government for Poland, recruited from refugee communists and other Poles willing to accept Soviet dictation. Behind the Polish request for an investigation lay almost 2 years of unsuccessful effort to penetrate a very sinister mystery. There were about 180,000 prisoners of war in Russia in 1939, including some 10,000 officers. Only a few hundred of these officers were found among the masses of Poles, who were released after Hitler's invasion of Russia. Many thousands had vanished without a trace. Prime Minister Sikorski, General Anders, commander of the Polish army, which was raised in Russia and later transferred to the Near East, and Ambassador Koch all raised the question of the fate of these officers in talks with Stalin. They received only evasive, non-committal replies, varied with suggestions that were merely ridiculous, such as that the officers might have escaped to Manchuria. Stalin talked with Koch on November 14, 1941, and called up the headquarters of the NKVD to inquire what had become of the officers. He put down the receiver after receiving a reply and changed the subject. There were many Polish official inquiries. There was no Soviet official reply to the effect that the officers had been left in a prison camp, abandoned at the time of the German invasion. This version was only thought of when the corpses were discovered. There were apparently no survivors of the massacre. The Germans held an inquiry, attended by medical experts from a number of European countries. They reached the conclusion, on the basis of letters, newspapers, and diaries found on the bodies and other circumstantial evidence, that the killings took place in March and April 1940. After the Red Army retook the area, there was a Soviet investigation which ended in the conclusion that the slaughter occurred in the autumn of 1941. Neither the German nor the Soviet investigation could be regarded as impartial. With one exception, 11, the members of the German Commission were citizens of countries associated with Germany in the war or occupied by Germany. The witnesses in the Soviet inquiry were obviously under the strongest pressure to testify as the Soviet government desired. There is, however, an overwhelming weight of circumstantial evidence pointing to Soviet guilt for the Katyn massacre. 12. The following points would seem to be decisive. 1. The Soviet government never took the opportunity to place responsibility for the fate of the officers on the Germans by stating that the prison camp had been abandoned until the bodies were discovered. Soviet replies to repeated Polish inquiries were invariably evasive. 2. All letters from the imprisoned officers to their families ceased not in 1941, but in the spring of 1940. 3. Neither the Soviet government nor the communist-dominated regime in Poland made any attempt to establish German responsibility for this crime after the end of the war. 4. It is most improbable, if not impossible, that all the Polish officers would have waited passively to be captured by the Germans if the camp had been abandoned, according to the Soviet version. The completeness of the massacre suggests that there was no confusion, no opportunity for some of the victims to escape. General Sikorsky lost his life in an airplane accident in July 1943. He was succeeded as Prime Minister by Stanislaw Mikolajczyk, leader of the Peasant Party. The tendency in Washington and London to sacrifice Poland's territorial integrity and national independence proceeded at an accelerated pace during 1943 and 1944. Edward Beneš, leader of the Czechoslovak government in exile, found the United States government ready to throw over Poland as early as May 1943. As he wrote in retrospect, from Roosevelt's remarks and even more from Harry Hopkins's, I saw that the United States had already made a decision. In principle, it accepted the Soviet stand on changes in Poland's former eastern frontier and agreed that an accord must be reached between Poland and the Soviet Union. I was convinced that the London Poles' expectation of receiving support from the United States for their claims against the Soviet Union was sheer wishful thinking. Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles expressed this view to me the next day. 13. Beneš himself displayed great energy in getting his country accepted as the first Soviet satellite. He broke off discussions with Poland about a Central European Federation because this would displease Stalin. He was the first representative of an East European state who signed a special treaty of friendship and alliance with the Soviet Union. He lived long enough to realize the value of this treaty, especially of the clause which stressed the principle of mutual non-interference in internal affairs. The first Soviet satellite enjoyed only the dubious privilege of being the last to be devoured. Early in 1943, Sumner Welles asked Ciechanowski whether the Polish government was determined not to yield an inch of its eastern territory. The British ambassador in Washington, Lord Halifax, asked him whether the acceptance by the Polish government of the Curzon Line as a frontier would really be such a hardship. 14. Sensing the attitude of weakness on the part of the Western powers, the Soviet government became more and more truculent in its diplomatic manners and methods. America and Britain, on August 11, 1943, submitted a joint proposal to Moscow. They suggested a resumption of Soviet-Polish diplomatic relations and such elementary humanitarian measures as the evacuation of Polish refugees to the Near East, recognition of the Polish nationality of ethnic Poles, and permission for other Polish refugees to opt for Polish or Soviet citizenship. The Soviet reply was delayed until September 27 and was aggressively uncooperative in tone. The Soviet note alleged that the American and British proposals almost coincide with the pretensions of the Polish government, which refer in demagogic fashion to the necessity of liberating and evacuating unfortunate Polish citizens from the Soviet Union. A statement of this type is lacking in any foundation whatever and cannot be considered in any other way than as an insulting attack against the Soviet Union, to which the Soviet government does not consider it necessary to react. 15. A stoppage or suggestive slowing down of Lend-Lease shipments would probably have produced more courteous language and a more accommodating attitude. But this, as Hull tells us, was a suggestion which neither he nor the president entertained for a moment. The psychology of the rabbit vis-a-vis the boa constrictor continued to prevail. The more Stalin insulted the Western leaders, the more they endeavored to placate him. Hull gave Sechenkovsky some encouragement before he left for the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers, but very little after he returned. And there was a still more significant occurrence. When Sikorsky visited Washington in March 1943, plans had been worked out for parachuting munitions and supplies to the Polish Patriot Underground Army. After the Moscow Conference, these plans were cancelled. Stalin might be displeased. The Poles, who had been fighting when Stalin and Ribbentrop had been exchanging toasts of friendship and cooperation against the decadent democracies, were left defenseless at the moment when their unequal struggle against two totalitarian oppressors was reaching its climax. There is still no full and authoritative account of the highly secret Tehran Conference, although it is fair to assume that much that was put in written form at Yalta was predetermined at Tehran. However, Churchill, in speeches before the House of Commons, has given a frank, realistic picture of the roles which he and Roosevelt played in the betrayal of Poland. Churchill apparently took the initiative in proposing to give away Polish territory. He told the House on February 22, 1944, I took occasion to raise personally with Marshal Stalin the question of the future of Poland. According to an American participant in this conference, Churchill shifted matchsticks about to show how Poland's frontiers were to be shifted from east to west. Churchill let more light into the dark places of Tehran when he informed the House on December 15, 1944, that Poland would gain in the West and North territories more important and highly developed than what would be lost in the East. That many millions of persons, Poles in eastern Poland, Germans in the ethnically German regions of Silesia, East Prussia, and other areas east of the Oder-Neisse boundary line would be driven from their homes under conditions of terrible misery did not disturb Mr. Churchill. After all, he said, 6 or 7 million Germans have been killed already in this frightful war. 16. Moreover, we must expect that many more Germans will be killed in the fighting which will occupy the spring and summer. These ideas, said Churchill, arose at the Tehran Conference. And in the same speech, the British Prime Minister gave a clear characterization of the President's silent complicity in this colossal repudiation of the Atlantic Charter, to which Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin continued to pay lip service. The President is aware of everything that has passed, and of all that is in the minds both of the Russians and of the British. I am particularly careful not ever to speak in the name of any other power, unless so directed beforehand, and I hope the House will make allowance for the care with which I pick my words upon this point. All I can say is that I have received no formal disagreement in all these long months upon the way in which the future of Poland is shaping itself, or being shaped. Here is a clear indication of the distribution of roles. Churchill was the outright executioner of Poland's territorial integrity and political independence. Roosevelt was the Pontius Pilate who tried to wash his hands of the whole affair. The President avoided any blunt statement or direct commitment that might have alienated the important Polish-American vote in the United States. But the spirit of 1942, when there was outspoken and successful American opposition to the recognition of Soviet annexationist claims, was gone. The Venerable Hull hopefully told a joint session of Congress on November 18, 1943, after his return from Moscow. There will no longer be need for spheres of influence, for alliances, for balance of power, or any other of the special arrangements through which, in the unhappy past, the nations strove to safeguard their security or to promote their interests. By a shrewder student of diplomacy, Edouard Benesch, noted in his Memoirs 17 that at the Tehran Conference, where Hull was not present, the first attempts were made to establish military and political spheres of influence for the Eastern and Western powers. The Soviet Union, without encountering American and British opposition, put in a claim for a zone including northeastern Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. While Benesch found that because of this zonal arrangement, it was difficult to get American and British help during the uprising against German occupation in Slovakia in the autumn of 1940. The kind of settlement for Poland envisaged at Tehran became clear on January 22, 1944, when Churchill and Eden proposed a 5-point solution to the Polish government. The 5 points were acceptance of the Curzon Line frontier, assignment to Poland of East Prussia, Danzig, and Upper Silesia as far as the Oder River, removal of the entire German population from the newly annexed territory, return to Poland of Poles living east of the new frontier, American, British, Soviet approval of the new boundaries. Prime Minister Mikolajczyk found it impossible to accept these proposals. More than territorial dismemberment was at stake. For when the United States government, on January 19, 1944, offered mediation with a view to restoring Soviet-Polish diplomatic relations, the Soviet reply, which rejected mediation, offered the following insidious suggestion. The exclusion of all pro-fascist, imperialist elements and the inclusion in the Polish government of democratic elements would be a fundamental improvement and would create a favorable basis for the re-establishment of Soviet-Polish relations and the settlement of the border question. In Soviet terminology, later to find illustration not only in Poland, but in many other countries. Pro-fascist imperialists were men who stood for the independence of their countries. Democratic elements were either communists or individuals who were willing to accept communist dictation. The Soviet reply was a veiled demand that Poland accept the status of a vassal state. Mikolajczyk placed his hopes in American support. During the first months of 1944, the American attitude was vague and non-committal. Expressions of abstract sympathy with Poland's cause were not accompanied by any steps calculated to check the trend which had set in since Tehran. When Mikolajczyk, after some delays, was invited to America in June 1944, Roosevelt received him very graciously and talked with him 5 times in 10 days. The president promised to use his influence with Stalin in favor of leaving the important city of Lwów and the economically valuable Galician oil wells to Poland. He thought possibly Wilno might also be saved. Mikolajczyk was soon to learn the value of these assurances. The Red Army advanced deep into Poland during the first half of 1944. Polish underground forces harassed the Germans and rendered considerable help in the capture of Lwów and Wilno. At first, the leaders of these units were thanked, praised, and sometimes decorated by the Red Army command. Later, they were usually arrested, deported, shot, or hanged. There was a vast and ruthless purge of all known enemies of communism. Late in July, the Red Army was within a few miles of Warsaw. A considerable detachment of the Home Army, the Polish underground force, was in the Polish capital under the command of General T. or Komorowski. His radio picked up on July 30 a Polish-language broadcast from Moscow ending with the names of Molotov and Edward Osobkomorowski, a leading figure in the Moscow Organized Polish Committee of National Liberation. The broadcast was a call to immediate revolt. Poles, the time of liberation is at hand. Poles, to arms! Make every Polish home a stronghold against the invader. There is not a moment to lose. 18. On the following day, London picked up a similar appeal, broadcast from Moscow. At the same time, it was announced from London that Mikolajczyk was going to Moscow to see Stalin. Believing that Soviet military aid was certain and that the signal for action had been given, Bohr gave the order for revolt. What followed was one of the most heroic and tragic episodes of the war. For 2 months, this guerrilla army, with the enthusiastic support of the Warsaw population, without tanks, airplanes, or heavy artillery, fought against strong and well-equipped German units. The city of Warsaw was completely demolished in the process. During the first 2 weeks, the insurgents won remarkable success and held a considerable part of the city. But the Soviet advance abruptly stopped. During the decisive days of the struggle for Warsaw, the Soviet government refused even to allow American and British airplanes to use nearby Soviet bases in order to drop desperately needed munitions and supplies to the insurgents. Stalin had promised Mikolajczyk that he would do all in his power to help the home army. At the same time, the Soviet dictator tried to extort from Mikolajczyk acceptance of the loss of East Poland and consent to be prime minister in a cabinet in which 4 of 18 members would be communists or communist sympathizers. 19. Mikolajczyk refused this offer and left Moscow for London on August 9th, still hoping that Soviet military aid would be forthcoming for Warsaw. He dispatched another plea for this aid to Stalin. But TASS, the official Soviet news agency, issued a statement on August 14th, which revealed the true design of the Soviet government with brutal frankness. TASS is in possession of information which shows that the Polish circles in London responsible for the Warsaw Uprising made no attempt to coordinate this action with the Soviet High Command. In these circumstances, the only people responsible for the results of the events in Warsaw are the émigré circles in London. There was, of course, no mention of the Moscow broadcasts which had encouraged the revolt, or of Stalin's promise to Mikolajczyk to aid the uprising. When Averell Harriman, American ambassador to the Soviet Union, pleaded with Molotov on August 14 for permission to use Soviet shuttle bases for American bombers, the Soviet foreign minister flatly refused, calling the uprising a purely adventurous affair, to which the Soviet government could not lend a hand. In a later discussion, on the night of August 16, Molotov admitted to Harriman that Stalin had promised Mikolajczyk aid to Warsaw. However, the Soviet government could not countenance association with the insurrection, because it was evident from newspaper and radio statements emanating from the Polish government in London that the movement was inspired by men antagonistic to the Soviet Union. 21. When the revolt was almost completely crushed, the Soviet government permitted one shuttle flight on September 18th, and the Red Army dropped some supplies from its own airplanes. By this time, it was too late for such assistance to be of any value. By first provoking, then abandoning the insurrection, the Soviet government had procured the exposure and destruction of a large part of the home army. It was in line with the deportations of 1939-40, designed to eliminate or greatly reduce the Polish ethnic population east of the Curzon Line, and with the Kaidan massacre, which deprived Poland of patriotic trained officers. With the endorsement of his cabinet in London, Mikolajczyk offered counterproposals to Stalin's inacceptable suggestions in Moscow. Some modification of the eastern frontier without giving up Love and Wilno was admitted. It was also proposed to admit 3 representatives of the Communist Party, along with 3 delegates from each of the 4 main political parties, into a Polish provisional government. The British approved this scheme, and there was a last attempt to reach agreement with Stalin in October. Churchill and Eden took part in the negotiations, along with Mikolajczyk, Stalin, Molotov, and the American ambassador Harriman. The emptiness of Roosevelt's assurances to Mikolajczyk during the latter's visit to Washington was dramatically exposed. When the Polish Prime Minister argued that Poland deserved a better eastern frontier than the Curzon Line, Molotov suddenly broke in. But all this was settled at Tehran. We all agreed at Tehran that the Curzon line must divide Poland. You will recall that President Roosevelt agreed to this solution and strongly endorsed the line. According to Mikolajczyk's account, he looked at Churchill and Harriman, hoping for a denial. But Harriman looked silently at the rug, and Churchill replied, "I confirm this." 21. Later Churchill bullied Mikolajczyk almost as ruthlessly as Hitler had bullied the Czechoslovak President Hácha on the eve of his march into Prague. A painful and extraordinary scene occurred. The Polish representative held out as best he could for his country's independence and territorial integrity, the very issue for which the war was ostensibly being fought. Churchill tried to impose the deal he thought he had made with Stalin by threats and abuse. The climax was reached when Churchill told Mikolajczyk that he would personally guarantee freedom from Russian interference for what was left of Poland. This was too much for the normally patient and rather phlegmatic Pole. He bluntly retorted that he would rather die fighting with the underground than be hanged later in full view of your British ambassador. This was what almost literally happened later to Nikola Petkov, leader of the Bulgarian opposition. Mikolajczyk most probably escaped a similar fate only by a timely and successful flight from Poland. The Polish Prime Minister on October 27 addressed an appeal to Roosevelt, recalling the hopes the president held out to him in June and asking the latter to address a personal appeal to Stalin for the retention of Lviv and the Galician oil fields by Poland. Roosevelt's reply of November 1722 evaded the points raised in the appeal. It coldly intimated that America would raise no objection if an agreement on frontier changes were reached between the Polish, Soviet, and British governments. Harriman met Mikolajczyk in London and offered to intercede with Stalin for Lviv. In view of the Soviet dictator's unbending attitude, there was little prospect that such intercession would succeed. A break between Mikolajczyk and the majority of his cabinet occurred on the question of whether to use Harriman's good offices. The majority argued that this would constitute a recognition of the Curzon line as the frontier, except in the Lviv area, and was therefore unacceptable. Mikolajczyk, impressed by the absence of American and British support, and fearing the complete isolation of Poland, was in favor of making greater concession. The desertion of the Western powers placed Poland's patriots before an agonizing dilemma. Honorable difference of opinion was possible, because of the unpromising nature of the two alternatives between which a choice had to be made. An attitude of refusing to yield an inch of the pre-war frontier was logical and consistent. Poland's moral case was unanswerable. But, with the visible American and British willingness to try to appease Stalin at Poland's expense, an uncompromising policy meant, in all probability, that the government in exile would never be able to return to Poland. On the other hand, given the Soviet record, the deportations, the Katyn massacre, the incitation and betrayal of the Warsaw Uprising, the growing support for a puppet communist regime, there was little chance that Poland's independence could be saved by the sacrifice of its eastern provinces. However, Mikolajczyk and some of his political associates in the Peasant Party believed that the chance, however slight, must be grasped that they should return to Poland at any price. Despite pleas for delay from Roosevelt, Stalin recognized his own creation, the Polish Committee of National Liberation, as the Provisional Government of Poland on January 5, 1945. From this time, the Soviet government took the position that this regime, which was completely dependent on Moscow for its support and its very existence, was the legitimate government of Poland. The Polish issue figured prominently in the discussions at the Yalta Conference of the Big Three. This conference is described in more detail in Chapter 10. The agreement on Poland conceded the substance of Stalin's demands, while it contained a few face-saving phrases designed to win the approval of Western public opinion. The text of this agreement was as follows. A new situation has been created in Poland as a result of her complete liberation by the Red Army. This calls for the establishment of a Polish provisional government which can be more broadly based than was possible before the recent liberation of the western part of Poland. The provisional government which is now functioning in Poland should therefore be reorganized on a broader democratic basis with the inclusion of democratic leaders from Poland itself and from Poles abroad. This new government should then be called the Polish Provisional Government of National Unity. Molotov, Mr. Harriman, and Sir A.U. Clark Kerr are authorized as a commission to consult in the first instance in Moscow with members of the present provisional government and with other Polish democratic leaders from within Poland and from abroad, with a view to the reorganization of the present government along the above lines. The Polish Provisional Government of National Unity shall be pledged to the holding of free and unfettered elections as soon as possible on the basis of universal suffrage and secret ballot. In these elections, all democratic and anti-Nazi parties shall have the right to take part and to put forward candidates. When a Polish Provisional Government of National Unity has been properly formed in conformity with the above, the government of the USSR, which now maintains diplomatic relations with the present Provisional Government of Poland, and the government of the United Kingdom and the government of the USA will establish diplomatic relations with the new Polish Provisional Government of National Unity, and will exchange ambassadors by whose reports the respective governments will be kept informed about the situation in Poland. The three heads of government consider that the eastern frontier of Poland should follow the Curzon line with digressions from it in some regions of 5 to 8 kilometers in favor of Poland. They recognize that Poland must receive substantial accessions of territory in the north and west. They feel now that the opinion of the entire new Polish Provisional Government of National Unity should be sought in due course on the extent of these accessions, and that the final delimitation on the western frontier of Poland should therefore await the peace conference. Signed, Winston S. Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, J.V. Stalin. One of the most striking features of this agreement, which dealt with the most vital problems of Poland's future, is that no Pole had a word to say about it. The Big Three proceeded to carve up Poland, to take away land that was historically and ethnically Polish, to assign to Poland land that was historically and ethnically German, without even listening to any representative of the Polish people. No conquered enemy nation could have received more contemptuous treatment. The tragic drama of Munich was reenacted at Yalta with startling fidelity. Only the personalities changed. The atmosphere of appeasement was the same. For Czechoslovakia, substitute Poland. For Hitler, read Stalin. Roosevelt and Churchill played the parts of Chamberlain and Daladier. One difference, however, may be noted. American and British moral obligations to Poland, in view of that country's war sufferings, were far greater than British and French obligations to Czechoslovakia. The phrases about free and unfettered elections, universal suffrage, and secret ballot looked well on paper. But with the Red Army and military occupation of Poland and Soviet secret police operatives all over that country, there was only one chance of assuring that these phrases would bear any relation to reality. This would have been the presence of numerous American and British observers. But every effort was made to exclude such observers during the decisive period when the new regime was consolidating its power. The meetings of the Commission, composed of Molotov, Harriman, and Clark Kerr, ended in deadlock. The American and British members argued that representatives of the three groups mentioned in the Yalta Declaration, the Soviet-sponsored Provisional Government, Democratic Poles in Poland, and Poles abroad, should be included in the new government. But Molotov insisted that the existing puppet regime should be the nucleus of the new government, and refused to accept any names not approved by this regime. It was a preview of how the Soviet veto would work in the United Nations. Molotov also rejected a proposal that American and British observers should be permitted to visit Poland on the ground, that this would sting the national pride of the Poles to the quick. There was soon to be a dramatic illustration of the Soviet attitude toward democratic Poles in Poland. 16 prominent Polish underground leaders, relying on the word of honor of a Soviet police officer, Colonel Pimenov, who assured them safe conduct, came out of hiding for consultation with the Soviet authorities. They were promptly arrested and taken to Moscow for trial on charges of having carried on diversionist activities in the rear of the Red Army. This incident gives the impression of having been contrived as a deliberate insult to the Western powers, as a sign that the Soviet authorities were able to do as they pleased in Poland. It was a patent contradiction of the spirit of the Yalta Agreement. Inquiries from Washington and London about the fate of the Poles were left unanswered for weeks. But the American and British appetite for appeasement was still insatiable. The arrests were casually announced by Molotov at the San Francisco Conference for the Organization of the United Nations. There was a mild protest from Anthony Eden, who might well have felt some personal responsibility for the fate of the Poles, since the British government had advised them to reveal their whereabouts. There was a feebler statement from the American Secretary of State, Stettinius, who probably did not know what it was all about. And the man who, after Roosevelt, was most responsible for the policy of giving in to Stalin on every disputed point, Harry Hopkins, was sent to Moscow to straighten things out. Hopkins fulfilled this mission in his usual fashion by accepting all Stalin's assurances at face value and giving the Soviet dictator everything he wanted. Hopkins did not even make the release of the treacherously arrested Polish underground leaders a condition of American recognition of the new Polish government. And he went far beyond the Yalta concessions by assuring Stalin that, as far as the United States was concerned, we had no interest in seeing anyone connected with the present Polish government in London involved in the new provisional government of Poland. 23. The result was that Mikolajczyk and a few Poles from abroad were given minor posts in the new government. Hopkins brushed off the reproach of a friend for having consented to such an unfair arrangement with the remark, "After all, what does it matter? The Poles are like the Irish. They are never satisfied with anything anyhow." 24 Polish independents had been murdered, and there was a general desire in administration circles to get the corpse buried with as little unseemly fuss as possible. As a State Department official said to Ambassador Sichanowski, the Polish problem had to be settled because it had become an impossible headache. And on July 5, 1945, the great betrayal was finally consummated. The United States government withdrew its recognition of the Polish government in London and formally recognized Stalin's regime in Warsaw. The rest of the story could easily be anticipated. The new Polish government used every police state method to discourage, break, and finally outlaw political opposition. The Yalta promises of free, unfettered elections and democratic procedures were turned into a sorry joke. 25. The United States sent to Poland as ambassador an able career diplomat, Arthur Bliss Lane. But he was handicapped by a timid and wavering policy in Washington. By extending recognition before the new government had held an election or possessed any mandate from the Polish people, the Western powers had lost any means of pressing for the observance of the Yalta assurances. The men who held key positions in the new regime, Bierut, Berman, Radkiewicz, were politically unknown in Poland before the war. They were Moscow-trained communists. The armed forces and the security police, headed by Radkiewicz, were heavily infiltrated with Russians. Complete Soviet control of the new state was emphasized in 1949, when the Soviet Marshal Konstantin Rokossovsky, a Pole by origin, but a Soviet citizen for 30 years, was appointed head of Poland's defense forces. Despite the abandonment of Poland by the Western powers, there was a prolonged guerrilla struggle during 1946 and 1947, with substantial losses on both sides. Several Polish underground organizations kept up the fight during these years, and Ukrainian partisans were active in southeastern Poland. This guerrilla movement later subsided because of the impossibility of getting arms from abroad. The free, unfettered elections promised at Yalta took place on January 19, 1947, after 2 years of terrorist repression, which became intensified as the day of voting approached. The main issue was between a bloc of government parties, dominated by the Communists, and Mykolaiji's Peasant Party. The American government, on January 5, 1947, sent the following note to the Soviet and British governments, as co-signatories of the Yalta Agreement. Its indictment of the bankruptcy of this agreement was worded as follows. The methods used by the Polish government in its efforts to eliminate the participation of the Polish Peasant Party in the election include political arrests and murders, compulsory enrollment of Polish Peasant Party members in the bloc political parties, dismissal of PPP members from their employment, searches of homes, attacks by secret police and members of the Communist Party on PPP premises and party congresses, suspension and restriction by government authorities of PPP meetings and suspension of party activities in 28 districts, suppression of the party press, and limitation of circulation of party newspapers, and arrest of the editorial staff of the party bulletin and of the Gazeta Ludowa. The crusade for Polish independence and territorial integrity, which began with a bang, ended in a pitiful whimper. Ambassador Lane reported after his arrival in Poland. Despite the sufferings which the Poles had endured under the Nazi occupation, and especially in Warsaw, many of the Poles with whom we spoke amazingly admitted that they preferred Nazi occupation to their present plight. 26. Legal opposition of any kind became virtually impossible after the fraudulent election of 1947. Mykolaijic escaped from Poland in October. In all probability, he narrowly escaped the fate he had foreseen in his argument with Churchill 3 years earlier. Poland, so far as its government could achieve this purpose, became a thoroughly anti-Western country. Its delegates in the United Nations voted invariably as the Kremlin dictated. Its human and material resources were at Stalin's disposal. Was all this inevitable? Were Roosevelt and Churchill, in their step-by-step abandonment first of Poland's territorial integrity, then of Poland's independence, obeying the dictates of inescapable historical necessity? This is what their apologists contend in representing Tehran and Yalta as the products of sheer military necessity. 27. I do not believe the weight of evidence supports this view. Naturally, Stalin's aggression knew no bounds when it met with cooperation, or only the feeblest opposition in Washington and London. But suppose the American and British governments from the outset had taken a clear, uncompromising stand for Poland's rights under the Atlantic Charter. Suppose they had exacted specific pledges of renunciation of the spoils of the pact with Hitler when the Soviet Union was hard-pressed in 1941. Suppose they had made it clear, not only by unequivocal words but by deeds, by slowing down Lend-Lease shipments, for instance, that the restoration of an independent Poland within the boundaries of 1939 was a war aim which would not be compromised. Who can say with certainty that Stalin would not have respected this attitude and pursued a more conciliatory policy, looking to the establishment in Poland of a regime that would be on good terms with Russia, without being a subservient vassal? And if Stalin had overrun Poland with military force, the situation would surely have been better if the Western powers had refused to recognize the legitimacy of this act. What was perhaps most demoralizing to the Polish people was the positive cooperation of America and Britain with the Soviet Union in according full recognition to a Soviet puppet regime. The same pattern was repeated, with minor variations, in Yugoslavia and in Albania. With almost incredible blindness, Roosevelt and Churchill helped to build up Stalin's Eurasian Empire, abandoning their natural friends in Eastern Europe. And the whole political sense and purpose of the war in the Far East were lost when Roosevelt handed Stalin the key to China at Yalta. It is not true that Roosevelt and Churchill had no alternative to appease Stalin by sacrificing Poland and on other issues. But if this hypothesis were accepted as valid, what a revealing light is shed upon the futility and hypocrisy of the whole crusade, supposedly for freedom and international righteousness. Was it really worthwhile to fight a destructive war so that Poland might be the victim not of Hitler but of Stalin? So that there might be a Soviet empire, not a German empire, in Eastern Europe? So that we should face not Japan but Stalin's henchmen, Mao Tse-tung, in the Orient? War and post-war emotionalism have inhibited a frank facing of these questions. But the tragic factual record of what happened to Poland, set down in this chapter, surely suggests that there is a case for a negative answer. 1 Fa Voigt Poland, the 19th century, and after, 35, February 1944, 63. 2. For details of the Soviet reign of terror in eastern Poland, see Elma Dangerfield. Behind the Urals, British League for European Freedom. And Sue Cardwell. Poland and Russia, 1000, 1944. The Dark Side the Moon, Scribner, 1947. A collection of narratives of Polish deportees. And Jerzy Glicksman, Tell the West, New York, Gresham Press, 1948. The barbarous character of Soviet rule places an especially dark blot on all transfers of territory to Soviet possession. 3. Raymond Gramswang was especially zealous in giving this misrepresentation wide publicity through his radio broadcasts. 4. Many of these Polish Ukrainians fought with the Germans in the hope of achieving a free Ukrainian state. Disillusioned with the Germans, Ukrainian nationalists carried on a two-front war, both against the Nazis and against the Soviet communists. There are authentic reports of guerrilla activity in Ukrainian regions long after the end of the war. 5. This was a small group of Poles who acted as a mouthpiece for Soviet policy. It is doubtful whether the word patriot was ever so conspicuously misused. 6. For the text of this note, see Polish-Soviet Relations, 1918-1943, issued by the Polish Embassy in Washington, pp. 165-66. 7. The Memoirs of Cordell Hull, 2. 1166-67. 8. Sichanovsky, O.P. Petayad, P. Chirointi p. 100. The Polish ambassador in Washington was a shrewd, well-informed diplomat, with many good contacts in Washington. Describing the Quebec Conference of 1943, he writes, according to the president, pro-Soviet sentiment in America was superficial and, as a matter of fact, it had to be artificially fed. Defeat in victory. P in victory. 201. 10 Polish-Soviet Relations, pp. 178-79. 11. The exception was Professor François Neville of the University of Geneva. He has maintained his conviction that the Russians were responsible for the Katyn massacre. The International Tribunal at Nuremberg showed a rather undignified inclination to run away from the danger of discovering the truth about Katyn. It refused to call Professor Naville or General Anders as witnesses and failed to find the Germans guilty of this crime or to indicate who was guilty. 12. I never found a Pole who did not believe that the Soviet government was responsible for the Katyn slaughter. And I have discussed the question with many Poles who were bitter in their resentment over German cruelties and certainly would have felt no desire to whitewash any Nazi atrocity. 13. See the part of Benesh's abridged memoirs published in The Nation of July 17, 1948, p. 70. 14.1. Wonders whether Halifax was naive or cynical? In this inquiry, acceptance of the Curzon Line meant for Poland the loss of almost half its territory, of rich agricultural areas, and of its only domestic source of oil. 15. This language is omitted in Hull's account of the incident, Memoirs 2, 1271, but it is included in a report which Arthur Bliss Lane submitted to the State Department on June 45. Mr. Lane placed a copy of this report at my disposal. 16. This estimate was considerably exaggerated. 17. See The Nation, July 24, 1948. 18c. The Unconquerables, by General Tibor Komorowski in Reader's Digest for February 1946. 19. See The Rape of Poland by Stanislaw Mikolajczyk, New York, Whittlesey House, 1947, p. 77. 20. All this information, based on State Department documents, is to be found in the report of Arthur Bliss Lane, submitted on June 1, 1945. 21. See The Rape of Poland, pp. 96, f. 22. The American reply was probably deliberately held back until after the election, in which Roosevelt was elected president for the fourth time. 23. Roosevelt and Hopkins, p. 97. 24. Sechenowski, Optai, Sit, Tai, pp. 302-83. 25. Full details of repression and fraud are described in I Saw Poland Betrayed by Arthur Bliss Lane, Indianapolis, Bob's, 1948, and The Rape of Poland by Stanislaw Mikolajczyk. 26. I Saw Poland Betrayed, p. 160. 27. This line of argument is heavily overworked in the concluding chapters of Roosevelt and the Russians. The Yalta Conference by Edward R. Stettinius, Garden City, Doubleday, 1949. 12. Germany must be destroyed. Roosevelt's policy toward Germany found its main expression in two decisions. One was negative, the other ferociously destructionist. The first was the unconditional surrender slogan, proclaimed at Casablanca in January 1943. The second was the Morgenthau Plan, sanctioned at Quebec in September 1944. Both of these decisions were grist for the Nazi propaganda mill. Both were calculated to prolong the war and to make post-war reconstruction more difficult by impelling the Germans to fight as long as any physical means of resistance were left. Both were calculated to serve Stalin's interest in making communist political capital out of ruin and despair. The president's creative political thinking suffered an eclipse after the enunciation of the Four Freedoms and the Atlantic Charter in 1941. One is impressed by the paucity both in content and originality of his utterances about the nature of the peace after America entered the war. This is most probably attributable in part to his absorption in the military side of the war, in part to his failing mental and physical powers. A negative, destructionist attitude toward Germany was closely, if unconsciously, bound up with approval of, or acquiescence in, Soviet ambitions for domination of Europe. These attitudes were two sides of the same coin. If the expansion of the Soviet Empire in Europe and in Asia, far beyond Russia's proper ethnographic frontiers, was a cause for indifference, even for satisfaction, then and only then could a policy of pulverizing Germany and Japan, reducing these countries to complete economic and military impotence, be considered consistent with American national interest. But if unlimited Soviet expansion was not desirable, the maintenance of some counterweight in Central Europe and in East Asia was imperatively necessary. 1. Roosevelt first publicly used the phrase unconditional surrender at a press conference in Casablanca on January 23, 1943. It was apparently a product of scrambled history and very questionable political strategy. General Ulysses S. Grant, during the Civil War, won national fame by demanding immediate and unconditional surrender from the Confederate commander who was defending Fort Donelson. This was a localized military operation. Roosevelt mistakenly associated the phrase with Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The president also recalled Grant's willingness to allow the Confederate officers to keep their horses after the surrender. When he announced the decision at Casablanca, however, Lee and the horses were forgotten. The authorship of Unconditional Surrender was unquestionably Roosevelt's. According to Elliot Roosevelt, too, who was present at Casablanca, the president first pronounced the words at a luncheon on January 23rd. Harry Hopkins immediately expressed strong approval. Churchill, according to this version, frowned, thought, grinned, and said, "Perfect, and I can just see how Goebbels and the rest of them will squeal." Roosevelt suggested that Stalin would be pleased. Course it's just the thing for the Russians. They couldn't want anything better. Unconditional surrender. Uncle Joe might have made it up himself. The phrase was discussed during a debate in the House of Commons on July 21, 1949. Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, who was a member of the British War Cabinet, blamed this slogan for the difficulties of occupation policy in Germany. It began with the declaration of unconditional surrender at Casablanca, on which neither the British cabinet nor any other cabinet had a chance to say a word. It was just said, and in the middle of a war. But it left us with a Germany without law, without a constitution, without a single person with whom we could deal, without a single institution to grapple with the situation, and we have had to build absolutely from the bottom, with nothing at all. Churchill then offered the following explanation of his position at Casablanca. The statement was made by President Roosevelt without consultation with me. I was there on the spot, and I had very rapidly to consider whether the state of our position in the world was such as would justify me in not giving support to it. I have not the slightest doubt that if the British cabinet had considered that phrase, it is possible that they would have advised against it. But, working with a great alliance and with great, loyal and powerful friends from across the ocean, we had to accommodate ourselves. Later, on November 17, 1949, Churchill modified his earlier statement after consulting the records of the Casablanca Conference. The words unconditional surrender, he told the House of Commons in this second statement, had been mentioned, probably in informal talk, I think at mealtime, on January 19, 1943. Mr. Reed. Churchill sent a cable to the British cabinet, informing them of the intention to issue an unconditional surrender demand which should not apply to Italy. The cabinet's response, according to Churchill, was not against unconditional surrender. They only disapproved with it not being applied to Italy as well. However, the phrase does not appear in the official communiqué of the Casablanca Conference. Its exclusive use by Roosevelt at a press conference suggests that its origin was his. Roosevelt, according to Sherwood, represented the phrase as a sudden improvisation. There had been great difficulty in persuading the rival French leaders, de Gaulle and Giraud, to meet and strike an amicable pose at Casablanca. Roosevelt, according to his recollection, thought of the difficulty of bringing about a meeting between Grant and Lee, recalled that Grant was known as Old Unconditional Surrender, and the slogan was born. It may be doubted whether it was as unrehearsed as this version would indicate. A foreign diplomat stationed in Washington during the war has informed me that Roosevelt tried out the phrase on him some weeks before the Casablanca Conference took place. Apparently, the president was enormously proud of his creation. He refused to qualify, moderate, or even explain it, despite the repeated efforts of General Eisenhower to obtain authorization for some message which would make the Germans more willing to lay down their arms. 6. Eisenhower, in May 1943, on the eve of the invasion of Sicily, reported to the combined chiefs of staff that he did not have the right kind of ammunition for psychological warfare with Italy. As his aide, Captain Harry C. Butcher, reports, there have been discussions with him, or Roosevelt, as to the meaning of unconditional surrender as applied to Germany. Any military person knows that there are conditions to every surrender. There is a feeling that at Casablanca the President and the Prime Minister, more likely the former, seized on Grant's famous term without realizing the full implications to the enemy. Goebbels has made great capital with it to strengthen the morale of the German army and people. Our psychological experts believe we would be wiser if we created a mood of acceptance of surrender in the German army, which would make possible a collapse of resistance similar to that which took place in Tunisia. They think if a proper mood is created in the German General Staff, there might even be a German Badaglio. 7. There was a slight concession when Roosevelt and Churchill on July 16 used honorable capitulation in a message to the Italian people. But they soon returned to strict insistence on the Casablanca formula. Discussion of the meaning of unconditional surrender with Marshal Pietro Badoglio, head of the Italian government after the displacement of Mussolini, went on from the end of July 1943 until the beginning of September. This made it easier for the Germans to take over most of Italy. General J. F. A. C. Fuller caustically sums up as follows the balance sheet of unconditional surrender in Italy. Unconditional surrender transformed the soft underbelly, Churchill's phrase about Italy, into a crocodile's back, prolonged the war, wrecked Italy, and wasted thousands of American and British lives. Stalin did not fall in with the unconditional surrender slogan. The Soviet dictator pursued a much wilier and more intelligent political strategy. He made two public statements in 1943, which could easily be construed as invitations to the Germans to conclude a separate peace, with the understanding that their national integrity and military force would be spared. Stalin declared on February 23, 1943, "Occasionally the foreign press engages in prattle to the effect that the Red Army's aim is to exterminate the German people and destroy the German state. This is, of course, a stupid lie and senseless slander against the Red Army. It would be ridiculous to identify Hitler's clique with the German people and the German state. History shows that the Hitlers come and go, but the German people and the German state remain." This declaration was made after the Great German defeat at Stalingrad. The German armies were still deep in Soviet territory, in occupation of most of the Ukraine and a large area in western Russia. But the German prospect of winning the war in the east had disappeared. Stalin made another bid on November 6, 1943, this time to elements in the German army which might be willing to rebel against the Nazi Party. By this time, the Germans were in full retreat and had withdrawn beyond the line of the Dnieper River. It is not our aim to destroy Germany, for it is impossible to destroy Germany, just as it is impossible to destroy Russia. But the Hitler state can and should be destroyed. It is not our aim to destroy all organized military force in Germany. For every literate person will understand that this is not only impossible in regard to Germany, as it is in regard to Russia, but it is also inadmissible from the viewpoint of the victor. A National Committee of Free Germans was organized in Moscow in July 1943. Captured German officers of high rank were encouraged to broadcast messages to the German army and to the German people. These messages were not filled with communist propaganda. They were appeals to Germans, especially to those in the armed forces, to end a hopeless war in the interest of national self-preservation. Stalin questioned the expediency of the unconditional surrender formula at the Tehran conference. He felt that it merely served to unite the German people. The announcement of specific terms, however harsh, in Stalin's opinion, would hasten the German capitulation. 9. But Roosevelt clung to his pet phrase with an obstinacy worthy of a better cause. His vanity and prestige were deeply involved. Churchill saw in unconditional surrender a means of liquidating the inconvenient restraints of the Atlantic Charter. He told the House of Commons on May 24, 1944, "The principle of unconditional surrender will be adhered to so far as Nazi Germany and Japan are concerned, and that principle itself wipes away the danger of anything like Mr. Wilson's 14 points being brought up by the Germans after their defeat, claiming that they surrendered in consideration of them. There is no question of Germany enjoying any guarantee that she will not undergo territorial changes. if it should seem that the making of such changes renders more secure and more lasting the peace of Europe. It apparently did not occur to Churchill that the real cause for criticism was not the 14 points, but the failure to embody these points honestly in the peace settlements. It is certainly arguable that if the statesmen in Paris in 1919 had been as reasonable and cool-headed as their predecessors in Vienna a century earlier and worked out a peace of moderation, the Hitlerite madness would never have possessed the German people. In that event, of course, the history of Europe would have been very different and infinitely happy. There were a number of efforts by generals, by psychological warfare experts, by the British, to obtain a definition of what unconditional surrender meant, all founded on the rock of Roosevelt's stubborn opposition. The United States Joint Chiefs of Staff set up a committee of intelligence officers to study the subject. This committee, on March 16, 1944, recommended the issue of an American-British-Soviet statement reaffirming the principle of unconditional surrender, but clarifying its meaning. The proposed statement would announce that, while the Allies proposed to prevent future German aggression, they would not wipe out Germany as a nation. There would be punishment for war criminals, but no indiscriminate penalization of the German masses. Germany's cooperation would be needed in the future peace. Roosevelt's reply on April 1 was an uncompromising negative. He was unwilling to say that the Allies did not intend to destroy the German nation. As long as the word Reich exists in Germany as expressing a nationhood, he declared, it will forever be associated with the present form of nationhood. If we admit that, we must seek to eliminate the word Reich and all that it stands for today. 10. Equally unavailing were attempts by Eisenhower to obtain some definition of unconditional surrender before the invasion of France. Churchill was inclined to relent on this point, but the only concrete explanation of what would follow unconditional surrender was the President's public approval of the Morgenthau Plan. This was scarcely an inducement to surrender. Goebbels made the most of unconditional surrender and the Morgenthau Plan in his propaganda for last-ditch resistance. Typical of his broadcasts and writings was a speech which he delivered in the Rhineland in October 1944. It is a matter of complete indifference whether in the course of executing their plans of destruction, the Americans wish to destroy our tools, machinery, and factories, or whether the Bolsheviks want to take them, along with our workers, to Siberia. From neither enemy can we expect any mercy or protection whatsoever if we deliver ourselves up to them. 11. The British General Fuller, a keen and caustic critic of the failures and inconsistencies of American and British war policy, 12, pronounces the following verdict on Roosevelt's favorite idea, almost the only idea he originated after America entered the war. These two words, unconditional surrender, were to hang like a putrefying albatross around the necks of America and Britain. Once victory had been won, the balance of power within Europe and between European nations would be irrevocably smashed. Russia would be left the greatest military power in Europe, and therefore would dominate Europe. Consequently, the peace these words predicted was the replacement of Nazi tyranny by an even more barbaric despotism. 13. The judgment of an experienced British statesman, Lord Hankey, on the unconditional surrender slogan and its corollary, the war crimes trials, is summed up as follows. It embittered the war, rendered inevitable a fight to the finish, banged the door to any possibility of either side offering terms or opening up negotiation, gave the Germans and the Japanese the courage of despair, strengthened Hitler's position as Germany's only hope, aided Goebbels' propaganda, and made inevitable the Normandy landing and the subsequent terribly exhausting and destructive advance through North France, Belgium, Luxembourg, Holland, and Germany. The lengthening of the war enabled Stalin to occupy the whole of Eastern Europe, to ring down the Iron Curtain, and so to realize at one swoop a large installment of his avowed aims against so-called capitalism, in which he includes social democracy. By disposing of all the more competent administrators in Germany and Japan, this policy rendered treaty-making impossible after the war and retarded recovery and reconstruction, not only in Germany and Japan, but everywhere else. It may also prove to have poisoned our future relations with ex-enemy countries. Not only the enemy countries, but nearly all countries were bled white by this policy, which has left us all, except the United States of America, impoverished and in dire straits. Unfortunately also, these policies, so contrary to the spirit of the Sermon on the Mount, did nothing to strengthen the moral position of the Allies. 14. It is difficult to recognize a single desirable war or peace objective that was advanced by the Casablanca slogan, and it is easy to discern several unfortunate byproducts of this shoddy substitute for intelligent political warfare. First, the diplomatic position of the Western powers was seriously worsened vis-à-vis the Soviet Union. Stalin did not associate himself with the phrase until the later phases of the war. He certainly did what he could in 1943 to induce the German military leaders to rebel and conclude a separate peace. It was not due to any diplomatic skill or finesse on Roosevelt's part that America and Britain were not faced with the political catastrophe of a separate peace between the Soviet Union and Germany. And Stalin would certainly have been more amenable to Western diplomatic pressure on Poland and other disputed issues if he had been made to feel that a negotiated peace between the Western powers and a non-Nazi Germany was not out of the question. Second, by supplying the powerful motive of fear to Nazi propagandists, the slogan prolonged the war and made it more savage and costly. Tens of thousands of American and British lives were sacrificed on the altar of this vainglorious phrase. Unconditional surrender was also a fearful stumbling block in winding up the war with Japan. Had it been amplified by reasonable explanations, two most undesirable developments, the Soviet occupation of Manchuria and the dropping of the atomic bomb, would almost certainly have been avoided. Third, the slogan was psychologically calculated to bind the Germans more closely to the Nazi regime. The official thesis in Washington during the war was that almost all Germans were tainted with Nazism. There was a persistent refusal to act on the assumption that there was an anti-Nazi underground movement which represented a wide cross-section of German society and deserved, on political and moral grounds, encouragement which it did not receive in Washington and London. The leading figures in the German underground were Colonel General Ludwig Beck, Chief of Staff of the Army until the summer of 1938, and Karl Friedrich Goerdeler, a former mayor of Leipzig. Closely associated with them were the former ambassador to Italy, Ulrich von Hassel, the former Prussian finance minister, Johannes Popitz, a number of generals, officers, and officials, and some labor and socialist leaders, among whom Julius Leber and Wilhelm Leuschner were the most prominent. A special opposition group was composed of the members of the Soviet called Crusade Circle, headed by Helmuth von Moltke, descendant of a famous aristocratic family, known for his radical social ideals, which inclined toward a kind of Christian socialism. Other members of this group were Peter Yorck von Wartenberg, a descendant of the General Yorck who led one of the first moves in the German War of Liberation against Napoleon, and Adam von Trott-zu-Zoltz, a widely traveled and highly educated young German who had studied in England as a Rhodes Scholar. It is interesting and significant that many of the leaders of the anti-Hitler movement had either family or cultural connections with the Western countries. The Kreisau Circle favored nationalization of heavy industry, banks, insurance companies, and labor representation in the management of industry. In the international field, its program called for a federation of Europe, abolition of the German army, and a trial of war criminals before an international tribunal to be composed of judges from the victorious, neutral, and defeated nations. The underground was not a mass movement. There could be no such movement under a regime where spies were everywhere, and individuals were forced by terror to act as informers on their neighbors. But the underground was more than a group of a few individuals of no political consequence. It had members and sympathizers in high military and political posts, notably in the Abwehr or counterintelligence. Moreover, although the Nazi regime had crushed open political opposition, there were actual and potential sympathizers with any resistance movement among former members of the democratic political parties and the trade unions, and among disillusioned conservatives. There was an abortive plot in the higher command of the Reichswehr on the eve of the Munich Agreement in 1938. The ground was cut from beneath the feet of the conspirators because the Western powers yielded to Hitler's demands. A young officer, a lawyer in civilian life, Fabian von Schlabrendorf, placed a bomb, disguised as a bottle of cognac, in Hitler's plane on the Eastern Front in February 1943. This attempt failed because the percussion cap failed to go off. Some members of the underground possessed sufficient influence to obtain passports for travel in foreign lands. They tried to establish contacts in official circles to make known the existence and aims of an anti-Nazi movement. Von Trott talked with high officials in the State Department in the autumn of 1939. He suggested American moral support for the idea of a fair peace settlement with a regime which would succeed the Nazis, including an assurance of Germany's 1933 frontiers. At first, Roosevelt was interested in this information about the existence of an anti-Nazi underground. Later, however, he discouraged further contacts. Von Trott was even denounced as a Nazi. He returned to Germany by way of Japan and continued to work for the overthrow of Hitler until he was arrested and executed after the July 20 plot. 15. This attitude of not wishing even to know about the existence of an anti-Nazi movement in Germany, much less to have any dealings with it, is illustrated by another incident that occurred after America had entered the war. Louis P.A. Lochner, head of the Berlin office of the Associated Press, was taken to a private movement of oppositionists in Berlin in November 1941. Among those present were representatives of the pre-Nazi trade unions, of the Confessional Church, 16 of the political parties which existed under the Weimar Republic, and of the army. There was a general feeling among those present that America would soon enter the war. Lochner was asked to get in touch with President Roosevelt after his return to the United States, to inform him of the existence of an underground movement and to learn from him what kind of political regime in Germany would be acceptable after Hitler's downfall. Lochner was given a code in which messages could be conveyed from America to Germany. When Lochner reached the United States, after a period of internment in Germany, he made several unsuccessful attempts to see the president. Finally, he explained the purpose of his request in writing. This elicited a negative reply from the president's office, suggesting that he desist because his request was most embarrassing. 17. It is not easy to determine on the basis of available evidence which individuals were most responsible for this consistent attitude of overlooking opportunities to drive a wedge between the Nazi regime and the German people. That Henry Morgenthau, Secretary of the Treasury, who liked to meddle with affairs outside his own department, exercised a most deleterious influence is obvious from the plan which bears his name, and which he sponsored most vehemently. German political emigrants in the United States fell into three main categories. There were men, ranging from conservatives to social democrats, who hated Nazism but wished to see Germany exist as an independent country with reasonable frontiers and a viable economy after the war. There were bitter destructionists, individuals who wished to revenge indiscriminately on the entire German people what they or their friends and relatives had suffered at the hands of the Third Reich. And there were communists and fellow travelers. It was the emigrants in the last two categories who found the most sympathetic hearing in Washington during the war. Indeed, when one recalls the extreme laxity, to use no stronger term, of the OUI in resisting communist infiltration. 1801 suspects that Gerhard Eisler, later exposed as a leading communist agent in this country, might have been put in charge of propaganda for Germany, if he had thought of applying for the job. One of the several attempts of the anti-Nazi Germans to establish foreign contacts 19 was the meeting between the Bishop of Chichester and two German pastors, Hans Schonfeld and Dietrich Bonhoeffer, in Stockholm in May 1942. Bonhoeffer was especially vehement in his antipathy to Hitler. At a secret church meeting in Geneva in 1941, he had said, "I pray for the defeat of my nation. Only in defeat can we atone for the terrible crimes we have committed against Europe and the world." Bonhoeffer was murdered in a concentration camp shortly before the end of the war. When the two pastors met the bishop in Stockholm, they pressed for a reply to a question which was of vital interest to active and passive opponents of Hitler's regime. Would the attitude of the Allies toward a Germany purged of Hitler differ from the attitude toward a Nazi Germany? They asked either for a public official declaration or for a private statement to an authorized representative of the underground. The bishop submitted a memorandum on his conversations to Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden. He was informed on July 17 that no action could be taken. 20. It could be argued that there were two reasons for caution in dealing with the German opposition. First, so long as Hitler seemed to be winning the war, there was little, if any, prospect that his government could be overthrown. Second, the strength of the underground was doubtful and uncertain. The first reason lost validity after the tide of the war turned with the defeat of the Germans at Stalingrad, 21 the rout of Rommel's army in Egypt, and the successful landing in North Africa. After these developments, every intelligent German who was not a Nazi fanatic realized that the war was lost, even though German armies were still far outside Germany's frontiers. Pessimism and defeatism were especially prevalent in higher military circles. This is why so many prominent generals, both in Germany and on the Western Front, took part in the plot of July 20. Certainly there were the strongest reasons, military and political, for encouraging the anti-Hitler forces by giving some kind of constructive peace assurance along the lines of the Four Freedoms and the Atlantic Charter. But the blank wall of negation set up by unconditional surrender blocked any kind of effective political warfare during 1943 and 1944, when it might well have yielded success. The United States government was aware of the existence and strength of the German underground at that time. The German vice-consul in Zurich, Hans Brand-Gisevius, a member of the underground, was in close touch with Alan W.A. Dulles, head of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services, in Switzerland. Dulles was informed in advance of the plot that was to break out on July 28. He urged that the United States government should issue a statement urging the German people to overthrow Hitler's regime. But, as he says, nothing of this nature was done, 22 and dead. As he observes in another connection, it sometimes seemed that those who determined policy in America and England were making the military task as difficult as possible by uniting all Germans to resist to the bitter end. 23. Despite the complete lack of encouragement from the West, the German underground made its last desperate effort on July 20, 1944. The Gestapo was already closing in. Von Moltke and Lieber had been arrested, and Gordeler was in hiding. A leader among the conspirators, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, who had access to Hitler's headquarters in East Prussia, proposed to assassinate the dictator with a time bomb. As soon as Hitler was killed, the generals who were involved in the conspiracy were to arrest Nazi and SS-24 leaders. The head of the Berlin police, Count Helldorf, was prepared to cooperate in the plot. Besides a number of officers and officials in Berlin were Field Marshal von Kluge, Commander-in-Chief on the Western Front, Field Marshal Rommel, the famous tank commander of North Africa, and General Heinrich von Stülpnagel, military governor of France. General Beck, Co-leader, with Girdler, of the underground, was to announce over the radio that he was chief of state, that General von Witzleben was in command of the armed forces, and that there would be a 3-day state of emergency. During this time, a cabinet would be formed, and Nazi resistance would be liquidated. Girdler was to become chancellor, and had prepared a manifesto announcing a state based on the Christian traditions of Western civilization. The Social Democrat Leuschner was designated as vice-chancellor. The foreign minister was to be either von Hassel or the former ambassador to the Soviet Union, von Schulenburg, depending on whether peace contacts were first established with the West or with the East. Stauffenberg placed the bomb, concealed in his briefcase, in close proximity to Hitler and made an excuse to leave the room. He heard a loud explosion and flew in a waiting plane to Berlin, convinced that the Führer was dead and that the conspiracy could go ahead at full speed. However, Hitler had changed his position after Stauffenberg left. Consequently, he was only stunned, not seriously injured, by the explosion, which killed 4 other persons. According to General Husinger, who was present when the explosion took place, 2 factors saved Hitler's life. The bomb was designed for use in an air raid shelter where the explosion would have been confined. At the last moment, the staff meeting was moved to a light building or tent. Moreover, the briefcase containing the bomb was placed under a heavy oak table, which deflected the force of the explosion. As a result, the conspiracy, which implicated a large number of the finest spirits in Germany, failed. It proved impossible to persuade the majority of officers in strategic posts to rebel when they realized that Hitler was still alive. Very few of the participants escaped the savage vengeance of the Gestapo. Beck shot himself, Girdler was captured and executed, Kluge took poison, Rommel committed suicide by order. Moltke and York, Leuschner and Liebe, the radical noblemen and the broad-minded socialists, and Ulrich von Hassel, whose memoirs show him as a superb representative of old European culture and civilization, all perished, along with thousands of others who were rightly or wrongly suspected of complicity in the plot. Some of the last words of these martyrs of freedom were historic and heroic. Moltke wrote to his wife shortly before his execution. I stood before Freisler, 25, not as a Protestant, not as a great landowner, not as a noble, not as a Prussian, not even as a German. No, I stood there as a Christian and nothing else. 26. And York, in his final testimony, denounced the totalitarian claim of the state on the individual, which forces him to renounce his moral and religious obligations to God. This effort of a minority of idealistic Germans to rid themselves of Hitler's tyranny received little understanding or sympathy in the United States. Typical was the comment of the New York Herald Tribune of August 9. The American people as a whole will not feel sorry that the bomb spared Hitler for the liquidation of his generals. What was never widely understood in America is that Hitlerism developed from roots quite different from those of the Prussian militarism, which served as the propaganda scapegoat of World War I. The dangerous strength of Nazism lay in its demagogic character, in its appeal to the masses. Hitlerism was really Henry Wallace's common man, run mad wrong. It was plebeian democracy without checks and balances and frozen into totalitarian forms. Its methods and practices were very similar to those of Soviet communism. Joseph Goebbels, the mouthpiece of the Nazi regime, was just as scornful of monarchical and aristocratic tradition as Lenin or Trotsky would have been. This is very clear from his diaries. Hitler himself hated and despised the old-fashioned type of German officer or aristocrat who preserved ideals and standards of conduct which were quite alien to Nazi doctrine. For a time, to be sure, there was a working alliance between the Nazis and the conservative German nationalists. But this was always an uneasy alliance. A high proportion of those who died in the effort to overthrow Hitler belonged to the civilian and military upper class of the Kaiser's time. Encouragement from the West in the form of public or private specific assurances that a Nazi Germany could expect a moderate peace might have influenced some of the waverers in high places and tipped the scales in favor of the success of the July 20 conspiracy. But from America and Britain, the German underground, which wanted to expiate the blood, guilt of the Nazi regime in association with the civilized forces of the West, received nothing but the unconditional surrender slogan, the Morgenthau Plan, and the indiscriminate bombing of German cities. Bombing of railway and road transport and of war industries was an indispensable and valuable aid to military victory. But this cannot be said as regards the wholesale destruction of residential areas. On the basis of detailed reports from inside Germany during the war, Alan W. Way, Dulles came to the following conclusion. The wholesale bombing of cities where civilian objectives were primarily affected, I believe, did little to shorten the war. In World War I, a disillusioned but unbombed German population recognized the inevitability of defeat and helped to hasten the surrender. In World War II, the bombed-out population turned to the state for shelter, food, and transportation away from the devastated areas. If anything, these men and women were more inclined than before to work for and support the state since they were dependent, homeless, and destitute. 27. The destructionist attitude toward Germany found its climactic expression in the detailed plan of economic annihilation sponsored and advocated by Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau Jr. Roosevelt's thinking about the post-war treatment of Germany had been of a very sketchy character. Before Hull went to Moscow in 1943, Roosevelt referred to the question during a discussion with Hull, Admiral Leahy, and some State Department experts. 28. The President favored the partition of Germany into 3 or more states. All military activities should be forbidden, and East Prussia should be detached from Germany. Reparations should be exacted in manpower and equipment. Hull was opposed to partition. At first, Roosevelt overbore objections, remarking that he had studied and traveled in Germany and thought he knew more about Germany than any of the others present. Later, he revised his self-estimate downward. In an unusual mood of diffidence, he observed that it was, after all, many years since he had become acquainted with Germany, and perhaps he didn't know as much about the subject as he thought. The Division of Territorial Studies in the State Department had worked out a plan for the post-war treatment of Germany. This provided that East Prussia and Upper Silesia be ceded to Poland. These changes were without ethnic justification, but were considerably more moderate than the amputation which was actually performed. The State Department plan provided for denazification on a reasonable scale and for payment of reparations out of current production. The Army had worked out a standard plan for military occupation. Hull outlined the State Department scheme at the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers and found the Russians in substantial agreement. Roosevelt proposed much more drastic procedure at Tehran. He proposed a scheme for the complete dissolution of Germany. There were to be 5 autonomous states as follows: a reduced Prussia, Hanover and the Northwest, Saxony and the Leipzig area, 29 Hesse-Darmstadt, Hesse-Kassel and the area south of the Rhine, Bavaria, Baden and Württemberg. Hamburg, the Kiel Canal and the Ruhr and Saar areas were to be placed under the control of the United Nations. Churchill talked of separating Prussia from the rest and uniting the southern states of Germany with a Danubian confederation. Stalin was lukewarm toward both suggestions, but indicated a preference for Roosevelt's. There was no positive decision, and the matter was referred to the European Advisory Commission. Dismemberment was proposed at Yalta, but was again referred to the EEC, and died a natural death there. The final decision was to administer Germany as a political and economic unit, divided into 4 zones of occupation. Morgenthau began to play a decisive part in shaping American policy toward Germany in 1944. An old friend of Roosevelt, he had always been inclined to take a very broad view of his proper functions as Secretary of the Treasury. This is evident from his description of the situation in 1940 in Collier's for October 11, 1947. With the State Department wedded to the methods of old-fashioned diplomacy, with the War Department demoralized by dissension, Roosevelt was forced to turn a good deal to the Treasury to implement his anti-aggressor program. Hull often found Morgenthau a thorn in his side, as is evident from the following passage in his memoirs. Emotionally upset by Hitler's rise and his persecution of the Jews, Morgenthau often sought to induce the president to anticipate the State Department or act contrary to our better judgment. We sometimes found him conducting negotiations with foreign governments, which were the function of the State Department. Morgenthau's interference at times misled some portions of the public and seriously impeded the orderly conduct of our foreign policy. 30. As examples of Morgenthau's extracurricular activities, Hull mentions his effort to get control over exports and imports vested in the Treasury, not in the State Department. His draft of a proposed settlement with Japan in November 1941. His proposal, blocked with difficulty by Hull, to freeze Argentine funds in the United States, and his desire to have a Treasury representative at the Dumbarton Oaks Conference on the United Nations. According to Hull, Morgenthau and Ickes tried to defame a State Department official by calling the latter a fascist without offering specific supporting proof. 31. Morgenthau went to England in 1944, doing his best to win recruits for a policy of ruthless vengeance against Germany. He found some British statesmen skeptical when he suggested that, in his own words, we could divide Germany up into a number of small agricultural provinces, stop all major industrial production and convert them into small agricultural landholders. However, he seems to have found a sympathizer in Anthony Eden, who stressed the fact, over a pleasant luncheon at his country estate, that a soft peace would only arouse Russian suspicions. Morgenthau told part of the story of his European odyssey in a series of articles in the New York Post in the winter of 1947-48. He quotes General Eisenhower as characterizing the whole German population as a synthetic paranoid. 32. Eisenhower also, according to Morgenthau, made the far from prescient remark that, while Russia's present strength was fantastic, Russia now had all she could digest, and her present problems would keep her busy until long after we were dead. Eisenhower confirms the fact of Morgenthau's visit 33 and recalls a general discussion on the future of Germany. The Supreme Commander favored the trial and punishment of prominent Nazis, certain industrialists, and members of the General Staff. He opposed as silly and criminal, according to his own account, the flooding of the Ruhr mines, a pet idea of Morgenthau's. During this trip, according to credible reports, Morgenthau or one of his aides became incensed over an army handbook which prescribed normal civilized occupation methods. Morgenthau brought this to the attention of Roosevelt, and apparently it induced him to share the indignation. After returning to America, Morgenthau, by whose authorization is not clear, set up a Treasury Committee composed of Harry Dexter White, John Paley, and Ansel Luxford to draft an economic plan for Germany. This was the origin of the notorious Morgenthau Plan. White was its main architect. But Morgenthau, because of his access to the president, was able to push it through to acceptance. It is sometimes suggested that the Morgenthau Plan has been exaggerated or misrepresented. There is no excuse for misunderstanding, however, because Morgenthau himself has published the full text of the plan in a book which contains elaborate suggestions about why and how it should be put into effect. 34. The main features are as follows. Territorially, Germany was to lose East Prussia and Silesia as far west as Liegnitz. France was to get the Saar and a considerable area on the left bank of the Rhine, including the cities of Mainz and Trier. The rest of Germany was to be partitioned into North and South German states and an international zone. The last, with its southern extremity at Frankfurt, was to include the Ruhr and the lower Rhine Valley, together with stretches of coast on the North and Baltic Seas and the cities of Bremen, Wilhelmshaven, and Kiel. The section dealing with the international zone contains the following key paragraphs. A. Within a short period, if possible, not longer than 6 months after the conclusion of hostilities, all industrial plants and equipment not destroyed by military action shall be completely dismantled and transported to Allied nations as restitution. All equipment shall be removed from the mines and the mines closed. Italics supplied. Dahl. Forms of restitution and reparation proposed under the Morgenthau Plan include transfer of plant and equipment, forced German labor outside Germany, and confiscation of all German assets of any character whatsoever outside of Germany. The Allied military government was not to take any measures designed to maintain or strengthen the German economy, except those which are essential to military operations. The responsibility for sustaining the German economy and peoples rests with the German people with such facilities as may be available under the circumstances. Italics supplied. There were to be controls over foreign trade and tight restrictions on capital imports. These were designed to prevent the establishment of key industries in the new German states. There is a very interesting last provision of the plan. Had it been put into effect, it would have excluded America and Great Britain from any share in the occupation of Germany. This would obviously have meant Soviet domination of that country. The precise wording of this provision is as follows. The primary responsibility for the policing of Germany and for civil administration in Germany should be assumed by the military forces of Germany's continental neighbors. Specifically, these should include Russian, French, Polish, Czech, Greek, Yugoslav, Norwegian, Dutch, and Belgian soldiers. Under this program, United States troops could be withdrawn within a relatively short time. What inspired this proposal, which would have condemned the United States to defeat in the Cold War? Was there some ulterior purpose of Harry Dexter White, mentioned by Whittaker Chambers and Elizabeth Bentley, as a source of information to Soviet communist spy rings? Or was it merely a case of scheme prepared by men so blinded by desire for vengeance that they failed to recognize either the looming Soviet peril or the terrific blow to American nationals' interest, which would be represented by Soviet control of Germany. Morgenthau apparently felt that American soldiers would not be ruthless enough for the kind of policing job he wished to see in Germany. As he wrote, "It is no aspersion on the American soldier to adjudge him too inexperienced in the ways of international banditry to serve as a guard in the German reformatory. The misfortunes of Europe have put its soldiers through the cruel and bitter course of training which fits them to serve most efficiently in the surveillance of Germany." 35. When the Secretary of the Treasury realized that his proposal to destroy the Ruhr mines was too extreme to be accepted, he produced a substitute. He suggested that all Germans should be evicted from the Ruhr, their places being taken by French, Belgian, Dutch, and other workers. 36. Where the Germans would or could go was not suggested. It is no exaggeration to say that the Morgenthau Plan, if applied in its full rigor, would have been an undiscriminating sentence of death for millions of Germans. The area in which it was proposed to forbid all heavy industries and mining is one of the most urbanized and thickly settled in Europe. It would have been impossible to turn millions of city dwellers, accustomed to earning their living in factories, offices, and shops, into self-supporting farmers, even if land had been available. And here was the fatal weakness of the scheme. if it was to be discussed as a serious proposal of economic reorganization, not as a device for inflicting concentration camp conditions on the entire German people. The avowed purpose of the Morgenthau Plan was to turn Germany into a predominantly agricultural and pastoral country. But there were no unused reserves of land for this purpose in thickly settled industrial Germany. Indeed, some of the more agricultural sections of the country were being transferred to Poland, and all Germans were being driven out of this area. The Morgenthau Plan was a propaganda godsend to the Nazis, giving them the strongest of arguments to persuade the Germans to go on fighting. After the fall of Hitler, it was a boon to the communists, and would have been of still greater value if it had not been overmatched by the mass atrocities which accompanied the Soviet invasion of Eastern Germany. How did this fantastic scheme originate? A cabinet committee composed of Hull, Stimson, and Morgenthau was set up to consider the post-war treatment of Germany. Of the three, Morgenthau took the most extreme position. Stimson was the most moderate, and Hull, in the beginning, occupied a middle position, although later inclining more to agreement with Stimson. Roosevelt himself favored strongly punitive measures. In a communication to Stimson on August 26, 1944, he echoed Morgenthau's complaint about the handbook which had been prepared for the guidance of military government officials. It is of the utmost importance that every person in Germany should realize that this time Germany is a defeated nation. I do not want them to starve to death, but, as an example, if they need food to keep body and soul together beyond what they have, they should be fed 3 times a day with soup from army soup kitchens. During the first days of September, the 3 secretaries argued their cases before the president, whose physical and mental condition was giving increasing cause for concern. Stimson, as he tells us, was not happy about the president's state of body and mind. He noted in his diary for September 11, after Roosevelt left for Quebec for a conference with Churchill, "I have been much troubled by the president's physical condition. He was distinctly not himself. Saturday was September 19. He had a cold and seemed tired out. I rather fear for the effects of this hard conference upon him. I am particularly troubled that he is going up there without any real preparation for the solution of the underlying and fundamental problem of how to treat Germany." 37. Stimson's concern was well-founded. Roosevelt had departed for Quebec without committing himself to any decision. But Morgenthau stole a march on his opponents. He went to Quebec while they remained in Washington, and Hull and Stimson received one of the severest shocks of their official careers when they received the following memorandum, initialed by Roosevelt and Churchill on September 15. At a conference between the President and the Prime Minister upon the best measures to prevent renewed rearmament by Germany, it was felt that an essential feature was the future disposition of the Ruhr and the Saar. The ease with which the metallurgical, chemical, and electrical industries in Germany can be converted from peace to war has already been impressed upon us by bitter experience. It must also be remembered that the Germans have devastated a large portion of the industries of Russia and of other neighboring allies, and it is only in accordance with justice that these injured countries should be entitled to remove the machinery they require in order to repair the losses they have suffered. The industries referred to in the Ruhr and in the Saar would therefore necessarily be put out of action and closed down. It was felt that the 2 districts should be put under some body under the World Organization which would supervise the dismantling of these industries and make sure that they were not started up again by some subterfuge. This program for eliminating the war-making industries in the Ruhr and in the Saar is looking forward to converting Germany into a country primarily agricultural and pastoral in its character. The Prime Minister and the President were in agreement on this program. Why Churchill signed this document, sanctioning the essence of the Morgenthau Plan, is not altogether clear, for both at Tehran And at Yalta, his attitude on the German question was more moderate than Roosevelt's or Stalin. One explanation may be that he was attracted by the argument put forward by the Treasury that the destruction of the Ruhr industries would wipe out a dangerous competitor for Britain. But there was a more obvious inducement. Simultaneously, with the communiqué which endorsed the destructionist spirit of the Morgenthau Plan, there was significant agreement on the status of Lend-Lease after the defeat of Germany and before the surrender of Japan. It was agreed that during this interim period Britain should receive Lend-Lease munitions to a value of $3.5 billion and civilian supplies to the amount of $3 billion. Churchill was becoming increasingly alarmed over the bleak British economic prospect after the end of the war. Morgenthau held the purse strings. The British Prime Minister may well have felt that as Paris was worth a mass to Henri IV, a subsidy of $6.5 billion was worth his signature to a scheme so extravagant that it might never be realized. Hull and Stimson rallied from their defeat. The latter lunched with Roosevelt and pressed home the issue as few men would have dared to do with a president who did not bear contradiction gladly. Roosevelt, in typical fashion, began a twist and dodge, protested that he had no intention of turning Germany into an agrarian state, that all he wanted was to save a portion of the proceeds of the Ruhr for Great Britain, which was broke. Stimson brought him to the point by reading the precise words of the communiqué which had been issued in his name and Churchill's. When the secretary read the words about converting Germany into a country primarily agricultural and pastoral, Roosevelt, he was frankly staggered by this and said he had no idea how he could have initialed this, that he had evidently done it without much thought. 38 italics supplied. There have been few more damaging confessions of mental incompetence or complete irresponsibility. Here was a decision of first importance, affecting the lives and livelihood of millions of people, calculated to shape the course of European history, and the president could not recall how or why he had made it, or even that it had been made at all. One of Stimson's assistants, John J. McCloy, now American High Commissioner in Germany, composed a searching and strongly reasoned criticism of the Morgenthau Plan. It would be just such a crime as the Germans themselves hoped to perpetrate upon their victims. It would be a crime against civilization itself. Such an operation would naturally and necessarily involve a chaotic upheaval in the people's lives, which would inevitably be one day productive of the deepest resentment and dogmatic bitterness towards the authorities which had inflicted such revolutionary changes upon them. Physically, considering the fact that their present enlarged population has been developed and supported under an entirely different geography and economy, it would doubtless cause tremendous suffering, involving virtual starvation and death for men, and migration and changes for others. Referring to the Treasury suggestion that Britain would benefit from the elimination of German competition, McCloy dryly commented, "The total elimination of a competitor, who is also a potential purchaser, is rarely a satisfactory solution of a commercial problem." However, the pressure from the White House for a vindictive treatment of Germany was so strong that McCloy, with Stimson's approval, composed the extremely harsh GCS 1067-39. This instructed the American military governor to take no steps looking toward the economic rehabilitation of Germany, or be designed to maintaining, or strengthen the soul Germany economy. No, these so expressions are taken almost literally from for the why the original text of the Morgenthau Plan on Bezawar. Treasury agents, determined to exact the last pound of flesh, flooded Germany in the first years of the occupation and badgered and harassed those military government officials who were trying to carry out a constructive policy. Some adherents of the Morgenthau school of thought, referred to as the Chaos Boys, infiltrated the military government. A fanatical left-wing newspaper in New York screamed abuse of the mildest measures for restoring normal economic conditions in Germany. Caught between rigid, ruthless orders and fear of being pilloried as soft peace advocates in this newspaper and similar organs, American administrators in Germany were inclined to see safety in being as negative as possible. The full political ferocity and economic insanity of the Morgenthau Plan were never visited on Germany or on Europe. But the evil spirit of this scheme lived on after it had been formally discarded and wrought vast harm to American political and economic interests in Germany. As an American senior statesman of wide experience predicted on one occasion, the difference between governing Germany according to the Old Testament and according to the New Testament will be about $1 billion a year for the American taxpayer. A shrewd Swiss observer once remarked to me, "You Americans are a strange people. You want to check the Soviet Union after you have systematically destroyed the two powers, Germany and Japan, which might have done this successfully." To see as he saw it, pp. 117 ff. 3 Uncle Joe, as later events would indicate, was happy to have unconditional surrender sponsored by the Western powers, not by himself. 4. The London Times for July 22 contains a full account of this debate. 5. See Roosevelt and Hopkins, p. 696. Al. 6. A good account of the President's unyielding resistance on this point may be found in Persuade or Perish by Wallace Carroll, Boston Houghton, 1948. pp. Wa. 307-37. Mr. Carroll served in the OEA and was therefore intimately concerned with the problems of psychological warfare. 7. My 3 Years with Eisenhower, Garden City, Doubleday, 1949, p. 443. 8. The Second World War, London, Air, 1948, p. 265. 9. See Roosevelt and Hopkins, pp. 782-83. 10. See Wallace Carroll, OP Sit, p. 320. 11. Wallace Carroll, OPG Sit, p. 324. 12. General Fuller was a pioneer in recognizing the possibilities of the tank in World War I. 13. Fuller, OP Sit Title, pp. 258-59. 14. Politics, Trials and Errors by the R.T. Todd. Honorable Lord Hankey, Chicago, Regnery, 1950. 15. For a detailed account of von Trott's activity, see the article by Alexander B. Maley in Human Events for February 27, 1946. 16. In the confessional church were those pastors of the evangelical church who opposed racism and other Nazi teachings as unchristian. 17. See Hans Rothfull's The German Opposition to Hitler, Chicago, Regnery, 1948, p. 140. 18. C. Chapter 10, pp. 2, 50-52. 19. Ulrich von Hassel, an ex-diplomat who was closely associated with the underground, had several meetings with an unnamed representative of Lord Halifax, British Foreign Secretary, in Switzerland in 1940. See the von Hassel Diaries, Garden City, Doubleday, 1947, ppy. 115 f. Ppi. 132-34. 20c. The Background of the Hitler Plot by the Bishop of Chichester. The Contemporary Review for September 1945. pp. 203. 21. Some German military experts believe the war was lost in 1941, when the Wehrmacht was driven back from Moscow. 22. C. Alan W. Dulles, Germany's Underground, New York, Macmillan, 1947, p. 141. 23. Ibid. p. 173. 24. The SS represented a kind of terrorist elite within the Nazi Party. 25. Freisler was the chief judge of the People's Court, which dealt with political cases. 26. Rothfels, OPC and Day. p. 127. 27. Dulles, OPA Tie. pp. 168-69. 28. The Memoirs of Cordell Hull, pp. 1265-66. Tori J. 29. Leipzig for many generations has been located in Saxony, a fact with which Roosevelt was apparently unfamiliar. There is no area in Germany which could be accurately described as south of the Rhine, as that river rises in Switzerland. 30. 207-8. 31. This was a favorite indoor sport of left-wingers in and out of the government service during the war years. 32. If Morgenthau's recollection is correct, Eisenhower seems to have been believing too readily everything he read in wartime magazine. Pseudoscientific indictments of the whole German people as sufferers from collective paranoia were a popular editorial fad for a time. 33. Crusade in Europe, p. 287. 34. Germany is Our Problem, New York, Harper, 1945. The complete text of the Morgenthau Plan is published in the first 4 pages of this book. 35. Ibid. p. 200. 36. Ibid. p. 23. 37. On Active Service, p. 575.12. 38. On Active Service, p. 581. 39. On rereading JCS 1067 2 years later, Stimson found it a painfully negative document. See On Active Service, p. 582. 13. No war, but no peace. In the 5th year after the end of the war, there still was no peace with the two principal belligerents, Germany and Japan. The Congress of Vienna made, by and large, a good peace, with amazingly little in the way of vengeful reprisals against France for Napoleon's wars of aggression. With all its faults, it was a settlement that saved Europe for a century from the catastrophe of another war involving all the great powers. The Congress of Versailles made a bad peace, but it at least created some kind of settlement. Potsdam, the nearest approach to a peace conference that occurred after World War II, and other meetings of representatives of the big three powers, resulted in nothing more than a continuation of the war on a different basis. They did not lead to peace. If, however, one compares the provisional terms sketched at Potsdam with the treaties which have been concluded after other great wars, the judgment, world's worst peace, is not exaggerated. From the first line to the last, Potsdam was a conspicuous, cynical, and flagrant violation of the professed war aims of the United Nations, as set forth in the Atlantic Charter. The first 3 clauses of the Charter assert in the most positive and sweeping terms the right of all peoples to self-determination. The Potsdam Agreement handed over to Soviet Polish control a large territory east of the Oder and Neisse rivers, inhabited by about 9.5 million people, an area which included 1/4 of Germany's arable land. Almost all these people were of German stock. It is safe to say that a plebiscite would not have yielded even an appreciable minority of votes for transfer to Polish rule. The Potsdam Conference was in session from July 17 until August 2, 1945. It was the last meeting of the chief executives of the United States, the Soviet Union, and Great Britain. America was represented by President Truman and Secretary of State Burns, the Soviet Union by Stalin and Molotov, Great Britain at first by Churchill and Eden, later by the new Labour Premier and the new Foreign Minister, Clement Attlee and Ernest Bevin. The conference accepted the transfer of the city of Königsberg and an adjacent area of East Prussia to Soviet sovereignty. America and Great Britain pledged their support of this claim at the forthcoming peace conference, which, in 1950, had still not been held. The agreement about the allocation of East German territory to Poland was less specific. It was stated that the final delimitation of the western frontier of Poland should await the peace conference. However, prejudgment in Poland's favor was indicated by an agreement that the area in question should be under the administration of the Polish state and should not be considered part of the Soviet zone of occupation. The Potsdam Declaration includes the following paragraph. The three governments, having considered the question in all its aspects, recognize that the transfer to Germany of German populations or elements thereof remaining in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary will have to be undertaken. They agree that any transfers that take place should be effected in an orderly and humane manner. Behind the deceptive benevolence of the last sentence was concealed the sanction by the Western powers of one of the most barbarous actions in European history. This was the expulsion from their homes, with the confiscation of virtually all their property, of some 14 million Germans or people of German origin. This figure includes 9,500 inhabitants of the East German provinces, about 100 from Danzig and Poland, 300 Sudeten Germans, who had lived for centuries in the border areas of Czechoslovakia, and some 450 Hungarians of German origin. There was a strong flavor of hypocrisy in the suggestion that the transfer should be orderly and humane. Even under the most favorable and normal conditions, the driving of such a multitude of people from their homes and their resettlement elsewhere would have involved immense hardship and suffering. And conditions in Germany after the war were most unfavorable and abnormal. It was physically impossible for a thickly populated, devastated, and bomb-wrecked country, split into 4 zones of occupation, to absorb economically and provide for this vast horde of penniless, uprooted people. Most of the expulsions were carried out with indiscriminate brutality. When I was in Munich in 1946, I received in semi-conspirative fashion from the German Red Cross a thick dossier of affidavits from Sudeten refugees who had been dumped across the border into Bavaria. These affidavits told a sickening story, as bad as most of the atrocities charged to the Nazis during the war, of torture, rape, confinement in concentration camps, and heavy labor with starvation rations. Many succumbed to this treatment. The more fortunate found themselves beggared refugees in Germany, without homes, property, or means of earning a living. The circumstances of expulsion from Poland were no better. Of course, the Nazi cruelties in Poland and Czechoslovakia were notorious and outrageous. But the expulsions were without any discrimination. They were not restricted to active Nazis or to individuals guilty of acts of cruelty and oppression. They applied even to those Sudeten Germans who had risked life and liberty by opposing the Nazis. If one examines the records of previous settlements after great European conflicts, one nowhere finds a parallel for the ruthless cruelty of these mass expulsions. The Peace of Westphalia was concluded in 1648, after all the horrors and bitter memories of the 30 Years' War. But it established the right of free migration, with property, of Catholics who wished to leave Protestant states and of Protestants who wished to depart from Catholic states. Some of the arrangements decreed by the Congress of Vienna were not in line with modern ideas of ethnic self-determination. But one finds no case of mass spoliation or the driving of millions of people from their homes. The Treaty of Versailles opened to criticism on many grounds, but it did not authorize mass deportations. A number of Germans were forced out of Alsace-Lorraine and out of the territory allotted to Poland. but the means of pressure were milder, and the number of persons affected was much smaller. A census of German deportees in 1946 revealed a figure of about 10 million. There were a little more than 3 million in the British zone, a little fewer than 3 million in the American zone, about 4 million in the Soviet zone, and a mere handful, about 50,000, in the French zone. There is a suggestive and ominous gap between the 14 million who were subject to deportation and the 10 million who were identified. Perhaps half of the missing 4 million could be accounted for. The expulsion, although very sweeping, was not 100% complete. There were a number of individuals of mixed blood in the German-Polish border area. Some of these, by passing as Poles, succeeded in remaining. A number of German skilled workers were kept in the Sudetenland. There were also war prisoners and some civilians who were held for forced labor. However, when every allowance has been made for persons in these categories, it seems probable that some 2 million people perished in this vast uprooting. Some were massacred outright, more died of hunger, cold, and disease. 2. The Potsdam Declaration proclaimed, "It is not the intention of the Allies to destroy or enslave the German people." But this declaration of intent was not borne out by events during the first years of the occupation. It had been the practice of civilized states in the past to release war prisoners within a reasonable time after the end of hostilities. The Crusaders for righteousness in World War II set other precedents. For several years after the surrender, between 600,000 and 700,000 German war prisoners were kept as slave laborers in France, about 400,000 in Great Britain, and a larger number, perhaps 2 or 3 million, in Russia. The United States did not exploit its war prisoners in this manner, but it turned over to the British and French some of the German prisoners who had been in camps in the United States, and a good many who were captured in Europe. The treatment of these prisoners varied. Reasonably humane conditions were maintained in Britain, where there were voices of protest and some uneasy scruples about the ethics of the whole procedure. There were ugly reports of near starvation of German prisoners in France in 1945, supported by the testimony of such a responsible French newspaper as Figaro d'État. Subsequently, conditions improved. Except for a minority selected for communist indoctrination and for technicians whose services were desired, the treatment of war prisoners in Russia, which never accepted Red Cross conventions on this subject, was atrociously bad. Most of the Italian prisoners died of cold and hunger. Many of the Germans were released only when they had become physical wrecks, incapable of further work. Forced labor is forced labor, regardless of whether it is performed under good, bad, or indifferent conditions. The German prisoners who were separated from their families and forced to work in foreign lands for years after the end of the war were not serving sentences as war criminals. There was no discrimination among those who were and those who were not Nazis. The survivors of Napoleon's legions were not pressed into slave labor after France was defeated in 1814 and 1815. To find a precedent for this large-scale exploitation of military prisoners as slave labor after the conclusion of hostilities, one would have to go back to the wars of antiquity, when slavery was the customary fate of the vanquished. This is not a precedent that is in harmony with the Four Freedoms and the Atlantic Charter. Potsdam set another very undesirable precedent, the mutilation and distortion of the economy of a defeated nation. By taking away a fourth of Germany's arable land and forcing at least 10 million refugees into the shrunken frontiers of Germany, the victorious powers created a staggering problem of population pressure. The only solution for this problem, the only means by which Germany could hope to support its population, even on a low standard of living, was large-scale development of industry and foreign trade. The problem was aggravated because the Soviet zone, which is more agricultural than highly industrialized West Germany, was cut off from normal economic contact with the rest of the country and milked dry of surplus food for the needs of the large Soviet army of occupation. So the Western powers had to reckon with the needs of an area which was about as thickly populated as Great Britain, and just as incapable of feeding its people with homegrown food. But the Potsdam Declaration contained many provisions calculated to block German industrial recovery. One of its most important economic decisions is worded as follows. In order to eliminate Germany's war potential, the production of arms, ammunition, and implements of war, as well as all types of aircraft and seagoing ships, shall be prohibited and prevented. Production of metals, chemicals, machinery, and other items that are directly necessary to a war economy shall be rigidly controlled and restricted to Germany's approved post-war, peacetime needs to meet the objectives stated in paragraph 15. Productive capacity not needed for permitted production shall be removed in accordance with the reparations plans recommended by the Allied Commission on Reparations and approved by the governments concerned, or, if not removed, shall be destroyed. Or, if not removed, shall be destroyed. Italics supplied. This last sentence reeks with the destructionist spirit of the Morgenthau Plan. It furnished the authorization for the dismantling of many non-military German factories. Paragraph 15 provides that Allied control shall be imposed upon the German economy, but only for the following purposes: to carry out programs of industrial disarmament and demilitarization, of reparations, and of approved exports and imports, to assure sufficient output to maintain the occupying forces and DPEs, 3 in Germany, and to maintain in Germany average living standards, not exceeding those of European countries, excluding Great Britain and the Soviet Union, to ensure the equitable distribution of essential commodities between the several zones, to control German industry and all, italics supplied, economic and financial international transactions, including exports and imports, to control all German public or private scientific bodies, research and experimental institutions, laboratories, etc., connected with economic activities. All this added up to a crippling straitjacket in which no national economy could hope to function with efficiency. It is not surprising that Western Germany remained a helpless derelict, dependent on outside aid for a subnormal standard of living, until these Potsdam decisions were scrapped or greatly relaxed. The destructive restrictions on German industry foreshadowed at Potsdam were spelled out in more detail in an agreement about the level of German industry which was concluded between the occupation powers in March 1946. This called for the prohibition of aircraft and shipbuilding and for the complete elimination from Germany of 14 other industries, including heavy tractors, heavy machine tools of various types, and primary aluminum type. It limited German steel output to 5,800,000 tons a year, little more than the capacity of Belgium, which has about 1/6 of West Germany's population. Only the older and less efficient steel plants were to be left in Germany. The machine tool industry was limited to 11.4% of 1938 capacity, heavy engineering to 38%, other mechanical engineering to 50%. No new locomotives were to be built until 1949. Output in a number of other branches was drastically limited. The industries which were left free from restriction were of minor importance: furniture and woodwork, glass, ceramics, bicycles, potash. The level of industry plan was designed to reduce German output to 50 or 55% of the 1938 figure. This would have been equivalent to keeping Germany permanently on the level of 1932, a year of deep economic depression and mass unemployment. It was the widespread distress of 1932 that contributed much to Hitler's rise to power. A third basic document, besides the Potsdam Declaration and the level of industry agreement, in shaping American policy during the first years after the end of the war, was Occupation Directive 1067, issued on April 26, 1945. The spirit of this order is illustrated by the following excerpts. Germany will not be occupied for the purpose of liberation, but as a defeated enemy nation. You will strongly discourage fraternization with the German officials and population. No action will be taken, in execution of the reparations program or otherwise, which would tend to support basic living conditions in Germany, or in your zone, on a higher level than that existing in any of the neighboring United Nations. For Dryden, Unenwell, Obedient Silva, Henri, you will take no steps. A. Looking toward the economic rehabilitation of Germany, or B. Designed to maintain or strengthen the German economy. You will take a all practicable economic and police measures to assure that German resources are fully utilized and D. Consumption held to a minimum in order that imports may be strictly limited and that surpluses may be made available for the occupying forces and displaced persons and United Nations prisoners of war and engagee for reparations. 5. Italics supplied. The purposes set forth in the Potsdam Declaration are highly confused and contradictory. Along with unprecedentedly harsh and brutal punitive provisions, calculated, if not designed, to destroy any possibility of a decent standard of living in Germany even in the distant future, one finds the statement. It is the intention of the Allies that the German people be given the opportunity to prepare for the eventual reconstruction of their life on a democratic and peaceful basis. The provisions for the destruction and drastic limitation of German industries certainly excluded any possibility that Germany could develop a surplus of exports over imports, which might be used for reparation. Yet Potsdam set forth a reparations plan. Soviet claims were to be met by removals of plants and equipment from the Soviet zone and from appropriate German external assets. Moreover, the Soviet Union was to get 15% of the plants and equipment scheduled for removal from the Western zones in exchange for products of the Soviet zone, and an additional 10% without payment. At the same time, paragraph 194 of the Potsdam Declaration, one of the few passages in that document which shows a canny sense of economic realities, reads as follows. Payment of reparations should leave enough resources to enable the German people to subsist without external assistance. In working out the economic balance of Germany, the necessary means must be provided to pay for imports approved by the Control Council in Germany. 6. The proceeds of exports from current production and stocks shall be available in the first place for payment for such imports. This clause was not applicable to the 25% share of equipment from the Western zones which was assured to the Soviet Union. In its outline of reparations procedure, as in its boundary and limitation of industry provisions, Potsdam deserves the characterization, Europe's worst peace. The wrong lessons were drawn from the experience of the past. The Napoleonic armies had committed considerable ravages and were responsible for a good deal of looting during the first years of the 19th century, but no heavy burden of indemnity was laid on France by the Congress of Vienna. The indemnity of $1 billion which Germany imposed upon France after the Franco-Prussian War was considered a severe exaction, but there was no tearing up of French factories, no suggestion of limiting France's ability to produce and trade, and the indemnity was paid off more quickly than Bismarck had thought possible. Indeed, there is little evidence that the indemnities which were sometimes collected from defeated states in European conflicts before World War I had any adverse effects on the economy of the continent. The figures were kept within moderate bounds, and the charges could be, and were paid like ordinary commercial obligations. It was after World War I that reparations and the closely related subject of war debts began to bedevil international economic and financial relations. This was because the sums involved were so huge that impossible transfer problems arose. Under the bleak winds of economic crisis during the period 1929 to 33, the whole house of cards structure of agreed reparations and war debts payments collapsed. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin apparently realized from this experience that the collection of huge sums in money from a defeated enemy country with limited natural resources is not feasible. But from this sound premise, they drew the wrong conclusion. They decided to exact their pound of flesh from a Germany which had been thoroughly shattered in the very process of defeat in the most wasteful fashion imaginable. This was by impressing Germans for slave labor and by transferring the equipment of German factories to other countries. It is probably a moderate estimate that 80% of the productive value of a plant is lost when it is plucked up by the roots and transferred elsewhere. 7. Reparations could have been obtained by requiring certain German factories to work for reparations accounts and supplying these factories with necessary raw materials. No one seems to have suggested such a sensible arrangement at the wartime conferences. Although the Russians began to practice it on a huge scale in their own zone after they learned from experience that the removal of German machinery brought little positive benefit to their own economy. No doubt, some way, the inconsistencies and horror contradictions in the steel Potsdam Declaration were due to uncertainty in the minds of the victors as to whether they wished to ruin Germany forever as an industrial power, or whether they wished to collect reparations. These two objectives were, of course, incompatible. Other discrepancies may be ascribed to differences of opinion and objective among the victors. These differences became more evident at Potsdam than they had been at Yalta. James F. Burns, then Secretary of State, in his account of the Potsdam Conference, says the American delegation wished to reach agreement on 4 major issues. These were the machinery and procedures for the earliest possible drafting of the peace treaties, the political and economic principles which should govern the occupation of Germany, plans for carrying out the Yalta Declaration and liberated Europe, a new approach to the reparations issue. No success was achieved on any of these points. All that was gained as regards the implementation of the Yalta promises was a meaningless repetition of assurances which were being disregarded in practice every day. The machinery for turning the countries of Eastern Europe into Soviet vassal states ground on relentlessly. 5 years after Potsdam, the world was still waiting for peace treaties with Germany and Japan. In view of the subsequent continual bickering between the Soviet Union and the Western powers, and the frequent divergences of opinion between the United States and France, with Great Britain occupying a middle position, no basis for a generally acceptable policy toward Germany was found, nor was there any satisfactory agreement on reparations. The Soviet Union seized what it liked in its own zone and refused to give any account of the value of what it carried off as official and unofficial loot and what it exacted in reparations from current production. It acquired an economic stranglehold on other East European countries by claiming extensive industrial properties as German assets. It completely ignored in practice 2 provisions of the Potsdam Agreement: that Germany should be treated as an economic unit, and that payment of reparations should leave enough to enable the Germans to exist without external assistance. According to Burns, the American delegation took a strong stand for the proposition that the question of Poland's western frontier was still open. Bevan, the new British foreign minister, strongly criticized these new frontiers. Stalin stated, "The western frontier question is still open, and the Soviet Union is not bound." 9 but subsequent Soviet declarations have been to the effect that the frontier must be considered finally settled. And the American and British representatives certainly weakened their case by assenting to the mass deportation of Germans from the area in dispute. The distinguished journalist Anne O'Hare McCormick calls this the most inhuman decision ever made by governments dedicated to the defense of human rights. Molotov persisted in returning to the Yalta proposal for a reparations figure of $20 billion, of which half should go to the Soviet Union. No definite figure, however, was included in the text of the Potsdam Agreement. New evidence of human capacity for self-deception is to be found in Burns's comment on Potsdam. "We consider the conference a success. We firmly believe that the agreements reached would provide basis for the early restoration of stability to Europe." A much sounder and more far-sighted judgment was expressed in an editorial which appeared at this time in The Economist of London. "The Potsdam Declaration will not last 10 years, and when it breaks down there will be nothing but the razor-edge balance of international anarchy between civilization and the atomic bomb. It has in it not a single constructive idea, not a single hopeful perspective for the post-war world. At the end of a mighty war fought to defeat Hitlerism, the Allies are making a Hitlerian peace. This is the real measure of their failure." Pope Pius XII expressed a similar thought when he declared, in his Christmas message to the College of Cardinals in 1946, "One thing is beyond all doubt. The fruits and the repercussions of victory have been, up to the present, not only of indescribable bitterness for the defeated, but for the victors too. They have proved to be a source of untold anxiety and danger." One may quote still another judgment on the spirit and fruits of Potsdam. This was pronounced by Lord, formerly Sir William, Beveridge, after a visit to Germany in 1946. In a black moment of anger and confusion at Potsdam in July 1945, we abandoned the Atlantic Charter of 1941, which had named as our goals, for all nations, improved labor standards, economic advancement and social security. For all states, victor and vanquished, access to the trade and to the raw materials of the world, which are needed for their economic prosperity. From Potsdam, instead, we set out on a program of lowering the standard of life in Germany, of destroying industry, of depriving her of trade. The actions of the Allies for the last 15 months make the Atlantic Charter an hypocrisy. How suitable is this word hypocrisy for all the lofty moral professions of the Second Crusade? How suitable is evident from the fact that, with one exception, every war crime committed by the Nazis was matched in some way by one or more of the United Nations. The exception is the savage, maniacal extermination of several million European Jews. But if one calls the roll of the other crimes, which are often represented as peculiar to the Nazis, or to the Germans and Japanese as peoples, one soon finds, after impartial investigation, that there are other guilty parties. Victors as well as vanquished must answer for grave offenses against international law and common humanity. Forcible annexation of alien territory? But what of the arbitrary allotment of 104,000 square miles of historic Polish territory, with the Polish cities of Lwów and Wilno, to the Soviet Union? What is the justification, apart from naked force, for giving to the Soviet Union and Poland cities that have been German for centuries? Königsberg, Danzig, Stettin, Breslau, for assigning 61,000 square miles of ethnically German land to Poland. What of Soviet annexation of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, to an accompaniment of mass arrests, deportations, and flight of a considerable part of the population of these unfortunate Baltic states? What of the seizure of 1/10 of Finland, with the inhabitants, almost to the last man, leaving their homes and property rather than live under Soviet rule. Deportation and uprooting of people to make room for German settlement. It is an old and true saying that two wrongs do not make a right. The fate of the 14 million human beings driven from their homes in East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and other East European countries was no happier than that of Poles, who were expelled from their homes to make way for Germany. Conscription for forced labor. This was considered such a serious crime when committed by the Nazis that its chief organizer, Fritz Sauckel, was hanged. Many other Germans were sentenced to prison for alleged criminal complicity. But was anyone punished in Russia, or in France, or in Britain for the exploitation of German war prisoners as slave labor long after the end of hostilities? Rape and looting? The scenes that took place in Berlin, Vienna, Budapest, and other cities captured by the Red Army were probably never equaled in European warfare as orgies of lust and pillage. A vivid account of the sack of Berlin, written by an anti-Nazi German who was an eyewitness, estimates that about half the women in the city were violated. An ecclesiastical authority in Vienna told me that about 60,000 women were raped by Soviet soldiers. A Social Democratic editor put the figure at 100,000. As for pillage, the clumsy barbaric monuments which the Russians have put up all over Eastern Europe to the unknown Russian soldier have been privately rededicated to the unknown Russian looter. Every capital occupied by the Red Army has its special crop of jokes about the Russian soldiers' habit of holding up individuals and taking their watches and other valuables, with or without rape and assault and battery thrown in. The Soviet armies left behind them a trail of murder, rape, and looting that has not been surpassed since the Mongol invasion of Europe in the 13th century. The behavior of the Western troops was more civilized, as the east-west flight of millions of Germans proves, although there was a good deal of pillaging by the French and the discipline of American troops left something to be desired. 11. The British troops, according to the general testimony of the Germans, were the best behaved. There was nothing in the western zones to equal the carrying off of an enormous variety of items, from featherbed mattresses to turbines, in the Soviet zone. But there was a good deal of indirect looting. The French, for instance, lived off the land in the area of southwestern Germany which they occupied. This region, which was never self-sufficient in food, had to support not only an army of occupation, but a horde of officials with their families and relatives. Small wonder that the food situation in the French zone, until the general economic revival in 1948, was desperately bad, with the ration sometimes falling below the starvation level of 1,000 calories. The extreme hunger which prevailed in Germany in the first years of the occupation made it easy for military and civilian members of the military governments to buy up porcelain, silver, and other valuables for nominal prices in cigarettes and imported food. There was also sweeping requisitioning of houses for the needs of officers and officials of the military government. They were given accommodations which were luxurious by American or British standards, still more so against the background of terrific destruction and inhuman overcrowding in the German cities. Undernourishment of the populations in occupied countries was held to be one of the Nazi war crimes. This condition certainly prevailed for a large part of the city population in all Germany until 1948, when there was a substantial change for the better in the western zones as a result of the currency reform and the inflow of Marshall Plan aid. Even then, much distress could still be found among groups unable to earn their living and among the Germans who had been driven from the east. The following manifesto, issued by the municipal government of Hamburg in the summer of 1946, describes accurately a situation which could be found not only in Hamburg, but in many of the large industrial towns of West Germany in the first years of the occupation. 12. Tuberculosis, hunger, swelling, incapacity for work because of undernourishment increase from day to day. The supply of gas and electricity is endangered. because the workers, in spite of heavy rations for extra labor, collapse in front of the furnaces for lack of strength. In the factories and in the offices, the falling out of workers because of complete exhaustion increases every day. For months, expert observers have pointed to the coming famine with all its signs and consequences. Now it is here. The British official in charge of food supply gave me detailed information about the Hamburg rations at this time. The main items were a little over half a pound of bread and a little less than a pound of potatoes a day. Beyond this, allotments were so small as to be negligible. The weekly ration included 4 ounces of meat, 7 ounces of fish, 3 ounces of sugar, 4 ounces of jam, half an ounce of cheese, and a little over a pint of skimmed milk. This was far below a subsistence diet. Equally bad conditions sometimes provoked hunger strikes and demonstrations in the Ruhr. Genocide is usually thought of as a crime peculiar to the Nazis. However, the death rate in the United States sector of Berlin in the first quarter of 1947 was almost 3 times the birth rate, 28.5 per thousand per annum, as against 10.7 per thousand. Infant mortality was 116.2 per thousand. Comparative figures for New York in 1946 were as follows. Death rate, 10.1 per thousand. Birth rate, 19.6 per thousand. Infant mortality, 27.8 per thousand. 13, and the American sector of Berlin was by no means the worst area under occupation. Of course, it is difficult to draw a clear line of distinction between the consequences of the lost war and vindictive, destructionist occupation policies. Even if the Potsdam decisions had been wiser and more humane, the whole German people, Nazis and non-Nazis, guilty and innocent, would have been required to pay a heavy price for Hitler's crimes. They would have been forced to wrestle with the social problems involved in wrecked factories, devastated cities, disrupted families, and hopelessly inflated currency. Had Germany, under a government of its own choice, been left free to struggle out of the debris of defeat by its own efforts, no special moral responsibility would have attached to the victorious powers. But when these powers decided to occupy every square foot of German territory, to abolish German sovereignty, to regulate every detail of German life, they incurred a share of responsibility for the appalling physical misery and social demoralization, which are only slowly being alleviated years after the end of the war. The ghastly hunger of Hamburg, for instance, cannot be dissociated from the prohibition of all German ocean-going shipping, since it was shipping and shipbuilding that gave this large port much of its livelihood. The high mortality rates in Berlin were certainly due, at least in part, to the attempt to administer this city under a system of perpetual squabbling among the 4 controlling powers. The frustrating and often contradictory economic regulations imposed by the various occupation authorities certainly increased the misery by denying the Germans a reasonable opportunity to earn their own living. There were 2 other characteristics of the occupation regime in Germany, for which there is no parallel in other European peace settlements. These were denazification and the trials of so-called war criminals. Denazification was an inquisitorial purge directed against all Germans who had been members of the National Socialist Party or its affiliated organization. This party was a very large mass organization which individuals joined for all sorts of reasons. Along with a hard core of fanatical believers in Hitler's teachings, there was a much larger number who joined for reasons of expediency or even of personal safety. It was almost compulsory for public officials and individuals who held high positions in industry, trade, and the professions to be party members. It was extremely difficult to study in universities or to practice any profession without joining a Nazi-dominated organization. Newspapermen, for instance, were automatically registered in the Reichspressekammer. There were similar organizations for writers, musicians, teachers, doctors, radio commentators, and others. A reasonable approach to the denazification problem would have been to exclude from public office those Nazis who were high enough in party rank to be fairly regarded as responsible policymakers. to prosecute those against whom there was evidence of specific criminal acts, and to leave the great mass who had merely gone along with the tide undisturbed. If, as Burke said, it is impossible to indict a nation, it is surely inadvisable and impolitic to punish such a high proportion of individuals as to create a large class of embittered pariahs. Yet, this is what American denazification set out to do. Every adult German in the American zone was required under criminal penalties to fill out an incredibly complex questionnaire with 131 questions. These pried into every detail of personal life, from religion to income. In conscious or unconscious imitation of the Nazis, with their inquiries about ethnic origin, the questionnaire called for a list of titles of nobility which the individual, his wife, or any of his 4 grandparents might have held. There was a still more sinister imitation of Nazi methods. Persons who filled out the questionnaire were required to denounce any relatives who had held rank or office in any of over 50 organizations. On the basis of this inquisition, penalties ranging from imprisonment to fines and exclusion from the right of holding office or practicing a profession were imposed on large numbers of people. At first, this was done by arbitrary action of the military government. Later, it was turned over to the Germans, but they were required to act on the basis of a law approved by the military government. The sheer physical impossibility of judging millions of people in this way forced a retreat from the more extreme methods. But the wholesale, indiscriminating, and arbitrary conduct of denazification led to much injustice and completely defeated its purpose. When the net was cast so wide and caught so many individuals who were personally guilty of no crime except a lack of the high moral courage required to defy a dictatorship, the inevitable result was to create sympathy, not aversion, for the people who suffered. The same consideration holds good for the so-called war crimes trials. 14. The largest and most spectacular of these was held at Nuremberg, where the surviving leaders of the Nazi regime were arraigned before a tribunal composed of representatives of America, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and France. There were 12 other war crimes trials in the American zone, held before American courts. Over 1,500 persons were found guilty in these trials, and 444 were sentenced to death. The number of trials and convictions in the British zone was smaller. There's little official information about what happened in the Soviet zone. On the basis of reliable reports, it seems certain that more people were put to death and sent to concentration camps there than in the other zone. But there has also been more rehabilitation and utilization of ex-Nazis who were regarded as useful for the communist cause. Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Ory Jackson, American prosecutor in the Nuremberg trial, ex-Secretary of War Henry L. A. Stimson, and others hailed the war crimes trials as a new and higher development in international law. It seems improbable that this will be the verdict of impartial history. For both the underlying conception of the trials that Victor C. are how qualified to how be impartial judges of vanquished, and many of the methods employed in conducting prosecutions and extracting confessions run counter to all established principles of Western justice and international law. No reasonable person will deny that some of the defendants in these trials were guilty of horrible crimes, and that comparatively few are entitled to sympathy on the basis of their personalities and records. The real case against Victor's justice is not the punishment that was meted out to over 1,500 Germans, but the serious injury which the trials inflicted upon civilized standards of impartial judicial procedure and moral consistency. This injury may be found in the following points. 1. There was no pretense of enforcing equal responsibility before the law. Only Germans were punished, in many cases for actions which were also committed by soldiers and citizens of one or all of the victorious powers. But one of the clearest distinctions between a true court of law and a lynching mob is that the court judges all without discrimination. 2. The very important principle that judges and juries should have no personal interest or prejudice in the cases with which they are concerned was not and could not be upheld in trials of defeated enemies by their conquerors. 3. This defect of the trials was aggravated because a considerable number of American citizens of recent origin, political or racial refugees from Nazi Germany, took part in the investigations and police actions which accompanied the prosecution. The desire of some of these individuals for vengeance was human and understandable, but this desire should not have been satisfied through American courts. 4. The evidence on which some of the verdicts were based was tainted by the use of brutality and chicanery in extorting confessions. 5. The trials set a dangerous precedent in violation of the well-known principles of national and international law. One of these is that there should be no ex post facto punishment. The other is that military officers and civilian officials should not be held responsible for carrying out orders received from high authorities. Under this last precedent, every military and naval officer who takes part in working out war plans could be indicted and executed as a promoter of aggressive war if his country should be defeated. 6. The proscription of the vanquished by the victors is unpleasantly reminiscent of the practices of 20 centuries ago, when captured rulers were strangled after being led in Roman triumphs. The war crimes trials were hailed and justified as war deterrents, but it seems far more probable that the only effect will be to turn future wars into bitter end struggles of mutual extermination. There has never been a war in history in which the victors did not consider the vanquished guilty. One of the counts in the Nuremberg indictment was the planning and waging of wars of aggression. It is now a matter of public historical record, and it was a fact well known to the Nuremberg prosecutors and judges, that the Soviet Union was an active partner in Hitler's scheme for attacking and partitioning Poland, to say nothing of its acts of aggression against the Baltic states and Finland. So if the punishment of aggressive war was the purpose of the trials, the place of the Soviet representatives was in the dock with the accused, not on the bench with the judges. In view of the different treatment meted out to Nazi aggression and to Soviet aggression, the assumption seems justified that the Germans were punished not because they waged aggressive war, but because they waged it unsuccessfully. Other blemishes on the Nuremberg record, from the standpoint of pure justice, were the hasty insertion and shamefaced withdrawal of charges about German responsibility for the Katyn Massacre 15 and the curious reasoning employed in the indictment of Admiral Dönitz. The tribunal ruled that Dönitz was not sentenced on the ground of his breaches of international law in the conduct of submarine warfare, because American and British naval leaders had committed similar breaches. He was, however, held liable to prosecution for other offenses. This principle was questionable in itself, but it was not consistently observed. For, as has already been shown, the Germans were by no means alone in committing such crimes against humanity and international law as launching of aggressive war, forcible annexation of foreign territory, carrying out mass deportations, exploiting the slave labor of war prisoners, committing rape, looting, and other outrages against civilians. Any moral value the war trials might have possessed was seriously undermined by the methods often used to extort confession. Most notorious and unsavory was the third-degree treatment inflicted upon the defendants in the Malmedy trial, a large group of German soldiers accused of killing American prisoners during the Battle of the Bulge. An army commission headed by Justice Gordon Simpson of the Texas Supreme Court, investigated this matter. Its conclusion was that highly questionable methods which cannot be condoned were used in obtaining the evidence and confessions upon which the many death sentences inflicted in this case were based. Judge Edward L. Van Roden, a member of the commission, was more specific in his description. He listed among these highly questionable methods beatings and brutal kickings, knocking out teeth and breaking jaws, mock trials with impersonation of priests by investigators, solitary confinement on limited ration. Colonel W. M. said. Everett, an American officer in 2 world wars, was appointed counsel for the defendants. He submitted to the Supreme Court of the United States a long affidavit containing the following statement, among many other allegations of torture and undue pressure. The American prosecutors would make many threats of violence and torture, directed toward the mothers, fathers, sisters, wives, and children of various accused unless they signed complete dictated confessions of acts and deeds never committed by them, and acts and deeds of other accused, never witnessed by them. This suggested the methods of the Gestapo, rather than a re-education, in the ways of civilized justice. Indeed, it seems doubtful whether the Germans could have been expected to learn any lesson from the war trials, except one the Nazis could have taught them. Woe to the vanquished. In the retrospect of 5 years, it is difficult to recognize even one constructive or hopeful feature of the preliminary peace settlement sketched at Potsdam. The Economist uttered an understatement in predicting that the Potsdam settlement would not last 10 years. Within 2 years, it had been disregarded by the Soviet Union and modified beyond recognition by America and Great Britain. Had the Potsdam Declaration, the level of industry agreement of 1936, and Directive No. 1067 been applied in full rigor without compensating outside aid, millions of Germans would have perished of malnutrition and slow starvation. As it was, the first years of the occupation witnessed an abnormally high death rate among the very old and the very young. Mass starvation was averted only because the more destructive features of these schemes were gradually relaxed or scrapped, and because the United States poured a large sum of money into Germany, about $3 billion by the beginning of 1950. But it would surely have been wiser, more humane, and more economical never to have composed these destructionist plans than to announce them, and then go over at a slow, painful, piecemeal revision. It is doubtful whether history records any more wasteful process than the American action in assenting to and sometimes initiating destructionist measures in Germany and simultaneously paying out money to avert the consequences of these measures. The cost of satisfying the emotion of blind, undiscriminating vengeance has been absurdly high. The kind of peace settlement indicated by the Potsdam decisions was brutally unjust and profoundly unwise from the economic standpoint. It also gives the impression of being extremely unstable. Had Europe escaped the politically unsettling effects of the economic crisis of 1929-33, there might have been an adjustment on the basis of existing political frontiers. It is hard to foresee stability for the grotesque frontiers in Eastern Europe that were foreshadowed at Tehran, accepted at Yalta, and given clearer form at Potsdam. The Germans will never be reconciled to the loss of such old, authentically German cities as Danzig and Königsberg, Breslau and Stettin. The presence of millions of miserable, unabsorbed refugees will always remind them of what has been lost in the East. Some of the defects of the German peace settlement were repeated in Austria, although the treatment of that country was less deliberately vindictive. Little Austria was split up into 4 zones of occupation. Its chances of becoming self-supporting were gravely injured by the Soviet seizure and exploitation of the Zistersdorf oil wells, the Danubian shipping, and many factories, claimed as German assets. Not only the Russians, but the Western powers kept out of commercial use many hotels which normally house tourists and added to the Austrian national income. Only the Americans paid the expenses of their own occupation. In Austria, as in Germany, large American subsidies eased economic difficulties. But much better economic results could have been achieved at a considerable saving to the American taxpayer if the occupation could have been quickly ended, and if the elastic Soviet claim to confiscate German assets had never been accepted. It had been decided at the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers in 1943 that Austria should be regarded as a liberated country. But several years after the end of the war, there was still no formal peace for Austria. The Soviet Union was still blocking the conclusion of a peace treaty that would have required a general evacuation of occupation forces. Peacemaking in the Orient brought it special disappointments. This was because China, the country on whose behalf the United States went crusading in that part of the world, turned communist and proceeded to heap insults upon American diplomatic representatives, unprecedented since the days of the Boxer Uprising. This was very much as if Great Britain and France had set up Soviet governments, sent delegations to pay homage to Stalin, and lost no opportunity to express their contempt and detestation for the United States. Seldom has retribution for a short-sighted, sentimental, mistaken policy been so swift and so merciless. To be sure, the occupation of Japan was smoother and more efficient than the occupation of Germany. General Douglas MacArthur's authority was, for all practical purposes, unquestioned. Molotov, following the usual Soviet method of losing nothing for want of asking for it, had tried to put a Soviet foot inside the door of the Japanese occupation. On August 11, 1945, when Japan was about to surrender, Molotov suggested to American Ambassador Harriman that there should be two supreme commanders in Japan, MacArthur and the Soviet Marshal Vasilevsky. By this time, Harriman had learned how to say no, and nothing came of this suggestion. 16. Apart from a small British force which was ultimately withdrawn, the occupation troops in Japan were exclusively American. The United States was the source of the funds and supplies which were required to ward off starvation and save the Japanese economy from complete collapse. MacArthur enjoyed a freer hand than General Clay possessed in Germany, for Clay was obliged to reckon not only with the persistent hostility of the Russians, but with frequent divergences of French opinion and occasional disagreements with the British. Unfortunately, American policy in Japan in the first years of the occupation repeated, sometimes in milder form, the blunders which have already been noted in Germany. Economically, there was much in common between these two defeated countries. Both were thickly settled lands, incapable of supporting more than a minority of their population by agriculture. Japan had given food and work to its growing population and balanced its international accounts in the past by processing raw materials. American cotton, for instance, Australian wool, rubber from Southeastern Asia, and making a profit on the export of cheap manufactured goods. Japan also benefited from intensive development of its colonial regions, Korea, Formosa, and Manchuria. Japanese passenger ships and freighters plied a lively trade. The Japanese merchant marine was the third largest in the world. The war shattered these bases of the Japanese economy. Japan lost its overseas possessions and assets. The overcrowded Japanese islands, where over 80 million people live in an area smaller and poorer than California, were forced to receive millions of new inhabitants. Japanese who had formerly lived on the Asiatic mainland and in the adjacent islands. Most of Japan's shipping was at the bottom of the ocean. Its industrial plant was heavily damaged by bombing. Two salient points about the Japanese situation should have been clear to every competent economist. First, there was no surplus in the Japanese economy that could be devoted to the payment of reparations. Second, if Japan was to get off the American dole and become self-supporting, the Japanese needed for this purpose all the industry, shipping, and foreign trade they could rebuild and regain. However, the revengeful psychology which found its extreme expression in the Morgenthau Plan prevailed for a time in regard to Japan. Countries which had taken part in the war against Japan were invited to present indemnity bills. Edwin W. Pauley, who as United States Reparations Commissioner had done much to ruin the economy of Central Europe, drew up a plan admirably calculated to wreck the Japanese economy. This little Morgenthau plan, as it might well have been called, proposed to limit the Japanese merchant marine to 500 tons, to set a limit of 50 tons for Japanese vessels, and to prohibit Japanese ships from calling at any but Oriental ports. The Pauley scheme also called for the reduction of Japanese steelmaking capacity from 8 million to 2,750,000 tons. There were to be drastic cuts in such essential industries as chemicals, railway equipment and rolling stock, shipbuilding, communications, and electrical power. Mr. Pauley knew nothing of Japan's economic problems at first hand. There is reason to believe that he was influenced in his decisions by the views of some left-wing experts on Japan who saw in an economically ruined Japan the necessary and desirable prelude to a communist Japan. This same consideration explains the enthusiasm of communists and fellow travelers for the Morgenthau scheme in Germany. Fortunately, the Pauley blueprint for economic destruction was never realized in practice. The recipients of the prospective loot from Japan squabbled so long and bitterly over their shares that there was time for wiser councils to get the upper hand in Washington. The United States government in May 1949 announced the end of reparations from Japan in a note characterized by economic insight and realism. The communication stressed a point that had apparently escaped the attention of Mr. Pauley, that the Japanese economy could be made to bear additional burdens only by prolonging or increasing the staggering costs borne by the American taxpayer. American resources to meet demands from all parts of the world, the note continued, are limited. Japan, therefore, should be permitted to develop its peaceful industries without limitation. In the words of the note, the problem facing us is not one of limitation of Japan's peaceful industries, but of reviving those industries to provide for the people's barest wants. So there was a belated return to sanity on the question of industrial dismantling in Japan. Meanwhile, however, the political picture in the Far East had changed very much for the worse. China passed almost completely under communist control. This left South Korea, under a precariously weak government, as the only toehold of American influence on the mainland of East Asia. Japan itself threatened to turn into a permanent sub-UPA project. 9 years after Pearl Harbor, 5 years after atomic bombs fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and introduced the world to a new age of fear, there was no true pacification, no sense of security for American interests in Asia. The aftermath of the Crusade was, if possible, even more disillusioning in that continent than it was in Europe. For the basic assumption on which the Crusade had been based, the assumption that the Big Three could and would rule and police the world with unity of purpose, had proved to be one of the most disastrous miscalculations in history. The world organization that was supposed to assure peace and the reign of law and justice had been shown impotent to assure either. By innumerable brawls on issues large and small, the United Nations had proved themselves the divided nations. One at that time, Germans were forbidden, under severe penalties, to criticize any action of any of the United Nations, no matter how outrageous or how notorious the outrage might have been. These restrictions disappeared, at least so far as the Soviet Union and its satellites were concerned, in later years of the occupation. One of the best factual accounts of the position of the German refugees, supplied with many official figures, is to be found in Deutschland Jahrbuch, 1949, published by Dr. Klaus Meinert and Dr. Heinrich Schulte, Westphalic, Essen, Arongay. The subject has been almost completely ignored in American publications. The DPs, displaced persons, were citizens of various East European countries, many of whom had been brought to Germany under various degrees, one compulsion during the war as slave laborers, who were stranded in Germany after the end of the war. 4. Some of the neighboring United Nations, notably Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, had always possessed a much lower standard of living than Germany. Strictly interpreted, this passage in the directive would have authorized the tearing out of bathtubs and telephones, the destruction of good roads and communications facilities, so as to level down the German standard. 5. The idea that there would be food surpluses in a wrecked and extremely overcrowded country seems fantastic, yet this is the authentic language of the directive. 6. This body, which never functioned effectively and ceased to function at all after the quarrel over Berlin became acute in 1948, was composed of representatives of the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and France. 7. During a visit to Germany in 1949, I saw the following example of the conspicuous economic waste involved in dismantling. The Krupp-Borbeck Steel Works in the Ruhr was assigned to the Soviet Union. Original value of this plant was 125 million marks. The cost of dismantling was 25 million marks. The assessed value of what was finally turned over to the Russians, a curious expression, incidentally, of the policy of containing communism, was 10 million marks. 8. Speaking frankly, pp. 67, 87. 9. Ibid. D. p. 80. 10. Ibid. Da. p. 87. 11. A spectacular piece of American banditry was the effort of a whack captain, one Kathleen B. Nashtaron, and a few accomplices to make off with the jewels of the state of Hesse, which were located in a castle where she was stationed. There were other Americans besides the two enterprising whack captain who must have given the Germans a rather dubious re-education in the virtue supposedly associated with democracy. 12. I was in Hamburg at the time when this manifesto was issued. I can confirm from personal observation that it did not exaggerate the conditions of near starvation that prevailed. 13. See Gustav Stolper, German Realities, New York, Raynal, 1947, p. 33. This is far and away the most thorough analysis of post-war German social and economic conditions available in the English language. 14. I talked with the wife of one of the men convicted in one of the most dubious of the war crimes trials, the prosecution of officials in the Nazi Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She told me that she gained in popularity and esteem with her neighbors when it became known that she was the wife of a war criminal. In this trial, some of the defendants, notably the former Undersecretary von Weizsäcker, were convicted for not stopping atrocities which they had no means of checking. There was no proof that they incited or approved these atrocities. 15 CPP 323-3326 for the strong circumstantial evidence that the Soviet authorities were responsible for this massacre. 16 Dean, The Strange Alliance, pp. 278-79. 14. Crusade in retrospect. America's Second Crusade belongs to history. Was it a success? Over 200,000 Americans perished in combat, and almost 600,000 were wounded. There was the usual crop of post-war crimes attributable to shock and maladjustment after combat experience. There was an enormous depletion of American natural resources in timber, oil, iron ore, and other metals. The nation emerged from the war with a staggering and probably unredeemable debt in the neighborhood of $250 billion. Nothing comparable to this burden has ever been known in American history. Were these human and material losses justified or unavoidable? From the military standpoint, of course, the Crusade was a victory. The three Axis nations were completely crushed. American power on land and at sea, in the air and in the factory assembly line, was an indispensable contribution to this defeat. But war is not a sporting competition in which victory is an end in itself. It can only be justified as a means to achieve desirable positive ends, or to ward off an intolerable and unmistakable threat to national security. When one asks for the fruits of victory 5 years after the end of the war, the answers sound hollow and unconvincing. Consider first the results of the war in terms of America's professed war aims, the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms. Here surely the failure has been complete and indisputable. Wilson failed to make his 14 points prevail in the peace settlements after World War I, but his failure might be considered a brilliant success when one surveys the abyss that yawns between the principles of the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms and the realities of the post-war world. After World War I, there were some reasonably honest plebiscites, along with some arbitrary and unjust territorial arrangements. But the customary method of changing frontiers after World War II was to throw the entire population out bag and baggage, and with very little baggage. No war in history has killed so many people and left such a legacy of miserable, uprooted, destitute, dispossessed human beings. Some 14 million Germans and people of German stock were driven from the part of Germany east of the Oder-Neisse line, from the Sudeten area of Czechoslovakia, and from smaller German settlements in Hungary, Yugoslavia, and Romania. Millions of Poles were expelled from the territory east of the so-called Curzon line and resettled in other parts of Poland, including the provinces stolen from Germany. Several 100,000 Finns fled from parts of Finland seized by the Soviet Union in its 2 wars of aggression. At least 1 million East Europeans of various nationalities, Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Lets, Lithuanians, Estonians, became refugees from Soviet territorial seizures and Soviet tyranny. Not one of the drastic surgical operations on Europe's boundaries was carried out in free consultation with the people affected. There can be no reasonable doubt that every one of these changes would have been rejected by an overwhelming majority in an honestly conducted plebiscite. The majority of the people in eastern Poland and the Baltic states did not wish to become Soviet citizens. Probably not one person in 100 in East Prussia, Silesia, and other ethnically German territories favored the substitution of Polish or Soviet for German rule. What a mockery! Then, one has been made of the first 3 clauses of the Atlantic Charter. No territorial aggrandizement. No territorial changes that do not accord with the freely expressed wishes of the peoples concerned. The right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live. The other clauses have fared no better. The restrictions imposed on German and Japanese industry, trade, and shipping cannot be reconciled with the promise to further the enjoyment by all states, great or small, victor or vanquished, of access, on equal terms, to the trade and to the raw materials of the world. The terrific war destruction and the vindictive peace have certainly not helped to secure, for all, improved labor standards, economic advancement, and social security. In the year 1950, 5 years after the end of the Second Crusade, all men in all lands are not living out their lives in freedom from fear and want. Nor are all men traversing the high seas and oceans without hindrance. The 8th and last clause of the Atlantic Charter holds out the prospect of lightening, for peace-loving peoples, the crushing burden of armaments. But this burden has become more crushing than it was before the Crusade took place. The peace-loving peoples have been devoting ever larger shares of their national incomes to preparations for war. All in all, the promises of the Charter seem to have evaporated in a wraith of Atlantic mist. Nor have the Four Freedoms played any appreciable part in shaping the post-war world. These, it may be recalled, were freedom of speech and expression, freedom of religion, and freedom from fear and want. But one of the main consequences of the war was a vast expansion of communist power in Eastern Europe and in East Asia. It can hardly be argued that this has contributed to greater freedom of speech, expression, and religion, or, for that matter, to freedom from want and fear. The fate of Cardinal Mindszenty, of Archbishop Stepanek, of the Protestant leaders in Hungary, of the many priests who have been arrested and murdered in Soviet satellite states, of independent political leaders and dissident communists in these states, offers eloquent testimony to the contrary. In short, there is not the slightest visible relation between the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms and the kind of world that has emerged after the war. Woodrow Wilson put up a struggle for his 14 points. There is no evidence that Franklin D. Roosevelt offered any serious objection to the many violations of his professed war aim. It may, of course, be argued that the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms were unessential window dressing, that the war was not a crusade at all, but a matter of self-defense and national survival. However, there is no proof that Germany and Japan had worked out, even on paper, any scheme for the invasion of the American continent. In his alarmist broadcast of May 27, 1941, Roosevelt declared, "Your government knows what terms Hitler, if victorious, would impose. I am not speculating about all this. They plan to treat the Latin American countries as they are now treating the Balkans. They plan then to strangle the United States of America and the Dominion of Canada." But this startling accusation was never backed up by concrete proof. No confirmation was found, even when the Nazi archives were at the disposal of the victorious powers. There has been gross exaggeration of the supposed cooperation of the Axis powers. General George C.C. Marshall points this out in his report on the winning of the war in Europe and the Pacific, published after the end of the war. This report, based on American intelligence reports and on interrogation of captured German commanders, contains the following statements. No evidence has yet been found that the German High Command had any overall strategic plan. When Italy entered the war, Mussolini's strategic aims contemplated the expansion of his empire under the cloak of German military success. Field Marshal Keitel reveals that Italy's declaration of war was contrary to her agreement with Germany. Both Keitel and Jody agree that it was undesired. Nor is there evidence of close strategic coordination between Germany and Japan. The German General Staff recognized that Japan was bound by the neutrality pact with Russia, but hoped that the Japanese would tie down strong British and American land, sea, and air forces in the Far East. In the absence of any evidence so far to the contrary, it is believed that Japan also acted unilaterally and not in accordance with a unified strategic plan. Not only were the European partners of the Axis unable to coordinate their plans and resources and agree within their own nations how best to proceed, but the Eastern partner, Japan, was working in even greater discord. The Axis, as a matter of fact, existed on paper only. One italics supplied. So in the judgment of General Marshall, the Axis did not represent a close-knit league, with a clear-cut plan for achieving world domination, including the subjugation of the American continent. It was a loose association of powers with expansionist aims in Europe and the Far East. Of course, the United States had no alternative except to fight after Pearl Harbor and the German and Italian declarations of war. But the Pearl Harbor attack, in all probability, would never have occurred if the United States had been less inflexible in upholding the cause of China. Whether this inflexibility was justified, in the light of subsequent developments in China, is highly questionable, to say the least. The diplomatic prelude to Pearl Harbor also includes such fateful American decisions as the imposition of a virtual commercial blockade on Japan in July 1941, the cold shouldering of Prince Konoe's overtures, and the failure, at the critical moment, to make any more constructive contribution to avoidance of war than Hull's bleak note of November 26. The war with Germany was also very largely the result of the initiative of the Roosevelt administration. The destroyer deal, the Lend-Lease bill, the freezing of Axis assets, the injection of the American Navy, with much secrecy and double talk, into the Battle of the Atlantic. These and many similar actions were obvious departures from neutrality. even though a neutrality act, which the president had sworn to uphold, was still on the statute books. It is sometimes contended that the gradual edging of the United States into undeclared war was justified because German and Japanese victory would have threatened the security and well-being of the United States, even if no invasion of this hemisphere was contemplated. This argument would be easier to sustain if the war had been fought, not as a crusade of a free world against a slave world, but as a cold-blooded attempt to restore and maintain a reasonable balance of power in Europe and in Asia. Had America's pre-war and war diplomacy kept this objective in mind, some of the graver blunders of the Second Crusade would have been avoided. Had it been observed as a cardinal principle of policy that Soviet totalitarianism was just as objectionable morally and more dangerous politically and psychologically than the German and Japanese brand, the course of American policy would surely have been different. There would have been more favorable consideration for the viewpoint artlessly expressed by Senator Truman when he suggested that we should support Russia when Germany was winning and Germany when Russia was winning. It was the great dilemma of the war that we could not count on winning the war without Russia, and certainly could not hope to win the peace with Russia. But there was at least a partial solution for this dilemma. One of the ablest men associated with the American diplomatic service suggested this to me in a private conversation. We should have made peace with Germany and Japan when they were too weak to be a threat to us and still strong enough to be useful partners in a coalition against the Soviet Union. But such realism was at a hopeless discount in a crusading atmosphere. The effect of America's policy was to create a huge power vacuum in Europe and in Asia, and to leave the Soviet Union the one strong military power in both these continents. Then the United States belatedly began to offer resistance when the Soviet leaders acted precisely as anyone might have expected them to act in view of their political record and philosophy. An old friend whom I met in Paris in 1946, a shrewd and witty British journalist, offered the following estimate of the situation which followed the Second Crusade. You know, Hitler really won this war, in the person of Stalin. President Roosevelt declared in his speech of May 27, 1941, "We will accept only a world consecrated to freedom from want and freedom from terrorism." The war into which he was steadily and purposefully steering his country was apparently supposed to assure such a world. The argument that we cannot live in a totalitarian world carried weight with many Americans who were not impressed by lurid pictures of the Germans, who were never able to cross the narrow English Channel, suddenly leaping the Atlantic and overrunning the United States. Both in the hectic days of 1940-41 and in the cooler retrospect of 1950, it seems clear that a Nazi Germany, dominant in Europe, and a militarist Japan, extending its hegemony in Asia, would be unpleasant neighbors and would impose disagreeable changes in the American way of life. It could plausibly be argued that in such a world we should have to assume a heavy permanent burden of armament, that we should have to keep a constant alert for subversive agents, that our trade would be forced into distorted patterns. We would be exposed to moral corruption and to the erosion of our ideals of liberty because the spectacle of armed might trampling on right would be contagious. These dangers of totalitarianism were real enough, but it was a disastrous fallacy to imagine that these dangers could be exorcised by waging war and making peace in such fashion that the power of another totalitarian state, the Soviet Union, would be greatly enhanced. Failure to foresee the aggressive and disintegrating role which a victorious Soviet Union might be expected to play in a smashed and ruined Europe and Asia was the principal blunder of America's crusading interventionists. Those who secretly or openly sympathized with communism were at least acting logically. But the majority erred out of sheer ignorance and wishful thinking about Soviet motives and intentions. They were guilty of a colossal error in judgment and perspective, an almost unpardonable error in view of the importance of the issues at stake. After Pearl Harbor and the German declaration of war, the United States, of course, had a stake in the success of the Red Army. This, however, does not justify the policy of one-sided appeasement which was followed at Tehran and Yalta. If one looks farther back, before America's hands were tied diplomatically by involvement in the conflict, there was certainly no moral or political obligation for the United States and other Western powers to defend the Soviet Union against possible attacks from Germany and Japan. The most hopeful means of dealing with the totalitarian threat would have been for the Western powers to have maintained a hands-off policy in Eastern Europe. In this case, the two totalitarian regimes might have been expected to shoot it out to their heart's content. But advocates of such an elementary common-sense policy were vilified as appeasers, fascist sympathizers, and whatnot. The repeated indications that Hitler's ambitions were continental, not overseas, that he desired and intended to move toward the east, not toward the west, were overlooked. Even after what General Dean called the strange alliance had been concluded, there was room for maneuvering. We could have been as aloof toward Stalin as Stalin was toward us. There is adequate evidence available that the chance of negotiating a reasonable peace with a non-Nazi German government would have justified an attempt, but the unconditional surrender formula made anything of this sort impossible. With a blind optimism that now seems amazing and fantastic, the men responsible for the conduct of American foreign policy staked everything on the improbable assumption that the Soviet government would be a co-operative do-gooder in an ideal post-war world. The publicist Randolph Bourne, a caustic and penetrating critic of American participation in its first crusade, observed that war is like a wild elephant. It carries the rider where it wishes to go, not where he may wish to go. Now the crusade has ended. We have the perspective of 5 years of uneasy peace. And the slogan, "We are fighting so that we will not have to live in a totalitarian world," stands exposed in all its tragic futility. For what kind of world are we living in today? Is it not very much like the world we would have faced if the crusade had never taken place? If Hitler had been allowed to go eastward? If Germany had dominated Eastern Europe and Japan Eastern Asia? Is there not a "this is where we came in" atmosphere, very reminiscent of the time when there was constant uneasy speculation as to where the next expansionist move would take place? The difference is that Moscow has replaced Berlin and Tokyo. There is one center of dynamic aggression instead of two, with the concentration of power in that one center surpassing by far that of the German-Japanese combination. And for two reasons this difference is for the worse, not for the better. First, one could probably have counted on rifts and conflicts of interest between Germany and Japan, which are less likely to arise in Stalin's centralized empire. Second, Soviet expansion is aided by propaganda resources which were never matched by the Nazis and the Japanese. How does it stand with those ideals which were often invoked by advocates of the Second Crusade? What about orderly processes in international relations, to borrow a phrase from Cordell Hull, or international peace and security in general? Does the present size of our armaments appropriation suggest confidence in an era of peace and goodwill? Is it not pretty much the kind of appropriation we would have found necessary if there had been no effort to destroy Nazi and Japanese power? Secret agents of foreign powers? We need not worry about Nazis or Japanese, but the exposure of a dangerously effective Soviet spy ring in Canada. The proof that Soviet agents had the run of confidential State Department papers. The piecemeal revelations of Soviet espionage in this country during the war. All these things show that the same danger exists from another source. Moral corruption? We have acquiesced in and sometimes promoted some of the most outrageous injustices in history. The mutilation of Poland, the uprooting of millions of human beings from their homes, the use of slave labor after the war. If we would have been tainted by the mere existence of the evil features of the Nazi system, are we not now tainted by the widespread prevalence of a very cruel form of slavery in the Soviet Union? Regimentation of trade? But how much free trade is there in the post-war world? This conception has been ousted by an orgy of exchange controls, bilateral commercial agreements, and other devices for damming and diverting the free stream of international commerce. Justice for oppressed peoples? Almost every day there are news dispatches from Eastern Europe indicating how conspicuously this ideal was not realized. The totalitarian regimes against which America fought have indeed been destroyed. But a new and more dangerous threat emerged in the very process of winning the victory. The idea that we would eliminate the totalitarian menace to peace and freedom while extending the dominion of the hammer and sickle has been proved a humbug, a hoax, and a pitiful delusion. Looking back over the diplomatic history of the war, one can identify 10 major blunders which contributed very much to the unfavorable position in which the Western powers find themselves today. These may be listed as follows. 1. The guarantee of all support in their power, which the British government gave to Poland, in the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence. This promise, hastily given on March 31, 1939, proved impossible to keep. It was of no benefit to the Poles in their unequal struggle against the German invasion. It was not regarded as applicable against Russia when the Soviet Union invaded and occupied eastern Poland with the full understanding and complicity of Hitler. All this ill-advised guarantee accomplished was to put Great Britain and France into war against Germany, to the great satisfaction of Stalin, for an objective which the Western powers could not win. Poland was not freed even after the United States entered the war, and Hitler was crushed. It was only subjected to a new tyranny, organized and directed from Moscow. There is no proof and little probability that Hitler would have attacked the West if he had not been challenged on the Polish issue. The guarantee, more than any other single action, spoiled the best political opportunity the Western powers possessed in 1939. This was to canalize German expansion eastward and to keep war out of the West. 2. The failure of the American government to accept Kanoya's overtures for a negotiated settlement of differences in the Far East. The futility of the crusade for China to which the American government committed itself becomes constantly more clear. 3. The unconditional surrender slogan which Roosevelt tossed off at Casablanca in January 1943. This was a godsend to Goebbels and a tremendous blow to the morale and effectiveness of the underground groups which were working against Hitler. It weakened the American and British position in relation to Russia, since Stalin did not associate himself with the demand. It stiffened and prolonged German resistance. 4. The policy of getting along with Stalin on a basis of all-out appeasement. The Soviet dictator was given everything he wanted in the way of munitions and supplies, and was asked for nothing in return, not even an honest fulfillment of the Atlantic Charter, of which he was a co-signatory. The disastrous bankruptcy of this policy is evident from one look at the geographical, political, and moral map of the world today. 5. Failure to invade the Balkans, as Churchill repeatedly urged. This mistake was the result partly of the policy of appeasing Stalin and partly of the narrowly military conception of the war which dominated the thinking of the War Department. There was a tendency to regard the war as a kind of bigger football game in which victory was all that mattered. 6. The public endorsement by Roosevelt and Churchill in September 1944 of the preposterous Morgenthau Plan for the economic destruction of Germany. To be sure, the full extravagance of this scheme was never put into practice, but enough of its vindictive destructionist spirit got into the Potsdam Declaration and the regulations for military government to work very great harm to American national interests and European recovery. Rule 7. The bribing of Stalin, at China's expense, to enter the Far Eastern War, and the failure to make clear, until the last moment, that unconditional surrender for Japan did not mean the elimination of the empire. These were grave mistakes, fraught with fateful consequences for American political interests in the Orient. Had the danger from Russia, the undependability of China, and the desirability of enlisting Japan as a satellite ally been intelligently appreciated, a balance of power far more favorable to the United States would now exist in East Asia. 8. The failure, for political reasons, to exploit the military opportunities which opened up in the last weeks of the struggle in Europe, notably the failure to press on and seize Berlin and Prague. Closely linked with this error was the failure to insist on direct land access to Berlin in the negotiations about the post-war occupation of Germany. 9. The persistent tendency to disregard the advice of experts and specialists and base American foreign policy on hunches inspired by amateurs and dilettantes. Conspicuous examples of unfitness in high places were Harry Hopkins as advisor on Russia, Edward R. Reed Stettinius as Secretary of State, Henry Morgenthau Jr. as policy framer on Germany, and Edwin W. Pauley as reparations commissioner. A parallel mistake was the laxness which permitted American and foreign communist sympathizers to infiltrate the OEOE, OS, and other important strategic agencies. 10. The hasty launching amid much exaggerated ballyhoo of the United Nations. The new organization was not given either a definite peace settlement to sustain or the power which would have made it an effective mediator and arbiter in disputes between great powers. It was as if an architect should create an elaborate second story of a building, complete with balconies, while neglecting to lay a firm foundation. These were unmistakable blunders which no future historical revelations can justify or explain away. In these blunders one finds the answer to the question why complete military victory in the Second Crusade, as in the First, was followed by such complete political frustration. Perhaps the supreme irony of the war's aftermath is that the United States becomes increasingly dependent on the goodwill and cooperation of the peoples against whom it waged a war of political and economic near extermination, the Germans and the Japanese. In order to maintain any semblance of balance of power in Europe and in Asia, primary responsibility for the involvement of the United States in World War II and for the policies which characterized our wartime diplomacy rests with Franklin D. Roosevelt. His motives were mixed and were probably not always clear, even to himself. Francis Perkins, Secretary of Labor in his cabinet and a personal friend, described the president as the most complicated human being I ever knew. Certainly Roosevelt was far from being a simple and straightforward character. In an age when Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini played the role of the popular tyrant, of the dictator whose grip on his people is maintained by a mixture of mass enthusiasm and mass terrorism, Roosevelt showed what could be done in achieving very great personal power within the framework of free institutions. His career after his election to the presidency stamps him as a man of vast ambition, capable, according to Francis Perkins, of almost childish vanity. There were probably three principal motives that impelled Roosevelt to set in motion the machinery that led America into its Second Crusade. First was this quality of ambition. What role could be more tempting than that of leader of a wartime global coalition, of ultimate world arbiter? Second was the necessity of finding some means of extricating the American economy from a difficult position. Third was a conviction that action against the Axis was necessary. This conviction was greatly strengthened by the first two motives. Roosevelt's first administration, which began at the low point of a very severe depression, was a brilliant political success. He was re-elected in 1936 by an enormous majority of popular and electoral votes, but dark clouds hung over the last years of his second term of office. For all the varied and sometimes contradictory devices of the New Deal failed to banish the specter of large-scale unemployment. There were at least 10 million people out of work in the United States in 1939. The coming of the war in Europe accomplished what all the experimentation of the New Deal had failed to achieve. It created the swollen demand for American munitions, equipment, supplies of all kinds, foodstuffs, which started the national economy on the road to full production and full employment. There was the same economic phenomenon at the time of the First World War. The vast needs of the Allies meant high profits, not only for munitions makers, later stigmatized as merchants of death, but for all branches of business activity. It brought a high level of farm prices and industrial wages. As the Allies ran out of ready cash, loans were floated on the American market. The United States, or at least some American financial interests, acquired a direct stake in an Allied victory. Now, the purely economic interpretation of our involvement in World War I can be pressed too far. There is neither evidence nor probability that Wilson was directly influenced by bankers or munitions makers. He had given the German government a public and grave warning of the consequences of resorting to unlimited submarine warfare. When the German government announced the resumption of such warfare, Wilson, with the assent of Congress, made good his warning. Yet the lure of war profits, not restricted, it should be noted, to any single class of people, did exert a subtle but important influence on the evolution of American policy in the years 1914-17. It worked against the success of the mediation efforts launched by House as Wilson's confidential emissary. The British and French governments counted with confidence on the absence of any strong action to back up periodic protests against the unprecedented severity of the blockade enforced against Germany. The American economy had become very dependent on the flow of Allied war orders. After the end of the war, after depression and repudiation of the greater part of the war debts, the majority of the American people reached the conclusion that a war boom was not worth the ultimate price. This feeling found expression in the Neutrality Act. Roosevelt himself in 1936 described war profits as fool's gold. Yet the course of American economic development in World War II followed closely the pattern set in World War I. First, the Neutrality Act was amended to permit the sale of munitions. Then, as British assets were exhausted, the Lend-Lease arrangement was substituted for the war loans of the earlier period. As an economic student of the period says, the nation did not emerge from the decade of the Depression until pulled out by war orders from abroad and the defense program at home. The rescue was timely and sweet and deserved to be made as sure as possible. Whether the involvement of the United States in the war through progressive departure from neutrality was prompted partly by the reflection that other means of extrication from economic trouble had disappeared, nobody can say. No proponent did say so. Instead, advocates of all-out aid to Britain, convoying of Allied shipping and Lend-Lease, took high ground of patriotism and protection of civilization. 2. There can be no reasonable doubt that the opposition of business and labor groups to involvement in the war was softened by the tremendous flood of government war orders. It is an American proverb that the customer is always right. Under Lend-Lease and the immense program of domestic arms expansion, the government became the biggest customer. Ambition certainly encouraged Roosevelt to assume an interventionist attitude. He unmistakably enjoyed his role as one of the Big Three, as a leading figure at international conferences, as a mediator between Stalin and Churchill. There is a marked contrast between Roosevelt's psychology as a war leader and Lincoln's. The Civil War president was often bowed down by sorrow over the tragic aspects of the historic drama in which he was called to play a leading part. His grief for the men who were dying on both sides of the fighting lines was deep and hearty and unaffected. One finds little trace of this mood in Roosevelt's war utterances. There is no Gettysburg Address in Roosevelt's state papers. The president's familiar mood is one of jaunty, cocksure, sometimes flippant, self-confidence. Another trait in Roosevelt's personality, which may help to explain the casual, light-hearted scrapping of the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms, is a strong histrionic streak. If he originated or borrowed a brilliant phrase, he felt that his work was done. He felt no strong obligation to see that the phrase, once uttered, must be realized in action. When did Roosevelt decide that America must enter the war? There was a hint of bellicose action in his quarantine speech of October 5, 1937. Harold Ickes claims credit for suggesting the quarantine phrase, which did not appear in earlier drafts of the speech which had been prepared in the State Department. It was like Roosevelt to pick up and insert an image which appealed to him. However, the quarantine speech met such an unfavorable reception that it led to no immediate action. Various dates are suggested by other observers. Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, who enjoyed substantial influence and many contacts in administration circles, asserted in a Roosevelt memorial address at Harvard University in April 1945, "There came a moment when President Roosevelt was convinced that the utter defeat of Nazism was essential to the survival of our institutions. That time certainly could not have been later than when Mr. Sumner Welles reported on his mission to Europe, March 1940. 3. That Roosevelt may have been mentally committed to intervention even before the war broke out is indicated by the following dispatch from Maurice Hindus in the New York Herald Tribune of January 4, 1948. Prague, President Eduard Beneš of Czechoslovakia told the late President Franklin D.I. Roosevelt on May 29, 1939, that war would break out any day after July 15 of that year, with Poland as the first victim, and Mr. Roosevelt, in reply to a question as to what the United States would do, said it would have to participate because Europe alone could not defeat Adolf Hitler. A suggestion by Assistant Secretary of State A. Berlall that Roosevelt should have become the leader of the free world against Hitler is believed to have influenced the president's psychology. 4. Admiral James O. Howe Richardson, at that time Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, talked at length with Roosevelt in the White House on October 8, 1940. He testified before the Congressional Committee investigating Pearl Harbor that he had asked the president whether we would enter the war and received the following answer. Roosevelt replied that if the Japanese attacked Thailand, or the Aia Peninsula, or the Netherlands East Indies, we would not enter the war. That if they even attacked the Philippines, he doubted whether we would enter the war. But that they could not always avoid making mistakes, and that as the war continued and the area of operation expanded sooner or later, they would make a mistake, and we would enter the war. 5. It is clear from these varied pieces of evidence that the thought of war was never far from Roosevelt's mind. Even while he was assuring so many audiences during the election campaign that your government is not going to war. During the year 1941, as has been shown in an earlier chapter, he put the country into an undeclared naval war in the Atlantic by methods of stealth and secrecy. This point was made very clear by Admiral Stark, then Chief of Naval Operations, in his reply to Representative Gearhart during the Pearl Harbor investigation. Technically, or from an international standpoint, we were not at war, inasmuch as we did not have the right of belligerence, because war had not been declared. But actually, so far as the forces operating under Admiral King in certain areas were concerned, it was against any German craft that came inside that area. They were attacking us and we were attacking them. Stark also testified that, by direction of the president, he ordered American warships in the Atlantic to fire on German submarines and surface ships. This order was issued on October 8, 1941, 2 months before Hitler's declaration of war. It is scarcely possible, in the light of this and many other known facts, to avoid the conclusion that the Roosevelt administration sought the war which began at Pearl Harbor. The steps which made armed conflict inevitable were taken months before the conflict broke out. Some of Roosevelt's apologists contend that if he deceived the American people, it was for their own good. But the argument that the end justified the means rests on the assumption that the end has been achieved. Whether America's end in its Second Crusade was assurance of national security, or the establishment of a world of peace and order, or the realization of the four freedoms everywhere in the world, this end was most certainly not achieved. America's Second Crusade was a product of illusions which are already bankrupt. It was an illusion that the United States was at any time in danger of invasion by Nazi Germany. It was an illusion that Hitler was bent on the destruction of the British Empire. It was an illusion that China was capable of becoming a strong, friendly, Western-oriented power in the Far East. It was an illusion that a powerful Soviet Union in a weakened and impoverished Eurasia would be a force for peace, conciliation, stability, and international cooperation. It was an illusion that the evils and dangers associated with totalitarianism could be eliminated by giving unconditional support to one form of totalitarianism against another. It was an illusion that a combination of appeasement and personal charm could melt away designs of conquest and domination which were deeply rooted in Russian history and communist philosophy. The fruit harvested from seeds of illusion is always bitter. To recognize the bankruptcy of the illusions for which we fought our Second Crusade is the essential step in curing the consequences of those illusions. American foreign policy, of course, cannot come to a dead stop. Americans cannot wring their hands in hopeless disillusionment. To every historical challenge, there is an effective response. The broad goal of American foreign policy is clear. It is to promote world-wide operation of anti-communist nations, to create such a measure of unity, with its consequent power, in the countries that are threatened by Soviet aggression, that such aggression will never take place, or will be crushed if it does take place. In the present state of the world, this is no sentimental undertaking, no Third Crusade. This is an enterprise vital to American security, and America is the natural leader. Unfortunately, the recognition of America's wartime illusions has been an uneven process. It is even worse that a new and no less pernicious fallacy besets our peace policies. The State Department, the Quai d'Orsay, and the Foreign Office seem to believe that Germany and Japan can be kept indefinitely in a status of second-class sovereignty. The tremendous significance of the time factor is ignored. There's no indication whatever that Roosevelt, Churchill, or their counselors ever considered whether it is reasonable, in fact, it is possible to fasten an occupation indefinitely on a large, historically developed, intelligent, and industrially powerful European people like the Germans without demoralizing them. In the same vein, Allied statesmen have never seen fit to acknowledge the consequences of the peace they gave to Germany after World War I. Under the watchful eyes of the occupation authorities, the life of Germany may become more and more normal, and her leaders, accepting the inevitable, may show a sincere desire to cooperate. But neither German governments nor occupying powers, however good their intentions, can control the irrational and destructive passions which will develop in the depths of the nation so long as it is not free. To be sure, the pressure of foreign rule is being alleviated in a halting, piecemeal fashion both in Germany and Japan. In Germany's case, which so far seems more complex and urgent, the London Statute of the summer of 1949 was hailed as proof of great moderation, yet it created endless frictions and squabbles, as will all such half-hearted accommodations. The French proposal of May 1950 for pooling the French and German iron and coal industries certainly contains great constructive possibilities. Yet at the very moment it was made, the Germans were forced to watch helplessly while France was expropriating the wealth of the Tsar. Nevertheless, the French proposal was warmly welcomed in Bonn. Nothing was said of the fact that, at the Conference of Foreign Ministers in London, where Schuman, the French foreign minister, made his sensational proposal, Germany was not represented, although matters of vital importance to Germany were on the agenda. Under foreign domination, such contingencies will repeat themselves again and again. When a man's head is held under water, it makes no difference to him whether it is 3 inches or 12 feet under. The memory of the slave acts differently than that of the master. The invisible debt which the victors have been running up ever since the summer of 1945 will be presented to us in full at a fateful hour, when the COL operation of our former enemies may be of crucial importance, unless we have the courage and insight to make the positive step which the challenge of the moment demands. The Germans and the Japanese must be liberated without further delay, in accordance with the principles we have set out to teach them. The conception of a united Western Europe, leaving its quarrels to history and capable of resisting Soviet aggression, is completely fatuous unless it includes Germany as an active participant in the making of the political, military, and economic decisions on a basis of full equality. Only in this way can the loyalty of the Germans become strong enough to withstand any test contrived by Moscow. It is time, and high time, for positive, imaginative statesmanship. We can never count on superior strength so long as we support negative policies which fail to utilize the immense potentialities of our former enemies as bastions against Soviet imperialist communism, of a Japan and a Germany, that is, whose powers have not been consumed and exhausted by repression and frustration, if not actively turned against us. The surest way to win the Cold War is to end the obsolete shooting war with Germany and Japan with a lasting peace firmly built on mutual respect and interest. The point of view set forth in this book will challenge powerful American intellectual and emotional interests. But the iron logic of facts will, I believe, confirm these interpretations with the passing of time. One see ein, ja.